Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
My sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, you know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's teaming and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for Airport Road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now. Okay.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
banging, a banging, a banging, a giving a triplets.
The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me toe back.
And I've been whipping a word, puffing a Benson, pushing a pack, the full stack like a benching, giving the fish scale that slide like a penguin, flipping the chicken, my bills, why fuck a pension.
Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace pipe, selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. I'm a tail lines in the seams of my levers with a stack figure the Nicki Minaj way on.
Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and talk like this.
Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet that bounce back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nut-sang. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will making that bang like a funk band.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet that bounce back on a regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nut-sang. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will making that bang like a funk band.
Hop in the cab, I'm banging the crossword. Head in the west and I'm banging the posh bird. Couple of cans and a puff on me death stick. Click on my fingers, he's cutting me cough there.
Ringing the bow bells, bringing the website. I'm flinging the dry food.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sọ̀kan lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o. Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra. Àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹrùkù. Wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà. Ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ. Ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé. Àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Bonjour, Madame et Monsieur. So there it is. Bonjour, Madame et Monsieur. So there it is. That's a little bit of French for you. Bonjour, Madame et Monsieur. Nakwana Jama, as we say in the north. Nakwana Jama. You know, Jama in northern speak is masses or the congregation or whatever. So, Nakwana, pardon me, I've got a frog in my throat. Oh, it's nerves, you know. All this coughing, it's just nerves. You say you do it every day, one man. Why do you get nervous? I necessarily must get nervous. Otherwise, I'm starting to take it for granted. So it's nerves. So as I said, Nakwana Jama, for you non-Hausa speakers, Jama in our northern languages are the masses, the congregation, not the hoi polloi, but you know what I mean. And then in our eastern space, we say Kedu. It doesn't get any, you know, they're abrupt and to the point. It's almost like a Germanic sort of language, the texture of the Igbo language. It doesn't necessarily suffer frivolities, you know. It doesn't add more than it necessarily has to. So it's short, sharp, and to the point. So it's like Kedu. It's almost like a marching order, but it's good day to you. You know, in Yoruba language, we say Ekason or Ekaro, depending, you know, we greet with times of the days in Yoruba language. Ekaro, Ekason, Ekale, Eku. You know, they said when the this is an urban myth and it's not especially verified, but then they said when the Europeans first came across the Yoruba people, they used to call them the Eku people, only because there is no sentence that is not predicated with that. Eku, Ekaro, Ekason, Eku ijeun. If they meet you eating, they'll say Eku ijeun. You know, it's just overly polite, even more polite than the French language, which a lot of people will tell you is the universal language for politeness. And there is no language also more nuanced than the Yoruba language. I don't know if it's timidity or politeness, but the Yoruba language never really speaks frontally to you. It speaks in nuances and ambiguities because it doesn't necessarily throw what the intentions are at you, but it gives you broad enough of a stroke for you to understand where the conversation is. And then it leaves room for the converser as well to repoint the conversation depending on the level, the sort of interaction that they're getting. It's an extremely nuanced language, you know. It doesn't come at you frontally. It's just, maybe if they consider it uncivil, is probably how to say it. But there it is. That in whichever language, good day is essentially what that long essay was all about. So good day to you. Always a delight to be in your company. Nothing ever taken for granted, and it's always with great joy, you know, that I meet you when you do decide to join. So all those niceties. So the weekend upon us again, but the weekend yet another day of the week, of course, because the tapestry, it never stops. One man will always be here. So yes, good day to you, and the cusp of a weekend and all that. So good day. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're hearing me inviting you to do it. So click on the like button, do that for all of the reasons that I've countlessly explained, all to do with the YouTube algorithm. So click on the like button. So do that. Click on the subscription button as well, because we still hold firm. You know, we're 10 months into the year and we're hoping to get 100,000 subscribers before the end of the year. So we still hold firm to that ambition until the very last day of the year, which we hopefully will be celebrating that 100,000 subs. So set us on that way. If you've had reason to unsubscribe, resubscribe. If you've never had the thought to subscribe, do. And if you're a bit reticent to subscribe, still do that anyway. So set us on that way to, you know, that one sub of yours is another step towards that ambition, that as lofty as it may sound. So set us on that way with a subscription, and share the links as well. That will really propel, wouldn't it? If you shared the links in your, you know, those spaces you go to on social media, those WhatsApp groups where everybody hates you and you cannot abide them either, pop the link to the sessions in there and let them hate me instead. I can handle hate, as you know. So do that. Share the links wide, near and wide, and all that. And of course, the super chat. We must never forget the super chat. The platform is a ravenous beast that continuously needs feeding. So that's why you have to super chat. And the food, of course, is the super chat. So the platform is a ravenous beast that needs continuous feeding. So feed the beast with a handsome super chat. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats per stream. We often instances very rarely not meet that, and we have the expectation to meet that as well. So 5 super chats, you'll be the one to kick it off. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join us on the screen, I'll send the hyperlink again, but it's going to be a long and winding open monologue. So you can join us towards the tail end, or you can join us now whenever you choose. Just you can come into the studio and just relax as you listen to the description of the talking points. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. Share the links and super chat. So those are 5 calls to action. So take at least 4 of those actions. So a minimum of 4, then you get a handsome mark on your result sheet. So all that, enough of the nonsensities. Let's just launch straight into it. We launch straight into it and we kick it off with this one. Some of them I'll read out the headline, some of them I'll read out the body of it, but this one especially, I'll read out the body of it. The headline will lead to the question, why are you bringing us this one, man? That's what I expect you to think, just off the back of this headline. Why are you bringing us this? National Mosque Abuja appoints first. The headline already gives it away. That is why I'm bringing it to you. National Mosque Abuja appoints first imam from the Southeast region. So the day we thought would never come, but the day upon us. I didn't even know there was a single Muslim in the north, never mind one Muslim enough to be the imam of a northern mosque. National Mosque Abuja appoints first imam from the Southeast region, Professor Usman. Professor Usman, a renowned scholar and first professor of Arabic in Igbo land, will now serve alongside the 2 active imams, Professor Ibrahim Makari and Professor Mohammed Kabir, in leading the mosque's prayers. So this is a real turn up for the books, because the northern space is so fastidiously pious and so fanatical in their purity. Their piety is such that they would never really want to bow or to be led by even a Yoruba imam. That's often been the received wisdom, that because they don't really even consider the Yorubas Muslim enough, or even in instances Muslim at all. So then imagine that leap then all the way to the Southeast. So this is what makes this a headline news. National Mosque Abuja appoints first imam from the Southeast, Professor Usman. The National Mosque in Abuja has appointed Professor Ilyas Usman, the first Igbo imam, to join its prestigious ranks. Professor Usman, a renowned scholar and first professor of Arabic in Igbo land, will now serve alongside the 2 active imams, Professor Ibrahim Makari and Professor Muhammad Kabir, in leading the mosque prayers. So an Igbo man will actually be leading prayers in a northern mosque, because forget it, Abuja is another. Abuja is the north, in case you don't know. Right. Usman will be taking on the responsibility of leading. Usman will be taking on the responsibilities of leading the Juma and daily congregational prayers alongside his colleagues in a rotational manner. He fills the position left by Sheikh Ahmed Olewiwura from the I mispronounced that name. I'm going to start it entirely all over again, just because of the way I'm murdering all these names. The National Mosque in Abuja has appointed Professor Ilyas Usman, the first Igbo man to join its prestigious ranks. Professor Usman, a renowned scholar and first professor of Arabic in Igbo land, will now serve alongside the two active imams, Professor Ibrahim Makari and Professor Muhammad Kabir, in leading the mosque prayers. Usman will be taking on the responsibility of leading the Juma and daily congregational prayers alongside his colleagues in a rotational manner. He fills the position left by Sheikh Ahmed Onilewura from the southwest. So, you see, I was mispronouncing that Onilewura because I was expecting it to be a northern name, and I was wondering how to put a northern inflection on it until I saw that it was a name from the southwest. He fills the position left by Sheikh Ahmed Onilewura from the southwest, who has been unable to lead prayers due to illness. The National Mosque, which can accommodate 25,000 worshippers, was built in 1984 and officially opened in 1991. The Southeast Muslim Organization of Nigeria, SIMON, welcomed the appointment, offering prayers for his success. I wonder what percentage of Muslims we have in the Southeast. That's well worth knowing, actually, because of course with a good 80% we know are Catholics. We think 90-something% of them are Christians, and a lot of them are atheists, they are animists, but how much of them are actually Muslim? The only Southeastern Muslim I know is Nedu Wonko, but apparently there are more. The Southeast Muslim Organization of Nigeria welcomes the appointment, offering prayers for its success. This was according to a statement signed by its AG, National Chairman, Dr. Suleiman Afikpo, and National Executive Secretary Sarajuddin Ugwu on Friday. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to Professor Ilyas Usman on your recent appointment as an imam of the National Mosque Abuja. May Allah grant him wisdom and strength in fulfilling his duties. The statement reads, this prestigious role is not only a testament to your unwavering dedication and scholarly excellence, but also a divine blessing and responsibility to lead the Ummah. The Ummah is the congregation, I think, in Islam, in worship and service to Allah. We pray that Allah, SWT, let me not attempt that because I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't want to get fat words. Let me not get fat word. The statement reads, this prestigious role is not only a testament to your unwavering dedication and scholarly excellence, but also a divine blessing and responsibility to lead the Ummah in worship and service to Allah. We pray that Allah, SWT, grants you the wisdom, strength, and steadfastness to discharge this sacred duty with diligence, integrity, and humility. May your leadership inspire unity, peace, and piety. We also attest to the inclusiveness of the leadership of the National Mosque and the Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs under the leadership of its President, His Excellency Mohammed Saud Abubakar. So that's the Emir of Kano, of Sokoto, rather, the Sultan of Sokoto, in case you don't know, is the lead person of the Nigerian Muslims. Furthermore, we pray that this achievement serves as an upliftment for the Igbo Muslim community in Nigeria, showcasing their contributions and dedications to Islam and the Ummah at large, the group added. So there it is right there. It's a real turn up for the books because you don't get that's probably the most outside of the Sultan of Sokoto, who sits at the top of the pyramid. That's probably it's one of the most prestigious Islamic roles, because the lead mosque in Nigeria, of course, is the mosque in Abuja. Is the best built, most expensive. That is where anybody of any real meaning prays. and they'll be led in that prayer by an Igbo man. So it's a quantum leap for the Nigerian space. So a quantum leap for the Nigerian space, but it gets darker from there on in. So now, a lot of people will tell you that the obedient movement is essentially a sectarian movement, all entirely about a regional agenda. A lot of people are of that thought, and they are of that thought only because of this. This is Peter Obi on his Twitter handle. I extend my warmest congratulations to the newly appointed Chief Imam of the National Mosque, Professor Iliyasu Usman. This significant appointment reflects your dedication, wisdom, and exceptional leadership. May Allah grant you the wisdom and strength to carry out the special spiritual assignment. And may your exemplary service to Islam, the Muslim community, and the nation help to engender the much-needed peace by deepening spirituality in our national lives. I trust that your tenure will continue to foster peace, unity, and prosperity in our beloved country. May the Almighty Allah continue to guide and protect you in the discharge of your duties, P.O. So he doesn't even call himself by his full name. It's not I don't know, man. Just the narcissism of the man. He can't even call himself by his name anymore. It's now P.O. So it's not some funky cool Medina. But there it is right there. So why does Peter Obi feel the need to especially congratulate this guy? And if this guy was Gbadebo or Abubakar Adewale, would Peter Obi be congratulating him? So it's that southeastern inflection that is the backbone, of the whole of the Obi genesis or the Obi trajectory, and that is it right there. That is it right. So why people see the whole Obi thing as a regional attempt at a grab is all embodied in this tweet by Obi. But we move swiftly on from there and we go to another space. Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff Lagbaja incapacitated abroad as military generals lobby jostle for position. So it looks as though this man might well be on his way out. Maybe they've put something on his seat, Nigerians and voodoo and all that. But it certainly seems to be on his way out. But who replaces him will be the thing. One, is he incapacitated enough not to resume duties back? Which all the indications might well be that is the case. And if he is incapacitated enough not to resume duties, then who replaces him? So we'll find out then. We'll see if I would love to see Tinubu rather appoint a Southeasterner into that space just to ruffle up the space. But Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff Lagbaja incapacitated abroad as military generals lobby jostle for position. Top military officers are jostling for the position of Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff as Lieutenant General Taoreed Abiodun Lagbaja. The current incumbent deals with an undisclosed health issues, sources told correspondents. This development has led to intense lobbying of the politicians and influential retired generals by those eager to succeed Lagbaja. Lagbaja, born on February 28, 1968 in Osun State, was appointed by President Tinubu June 2023 as the 27th Chief of Army Staff. So that's well worth noting. He took office on June the 23rd, 2023, replacing Farouk Yahaya as the Chief of Army Staff. The Chief of Army Staff reports to the Chief of Defense Staff, who in turn reports to the Defense Minister, accountable to the President of the country. So that's 3 rungs down the chain of command. But the real potency there is that's the real baseline. All of the military coups that we have and all that, they've all been army-led. And the real potency of Nigeria is the Nigerian army. So the real power base. So what secures the presidency, what ensures his safety is the army. So that's the real potency of the country right there. So that's why usually anybody that is incumbent usually likes to have somebody of their own stock in that position. He took office on June the 23rd, 2023, replacing Farouk Yahaya as the Chief of Army Staff. The Chief of Army Staff reports to the Chief of Defense Staff, who in turn reports to the Defense Minister, accountable to the President. So all of those appointments, by the way, directly appointees of the of the President. So the President still appoints the Chief of Army Staff, the Defense Staff, and of course the Defense Minister. With Lagbaja's health issues sparking concerns, the race for his successor is gaining momentum, with several top military officers vying for the coveted position. On Tuesday, correspondents exclusively reported how the Army General was flown abroad by his family members to attend to his medical needs. Sources described his illness as strange. You know, that is to tell you that they've put something on his seat. You know, this is voodoo play. This is voodoo, of course. When they say it's strange, they've put something either in his tea or on his seat. Sources describe his ailment as strange. The Chief of Army Staff is nowhere to be found for many days now. He has not been seen at the Army headquarters or any military function in the last 3 weeks. I can confirm to you that he is seriously sick and was taken to hospital. However, his family members arranged for him to be moved out of the country for medical treatment. The Chief of Army Staff is a leader, and most of the major generals are doing anyhow because they have no one to report to currently. Anyone can fall sick, but someone needs to be in charge. I wish him a very quick recovery. I have known him since our days in Makurdi, Benue State. We were both young officers then, and he was a captain. A major had also said, as military men, we are taught to be observant. So I noticed he was not at the October the 1st Independence Day parade in Abuja. I asked my superiors, including a general, and I was told he was out of the country. You know, it is unusual for him not to be around at that time. Also, the 2024 promotion list of soldiers, which was completed a few weeks back, is yet to be signed by the Chief of Army Staff. I was told that the Chief of Administration cannot do it because it will escalate the Chief of Army Staff's absence. Some of my subordinates who are due for promotion are already grumbling. Lagbaja's health has taken a turn for the worse, causing significant concerns within the military, according to multiple sources who spoke with correspondents on Friday. According to them, the Chief of Army Staff is now bedridden and incapacitated due to his deteriorating condition. His health is seriously deteriorating, and he is currently incapable. He is on sick bed. He cannot hear what people are saying again, just like someone with hearing problems. We are praying for his quick recovery. They are not praying for his quick recovery, they are praying for his death. I can tell you that for certain, because that's probably one of the most plum jobs within the Nigerian space. You know, all that are army contracts and weapon contracts and all of those things that they feed fat on. So it is a very serious illness, but the army authorities can never disclose it now. Even before this stage, General Lagbaja was prepared to resign because of the health challenges. Correspondents learned that Lagbaja's health issues have sparked intense lobbying amongst senior military officers to succeed him as Chief of Army Staff. Major generals are secretly campaigning and lobbying influential figures, including top politicians, traditional rulers, lawmakers, and military godfathers to secure the position. As Lagbaja's health condition continues to deteriorate, the race for his replacement gains momentum. His background and experience makes his departure significant. As a seasoned military officer, Lagbaja has held various command, staff, and instrumental appointments. His previous roles include serving as the general officer commanding at headquarters 82, etc., etc. So that's Lagbaja then, who is on his way out. We'll see who replaces him. I wonder how long they'll hold that position in abeyance before they appoint a replacement. Lagos state government set to translate state laws into Yoruba. So this is and by the way, this is coming directly from the Lagos state government website. By the way, you can see it right there. So this is still the spillovers of the last election. This is still some of the spillovers of the last election. This is still some of the spillovers of the last election. All that narrative of Lagos is no man's land, we built Lagos and all that. So the nail that sticks out will be hammered down. This is what this is saying. The nail that sticks out will be hammered down. So we will be seeing a lot more of this, a lot more indigenization in the administration of our Lagos State. Lagos State set to translate state laws into Yoruba language. So well, is that as well as or instead of? That's the thing. In a bid to enhance the accessibility and comprehension of Lagos State laws, the Lagos State government has announced its readiness to translate existing state laws from English into Yoruba. This was disclosed on Wednesday during a one-day stakeholder meeting on the People's Perception Survey regarding the translation of Lagos State laws into Yoruba, organized by the Law Reforms Commission in conjunction with the Lagos Bureau of Statistics, Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. The event took place at the Debt Management Office, STO Resources Center, etc., in Ikeja. The initiative, which will utilize OpenAIGTP4 technology for the translation. So I was wondering who will carry the burden of all that heavy translation, but apparently is technology sufficient enough in Yoruba for them to entrust it with the translation of law? Because law is all about nuance, isn't it? The initiative, which will utilize OpenAI's GTP4 technology for the translation process, aims to ensure that the diverse Yoruba-speaking population in Lagos and beyond can easily understand and comply with the laws governing the state's affairs. Speaking on the initiative, the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Law Reforms Commission, Mrs. Niniola Bashar, said that translating Lagos State laws into Yoruba is not just about language, but also about empowering people by enabling them to access and comprehend the laws in their mother tongue. So there is no equivocation that this is the continuing clapback against that narrative of Lagos is no man's land and we built Lagos and all that. So Lagos State Assembly set to replace LCDAs with administrative areas. So these were the local government areas that Tinubu created when he was battling with Obasanjo when he was then Lagos State governor. So they are transmuting it somewhat, but is that in preparedness for the full-fledging of our local government of autonomy? Lagos State Assembly set to replace LCDAs with administrative areas. The Lagos State House of Assembly is set to replace the current 37 local government development areas in the state with administrative areas. This is contained in a bill for a law to provide for local government system, establishment and administration, and to consolidate all laws on local government administration and connected purposes, which went through public reading on Thursday. The bill specified that the system of local government will be by democratically elected local governments. So I'm not quite sure what this means. So let me not label that too much. Let's move on from that to this. So now this is what informed the headline of the session. This is what informed the headline of the session. Pardon me. World Bank says Nigeria seeing positive results from economic reforms. So, and I think the government also hinting us in that direction as well. Alex Seniat. So this is that sounds like a Germanic sort of a name, isn't it? The World Bank says Nigeria is seeing positive results from the economic reforms by President Tinubu's administration. Alex Seniat, World Bank's lead economist, spoke on Thursday at the launch of the Nigeria Development Update report in Abuja. The report titled Staying the Course, Progress Amidst Pressing Challenges. Seniat said Nigeria's fiscal deficit has reduced from 6.2% in the first quarter of last year to 4.4% in the first quarter of this year. He said the reforms have led to robust growth in service sectors, stability in the oil sector, and improvement in the foreign exchange market. We are seeing a fiscal consolidation underway, with the fiscal deficit shrinking from 6.2% of GDP in the first half of last year to 4.4% in the first half of this year. And that is driven by a combination of expenditure being roughly constant in real terms and revenue which seems to be surging. So you have to understand what's being said in this paragraph. Don't get lost in the funk of it. We are seeing a fiscal consolidation underway. So a fiscal consolidation, you all know what a fiscal, you should all know what a fiscal consolidation is. We are seeing a fiscal consolidation underway, with fiscal deficit shrinking from 6.2% of GDP in the first half of last year to 4.4% in the first half of this year. And that is driven. So what is bouncing the economy is this. That is driven by a combination of expenditure being roughly constant. So the country is spending essentially what it is still spending. The spending may have gone up, but some of the expenditures have been somewhat cancelled out. So the big chunks of our oil subsidy and foreign exchange subsidy has left the room for the country to have an expenditure management. And they're saying even with that, the expenditure still remains somewhat constant. So that's the first half of that. That is driven by a combination of expenditure being roughly constant. So that's that. In real terms, not even in relative terms, but in real terms. So in actual fact, and revenue surging. So the country remains somewhat plateaued in its spending, but the earnings of the country has surged. The two banks, of course, oil subsidy, foreign exchange subsidy, but then improvement in oil output, new tax regime, etc., and a reworking of the economy. So essentially, the country is getting richer. This surge in revenue is largely, and I hadn't even read it beforehand. This surge in revenues is largely due to the removal of the implicit FX subsidy that was happening before, which was even larger than the petroleum subsidy, which we talk a lot about. So actually, what was hemorrhaging us was not even the petroleum subsidy, it was actually the foreign exchange subsidy. Indemit Gill, Senior Vice President of the World Bank, on October the 15th, said Nigeria must maintain its current reforms for the next 10 to 15 years to transform its economy. It said the reforms are critical for ongoing long-term growth and enabling Nigeria to compete with other emerging economies in the sub-Saharan Africa and globally. I'm not quite sure that Nigeria is essentially, there is no economy emerging in the sub-Saharan, in sub-Saharan Africa that is in any contention for anything like growth, because sub-Sahara is south of North Africa. And which economy is it? Cote d'Ivoire that has an economy? Is it Ghana? So there's no economy. What Nigeria is rebalancing for is to be a global player. That's what is playing out. Gill said, although implementing reforms will be challenging, it is essential to preserve, to persevere, to achieve the desired result. On May the 29th, 2023, the president announced the removal of petroleum subsidy, which has increased transportation and production costs. Additionally, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, also announced the unification of all segments of the FX market on June the 19th. Also, on April the 3rd, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission increased electricity tariff for Band A customers to reduce the federal government subsidy obligations. So now go out and feed yourself is essentially what Tinubu is saying, and Nigerians finding that a burden. Somebody that is not finding it a burden, Dangote doubles wealth to $27.8 billion. Now only African on world's top 100 richest persons list. So in the midst of poverty, this guy continues to bounce up and up. This is just the thing. And is crying to the masses to come and rescue him. Dangote doubles wealth to, imagine that, for all of the borrowings that Buhari borrowed, I don't think it's even up to this figure that this guy owns in his bank account. Dangote doubles wealth, within what time scale though? That's the question. Dangote doubles wealth to $27.8 billion. Now only African on world's top 100 richest persons list. So I wonder. I think they give the attribution to the refinery, but I suspect it may be darker than that. Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Industries Limited, has doubled his wealth to a record $27.8 billion following the operationalization of his multi-billion-dollar oil refinery. According to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, Dangote's net worth increased by $15.1 billion to $27.8 billion as at October the 18th. I wonder where he actually falls within the pyramid is the thing. Because forget Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Those ones they are from another planet. But does he fall within the top 50 even? 65, right. I want to see that list actually. If anybody has a link to that list, please send it to my Instagram. I want to see the list of the top 100 richest people according to Bloomberg. According to the Bloomberg Billionaire Index, Dangote's net worth increased by $15.1 billion to $27.8 billion as at October the 18th. The billionaire businessman moved up to 65th position, making him the only African in the top 100 spot. The elevation places Dangote more than 100 spots ahead of Johan Rupert, the South African billionaire, who ranks 174. Dangote's increased net worth pushed him up the index more than 40 places from his 111th position on June the 30th, 2023. The development comes more than a year after his refinery was inaugurated in May 2023. The 650,000 barrel per day plant sits on 2,635 hectares of land located in the free trade zone in Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos. The facility began production of diesel, etc., etc. Does it go? Okay, yeah, let me give you all of it. It's not that much more. The facility began production of diesel on January the 12th, but petrol production did not commence until September the 3rd due to several factors, including crude supply challenges. The constraints on accessing crude feedstock from international oil companies, IOCs in Nigeria, forced the company to import crude from countries like Brazil and the United States to bridge the supply gap. On June the 4th, Dangote said some IOCs were struggling to supply crude to his refinery. However, after the intervention of President Bola Tinubu, the Federal Executive Council FAC approved the sale of crude oil to Dangote Refinery and other refineries in Naira on July the 29th. So they should actually make all transactions in Nigeria to be denominated in the naira. So that would then force the international community to buy the naira, which would then push up the value of our currency. That's what the Russians did. Eventually, on October the 5th, the federal government said Nigeria officially commenced the sale of crude and refined petroleum products in naira. The refinery and the national oil farm also started trading in naira. So that's Dangote right there. And he's still belly aching in the newspapers how life is hard on him. So he's still belly aching in the newspapers about how life is hard on him. Belly ache in the newspapers. Back to your friend and mine, Peter Obi. This does not represent common sense. Peter Obi tackles President Tinubu and Vice President Shettima for traveling out of the country at the same time. So it's the sort of politics that this guy plays. That there's no tact, no depth, no dexterity, no soft gloving, no inferences, no subterfusion, no anything elegance or grace or thinking. It's just pedestrianized roadside booker. We cannot continue like this. That is just the whole sum total of everything. We cannot continue like this in that rather sluggish voice that he has. It's unbelievable. If this guy is going to let Tinubu get away with it because he doesn't have the crane of functioning to tackle him where it hurts. This does not represent common sense. Peter Obi tackles President Tinubu and Shettima for traveling out of the country at the same time. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi has tackled President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima for traveling out of Nigeria at the same time. Whilst President Tinubu departed Nigeria on October the 2nd, 2024, for a two-week work leave in the United Kingdom, Shettima left the shores of Nigeria for Sweden on Wednesday, October 16th, on a two-day visit to represent Nigeria in bilateral engagements with the Scandinavian nation. While some Nigerians have frowned against it, the presidency, in a statement released by presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga, said there was no vacuum in governance as both leaders are fully engaged with the nation's affairs, even whilst they were away. In a statement released this morning, Obi, I'm not quite sure if he should carry on in this manner. Just if Tinubu has two boiled eggs in Aso Rock for breakfast, Obi will tweet, we cannot continue like this in a nation of poverty. The president is sitting two eggs. It just maybe sometimes less is more. Sometimes less is more. It's just everything jabba chineke, everything is chineke. In a statement released this morning, Obi opined that it is concerning for both leaders to jet out of the country at a time when Nigerians are battling with a myriad of domestic problems. He wondered why the president had yet to return to the country when he told Nigerians that he was also going for 14 days. He argued that it does not make sense for the vice president to fly to Sweden for a working visit when the president, who is in France and closer to Sweden, could attend it. This guy, man, and it's like it's Alaba businessman logic to governance. It's just around the corner now. Can you not just jump on the bus say to go and do the is that how it works? Is that how he's going to govern Nigeria if and when he becomes president, which hopefully never? He wrote, whilst it is arguable that with the president and vice president absent from the villa, whilst it is arguable that with the president and vice president absent from the villa, there is no vacancy in the presidency. But if there's a vacancy, maybe you should go there and take a seat then. And let's say Lagbaja will come out from his hospital bed wherever he is and AK-47U. Whilst it is arguable that with the president and vice president absent from the villa, there is no vacancy in the presidency, in a situation where both the president and vice president are out of the country, as reported in the media yesterday, it is concerning for a country with such myriads of domestic problems. The president had told us he would only be gone for 14 days. The 14 days have passed now, and we're waiting to see him in the country. One would have expected him to return earlier than expected, considering the volume of work that needs to be done in a troubled nation like ours. So maybe they should just chain him to the desk and continue. I don't know, man. This guy, it's from another planet, the planet of the, I don't know, the planet of the apes. Yes, it's from the planet of the apes. You know, just a ridiculous man in every definition of the word. One would have expected him to return earlier than expected, considering the volume of work that needs to be done in a troubled country like ours. The untold hardship that has been unleashed on our people as a result of his administration's policies. This guy, he will never ever get it. That's just the problem, you know. He will never ever, the penny cannot drop wherever, in a place that the penny is not hanging in the air. It's not equipped to get it. How can it possibly get it? The untold hardship that has been unleashed on our people as a result of his administration's policies is unimaginable, and we need his urgent attention to pilot the nation out of this present situation. Again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, which is just about 8 this is where you know, from the sublime to the ridiculous. You've heard that phrase. This is it being action now, you know, from the sublime to the ridiculous, except of course nothing sublime precedes, just from ridiculous. It's from dumb to dumber, from dumb. It's just the most pedestrianized of logics is what you're about to hear now. It says again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, which is just about 833 nautical miles from Stockholm. What is nautical? This guy and his, you know, it's this sort of phraseology, nautical miles. That it puts you in line of those statistics that I used to quote from China back in those days. In China, they have 312 billion, and then if you take up 3 billion, and then you will see temperature, and don't quote statistics when we know that you are a vacuous. We know we don't have the. We know you don't have the brain function. So I mean, I think this guy misreads the nation to see it from his prism downwards. I don't think he accounts for people like you and I who have functioning brains and some sort of an education, who even buys into all this. Again, since the president, and by the way, it's always the lowest of the rungs that constitute the mass, and it is the person that speaks their language that controls their mind, and it speaks the language of the lower rungs. Again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, which is just about 833 nautical miles from Stockholm, Sweden. Yes, we all know what Stockholm is, but thank you for telling us it's in Sweden. Again, since the president is in Paris and then France, in case wherever you are from, you may not know that Paris is in France. So he tells you for the benefit of your education. Again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, which is just about 833 nautical miles. Nautical miles, so maybe that differentiates from miles as we know them. So he has to tell you it's nautical miles just to infer some sort of intellect at function there. Again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, in case you don't know where Paris is, which is just about 833 nautical miles from Stockholm, if you didn't know, that's in Sweden, one wonders why he did not just attend the 2-day walking visit to Sweden. He could simply have done it on his way back from France with his new powerful jet, which would have taken him a little over 2 hours. So that's how it works, does it? That's how it works. That's about how it works. Right. Is this what? Anyway, let's just. I don't. You know, you would have noticed that for weeks now we've not done any OB related any OB related thing, because even I tire somewhat of just slugging at and flogging the guy is neither of use or ornament. So it doesn't ordain or enhance. And it's for all of these reasons. It is neither of use nor ornament. It doesn't ordain or enhance. You know, and it's costing us more than it gives us, you know, because you flog Obi now, they say you are being tribalistic, but then, of course, necessarily, anytime you you land on an Obi headline, you cannot but ridicule him because he's such a ridiculous guy. Again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, which is just about 833 nautical miles from Stockholm, Sweden, one wonders why he did not just attend the 2-day working visit to Sweden. He could simply just have done it on his way back from France with his new powerful jet, which would have taken him a little over 2 hours. This would have saved time and the very scarce national resources we need critically at this time. Instead, I think he actually composes his tweets by himself. That's just it. I think Peter Obi is too big an entity now, and his words carry too much for him to be uttering those words by himself. You know, I think they are missing a step if they are letting this guy write his tweets by himself. It should not be, because this sort of language just it invites and lends itself to. Why would it not laugh at just the pedestrian low rate, you know, lack of comprehension, you know? So they should not be letting this guy write his tweets anymore. If they want to be tweeting they should do it in the article manner. I think article actually employed somebody to write his tweets. And I think Peter Obi should be getting some. His team should not be letting him write tweets anymore. They should get somebody that functions from the head up to write these tweets. Again, since the president is reportedly in Paris, France, which is just about 833 nautical miles from Stockholm, Sweden, one wonders why he did not just attend the 2-day working visit to Sweden. He could have done it on his way back from France with his new powerful jet, which would have taken him a little over 2 hours. This would have saved time and very scarce national resources we need critically at this time. Instead, he delegated the vice president, who needed to travel 3,055 nautical miles over 9 hours and about 4 times the travel time from Paris, from Abuja Nigeria, to Stockholm, Sweden, to represent him at the event. It would take just about 4 times the time and distance it takes to travel from Paris to Stockholm to travel from Abuja to Stockholm. This does not represent the kind of fiscal responsibility and common sense that is expected of leaders whose people are facing severe hunger and poverty. This guy, I think and so everything just lands on that. It could have just, you know, for all of this long and winding thing, it could have just gone to we cannot continue like this. That's just, you know, that's the sum total of any and everything you will hear from there's no nuance, no intricacies, nothing to unravel, no paradoxical anything, just yam and eggs sort of Mama Buka sort of, I don't know, just ridiculous guy. This does not represent the kind of fiscal responsibility and common sense that is expected of leaders whose people are facing severe hunger and poverty. This is the time to show true and committed leadership to the people by making decisions that prioritizes the well-being of the people and effective management of the nation's scarce resources. I don't think the World Bank is telling us that our resources are scarce, and I don't think the central bank governor is telling us that our resources are scarce, but maybe he knows better than everyone else. This is the time to show true and committed leadership to the people by making decisions that prioritizes the well-being of the people and effective management of the nation's scarce resources in alleviating the sufferings of the people. So that's Peter Obi then in his Yama Din, you know, actually, it forced me now to play this clip. So necessarily I have to play this clip now because this is just the, you know, all of that tweet that I just read you there I want you to listen. I want you to think back on it in this tonality. So think back on everything Peter Obi has said in that tweet in this tonality. So this is how to digest Peter Obi. And what Malcolm?
It's my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people, and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Sumter's meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't.
Mr. Peter Obi.
So there it is. It is the people. Yeah, but it's just an unbelievable guy. Unbelievable guy, but an unbelievable guy to really, you know, these are dark clouds actually surrounding the Nigerian firmament, and I hope they pull through soon enough. 129 million Nigerians live in poverty. This is according to the World Bank. So what is the metric for that poverty, and what's the ASR? The World Bank's Nigeria Development Update report has revealed that over 129 million Nigerians are currently living in poverty, marking a sharp rise from 40.1% in 2018 to 56% in 2024. So nearly 60% of the country actually lives in poverty, according to this report. The report, released on Thursday in Abuja, highlights how inflation and slow economic growth have pushed Nigerians into hardship, with growth proving slow to outpace inflation. Poverty has risen sharply. Since 2018, the share of Nigerians living below the national poverty line is estimated to have risen sharply from 40.1% to 56%, says the World Bank. So what is the metric of measure? The metric of measure will tell us if we should be alarmed or not. According to the report, the economic downturn has been exacerbated by population growth, resulting in 129 million Nigerians living in poverty. This stark increase partly reflects Nigeria's beleaguered growth record. Real GDP per capita has not recovered to the level it was at prior. Let's do that again. This stark increase partly reflects the Nigeria's beleaguered growth record. Real GDP per capita has not recovered to the level it was at prior to the oil price-induced recession in 2016. So the COVID pandemic further compounded the economic decline, with inflation eroding purchasing power across almost all goods and diminishing household income. Growth is failing to outpace inflation. Large increase in prices across almost all goods have diminished purchasing power. The World Bank estimates that in 2023, over 115 million Nigerians were poor, and the number swelled to 129 million in 2024, meaning that 14 million more people have fallen into poverty in the past year. The report attributes this surge to multiple shocks, including inflation, poor economic management, and external factors like flooding and insecurity. Several shocks have contributed to this major increase. The COVID-19 recession, natural disasters such as flooding, growing insecurity, the high cost of the demonetization policy in Q1 2023, high inflation, and low economic growth. So the attributions, the COVID recession, I think that still falls within the purview of the government, because every other country seems to be bouncing back. So why have we not? Natural disasters like flooding, that also falls within the purview of the government, because these are recurring decimals which should have been solved. Growing insecurity falls still within the purview of the government, because that's there for them to tackle. The high cost of the demonetization policy, so I think it's the Naira something. So I'm not quite sure if I agree with that, but that still accounts for inflation, lower purchasing power, which by extension depresses people into poverty. But then there's mitigation there. High inflation and low economic growth. So the inflation is high, but the economic growth is not low. The report also pointed to previous policy missteps as exacerbating poverty levels, particularly inflation, which has eroded the purchasing power of urban households. So I think that's the acid test line right there. So the inflation erodes your purchasing power. You all know what that means. You could buy a pot of meat, for sufficient meat to cook a pot of soup, for 10,000 naira. Now you cannot buy for 40,000 naira, and your income stays the same. So your purchasing power has decreased as a result of inflation, and that inflation consequential to government policies. So it's all about managing the country, and the report card seems to be not even could do. It's not even could do better. It sounds like an F9. The report also pointed to previous policy missteps as exacerbating poverty levels, particularly inflation, which has eroded purchasing power of urban households. It explained previous domestic policy missteps compounded the effects of the shocks, particularly rising inflation, eroding purchasing power, especially of urban households, and pushing many into poverty. In response to the crisis, the Nigerian government has ramped up cash transfer programs to support vulnerable households, but the report emphasized that urban poverty has surged. Whilst poverty remains a rural phenomenon, urban poverty had grown significantly, with 31.3% of urban dwellers now living in poverty, up from 18% in 2018, the report said. So I think this so what accounts, because we've had two sections between 2018, so then we've had the term of Buhari, and then we're now in another term of Tinubu. So it's cascading through. That's quite a chunk of years ago. 2018 is 6 years ago. So what's happened in the interim? What's the progression of it is the thing. So it's not a leap from 18 to 31 now. So what's the progression of it? The report also shed light on the relationship between employment and poverty, stressing that having a job does not guarantee economic stability. Being employed, however, is no guarantee of being able to escape poverty. Many jobs are not productive and therefore are remunerative enough to afford a life beyond poverty. The World Bank warned that more jobs are urgently needed to harness Nigeria's demographic dividend. Jobs hold the key to sharing the proceeds of growth. Since Nigeria has a young and growing population, the job that can harness the country's potential demographic dividend are needed now. Meanwhile, World Bank's country director for Nigeria, Something Diop, urged the government to stay the course with the reforms agenda, warning that reversing them will spell the disaster for the country. Reversing these reforms will be detrimental and will spell doom for Nigeria, Diop said. adding that whilst the reforms are tough, they are essential for stabilizing the economy. So that's the yin and yang of it. 129 million Nigerians now live in poverty. So that's the heavy news that we're carrying through. Insecurity, Northern Elders hailed Tinubu's approach. So that is one space that unequivocally the government is recording some sort of a success. The Northern Elders Progressive Group has commended President Bola Tinubu's bold approach to tackling insecurity in northern Nigeria, praising his Fasan Yama strategy for yielding significant positive results. In a statement issued in Kaduna on Thursday, Chairman of the Arewa Elders Progressive Group in northern Nigeria, Mustafa Dusin Ma, applauded Tinubu's decision to take the fight to the bandits' hideouts, describing it as a major achievement in the quest for peace and security. According to the Northern Elders, President Tinubu's aggressive approach, which involves using military force to crush bandits without mercy, have shown promising results. The group cited the recent visit of the Minister of State for Defense, Mohammed Matawale, to the epicenter of banditry in Sokoto State as testament to the president's bravery and commitment. We are convinced with great joy that the federal government under President Bola Tinubu is ready to approach the issue of insecurity aggressively, taking the bull by the horns to destroy bandits' enclaves, reaching them in their places without mercy, the group stated. And that is going on, by the way. Even the most ardent obedient cannot deny that. The Northern Elders expressed confidence in Tinubu's ability to tackle the issue head-on, urging Northern governors to collaborate with the federal government to achieve lasting success in the fight against banditry. The group specifically praised the governors of Sokoto, Ahmed Aliyu, for bringing federal might to bear against the challenges, describing his efforts as commendable. The Northern Elders assured Tinubu of their fatherly role of advising, support, and goodwill to achieve his objectives of ensuring peace, unity, and cohesion for all Nigerians. The group also commended Minister Bello Matawale, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, and gallant soldiers for their sacrifices in bringing peace and security to areas previously uninhabitable due to insecurity. The Northern Elders advised the president to extend the gesture of on-the-spot visits by the Minister of State for Defense and the military commanders to other neglected states in the region to boost morale and military operations. So that seems like a pat on the back for Tinubu from the Abokis. A pat on the back for Tinubu from the Abokis. A pat on the back for Tinubu for the Abokis. I think, is that the last one? That may well be the last one. So that is the last. Let me bring you this one as the last one. Still with the World Bank. World Bank lists four ways Tinubu can cut cost of governance. So I think Tinubu should cut cost of governance just for the optics of it, because this seems to be what jars people the most, what they see as excesses in governance as opposed to the life of rank poverty by the populace. So yes, recommendations from the World Bank. So recommendations from the World Bank. All right. Let me play you the clips we've got, and I will see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Let me play you the clips that we do have. All right. Let's kick it off with this guy. So we've been going to this guy a lot. Let's see what he has to say now. I think he's speaking to some commentaries being run by some guy. Let me play you it, and then we'll give opinions afterwards.
All you need to do is that we have the crude. We are not importing crude. If we are serious, all you can do is that tell this the refinery, instead of which crude is selling abroad for $80, yes, we will sell to you here for $20. But you will say, yes, it's our own. Mm-hmm.
From a layman's point of view, the idea is not too bad. However, it will be very terrible if any government is foolish enough to listen to him. And I'll give you 3 reasons why. The first problem is cost of production. So he said that Nigeria can sell to the world at $70 per barrel, but sell to local refineries at $20 per barrel. Well, it costs Nigeria $48 to produce 1 barrel of crude oil. I don't need to explain to you why that is a bad idea. You produce something for 48 and sell it for 20. Nigeria has one of the highest cost of production in the world. Saudi Arabia, it costs them about $10 to $12 to produce a barrel of crude. Most countries in the Middle East cost them about $20-something to produce a barrel. Nigeria is $48 per barrel. Secondly, let's say Nigeria decides to sell it at cost. So it costs us $48, we sell it to local refineries at $48. Here's what's going to happen. You know, when you want to import your cars from the US or buy goods from China, you need dollars to carry out those transactions, right? Where do you think the banks get the dollars they give you from? They get it from trade. And what is the major thing Nigeria trades? Crude oil. So if Nigeria is selling our crude oil locally at cost, you're going to severely impact the dollars that will be available in Nigeria. And what do you think is going to happen to the Naira when dollars gets scarcer than it is today? Or more scarce than it is today? Next, you might say, we are not giving everything to local refineries. Let us sell some and still keep some for the local refineries. And I'll bring another problem. Nigeria currently produces or struggles to produce 1.5 million barrels of crude oil every day. Out of that 1.5 million barrels, not everything belongs to Nigeria. What ours is just probably 60%. Let's call it 700,000 barrels. Out of that 700,000 barrels, we have some mortgage with various loans. So let's even say Nigeria has up to 500,000 barrels of oil every day. How many should they give to local refineries at cost? And how many can they sell for us to earn sufficient dollars for our transaction and hold the value of the Naira? Finally, there's something Sanusi said. He said, whenever you fix the price of a commodity below equilibrium, you create a black market. What does that simply mean? If by magic, Nigeria has 400,000 barrels to give local refineries and gives it to them at cost or at a subsidized rate, what's going to happen is that those refineries, 400,000 barrels, they will refine only 200,000 barrels for the Nigerian market and find a way to smuggle another 200,000 barrels and make maximum profit on it. Now, it is not good, but that is business. You might say government should set up agencies to monitor them and stuff like that. Man, if I'm making billions of naira in a transaction, I will bribe every bloody person in every government agency. All of us will make money. That is humans for you. So what is the solution to our problem? Like I said at the beginning, first thing can be to address why it costs us so much to produce 1 barrel of crude. Because if we're making more profit per crude, we're going to earn more money and we're in a better situation. Another thing is to increase our production. 1.5 million barrels is too poor for a country like Nigeria. We have 33 billion barrels under the ground, proven oil reserves. We need to bring out more of that oil from the ground. Now, there are problems or there are reasons why we're not able to bring it out, but those are the things that we should address. Now, if we're able to extract more oil from the ground, most of our problems are going to be solved. 3 million, 4 million barrels will be enough to solve.
All right, there's very little that guy ever says that I find reasons to disagree with. So let's just ignore the nonsense that he was reacting to in the first phase of it. But in the latter phase, it spoke to two things. The quantity we're extracting and the cost that we're extracting it at. So those are two spaces that the government can take on quite easily. You know, so firstly, the cost, why should it cost us that much with technology? Why is it not costing everybody else that much? So a lot of it will be to do with the terrain, which is not necessarily a problem that can be tackled, but a lot of it also to do with insecurity in that space, the Niger Delta area. So maybe they should just militarize the whole of the oil space or just clear the indigenes out and relocate them somewhere else, compensate them and move them out of that space for reasons of national interest. And then that cost of production, it must be brought down. I cannot believe that cost of production is real. I think somebody is gaming us somewhere. And always, there's always somebody gaming us somewhere. So somebody's gaming us somewhere. So this guy now, he now not satiated with being famous or already on television. He's seen how Seun Okinbalo is doing on YouTube. And he's coming out with his own new inflection. He's taking his fine boy from the mainstream to the alternative space. Here is this guy now. I think we are playing him now for the second time. He's talking some gibberish. He's trying to pretend like he knows what he's talking about. but he just wants to flash up on social media.
Imagine getting to the site of one of your major construction projects and you realize that there is nobody in sight. Well, that is how a lot of people are viewing the situation at the presidential villa, where President Bola Tinubu and his vice Kashim Shettima are both not on seat. Well, the president is in France now. He was first in the UK for his annual leave, while Vice President Kashim Shettima just jetted out to Sweden. Well, the presidency says there is no cause for alarm, that work is still ongoing, and this has happened before. By the way, thankfully, the ones here are working, as you can see. But back to the Nigerian situation. Now, the question is that really the case? Because when you go to the House of Reps, for example, you hear the representatives crying out and asking, when will the 2025 budget be presented? This is October, just 2 months plus before the end of the year. But more importantly is the fact that we have a law, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, that stipulates that the MTEF, that's a medium-term expenditure framework, must be presented 4 months before the start of the new financial year. Now, what is MTEF? Well, it's quite simple. It's some sort of projection of your revenues and expenditure for the next 3 years, which is how you then create your budgets under those projections. So if you don't have the MTEF, clearly it'll be tough to have the budget. So this says a lot about the planning of this government. In fact, the reps have gone as far as saying if the budget is not presented on time, they might reject it. So would we have a budget? We'll wait to find out, particularly because last year the budget was presented in November, late November, I should say. But also equally important is what will be in that budget. Will there be a return of subsidy, saying the price of petrol? Will the right percentages be given to education, health, and other important sectors? Now, those are big questions as well, but we'll wait to find out, and we hope that work is really ongoing. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, Olga.
All right, so that's guy. I didn't even understand half of what he was saying. I suspect he may have understood less than I did of what he was saying. Just gobble the gook and brew ha ha. Just gobble the gook and brew ha ha. But that guy, he always freaks me out. That guy, I don't even know his name. I know he's one of the anchors on Channels Television, but he always freaks me out. So, and what freaks me out about him is everything about him freaks me out. You know, he looks, he's a good-looking guy. So I'm not disparaging, but he looks out of proportion as a specimen. His head seems somewhat excessively big. So that's one. And then his voice belies his tiny little frame. That's two. But for all of the years that I've been seeing him on television, he doesn't, it seems to have aged one little bit, and that's what freaks me out the most. For all of the years I've been seeing him on television, it doesn't seem to have aged one little bit. It just still looks like a schoolboy that you want to give money for lunch, give him a school bag, and send him on his merry way and tell him to behave. You know, it looks like somebody you want to sell to go and send to go and buy you a cigar. You know, that's the thing. But it's the way it doesn't age. You know, there's this play. Is it a novel or a play? But there's this book by an Irish author called Oscar Wilde, and the book is called The Portrait of Dorian Gray. You know, so it reminds me of essentially the theme of that book. If you know it, you know it. It's somewhat of a Dorian Gray sort of a figure. You know, let me just so the Portrait of Dorian Gray, Oscar Wilde. Essentially, this guy called Dorian Gray. This is back in the 18th century thereabouts. He commissioned somebody to paint a portrait of himself, and then the portrait looked so realistic. And so he was so freaked out, he went and hid that portrait in his attic. And the years went on and the years went on, but this guy never aged one bit. For 10, 20, 30, 40 years, everybody that he knew in his circle, they aged and died off, and this guy stayed exactly that age until he went to look at that picture again, and then things took a different turn. So it reminds me very much of like a Dorian Gray figure. It freaks me out. That fella freaks me out. It freaks me out, that fella. So now this next clip. This is pointing in the direction of people like Kekene and his co-travelers. The howlers at the moon. So everything changes but remains the same. We've used that phraseology more than once on this platform. Everything changes but remains the same. So everything changes but remains the same. And we have now Gani Fawemi telling us exactly that with examples. Everything changes but remains the same.
Between 1999 and 2003, the price of rice have increased by 150%. Palm oil, 1 liter, which used to sell for 30 naira, has risen to 150 naira. I've given you the basic food that the ordinary man takes, the fried plantain, that has risen from 10 naira to 50 naira. Again, take the maize, which is used particularly in this part of the country, it has risen 165%. The basic food like beans had risen 133%, and yam had risen from 60 naira, 50 naira in 1999 to 180 naira per kilo in 2003. And they are crying every part of Nigeria. They are crying every part of Nigeria that is there any government in this country? The answer to most people in this country today is there is no governance of our country to give us food.
So that was 1999. Everything changes but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. But there's progression somewhat being made in this now next clip in the direction that this next clip broadly speaks to. But as ever, anything progressive in Nigeria is always being stymied by Nigerians. So it's always been cut short, stagnated, stunted by Nigerians. So anything that looks like progress, Nigerians always know how to destroy it. And this now next clip, it speaks to this. So this is a new and successful initiative, one of the, I should say, new and successful initiatives by the administration in situation, but look how Nigerians are trying to destroy it.
It is unfortunate, the incident that had happened, and we commiserate with those that were injured and impacted by the incident. And luckily, there were no fatalities. There are 3 injuries, 2 are serious, and 1 has been discharged out of hospital. And we are monitoring closely the development in that regard, and we wish them quick and speedy recovery. Now, Benin, as you rightly observed, was the pilot case for CNG in Nigeria. In 2012, about 12 years ago, the first 5 pilot CNG stations were commissioned in Benin, in Edo State. And they have been operating quite without any incident until now. You will agree with me that in the last 1 year, since the presidential CNG initiative was flagged up by the president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a lot of activities have been going on in the sector. And at the pace at which those developments were happening, you will expect some unscrupulous elements to want to take advantage of the growing interest in that sector to do some things that are outside the scope of the regulation. And preliminary reports from the incident showed that the cylinder that exploded was locally, fabricated, which is an illegality, and the police and the regulatory agencies are taking up on that. But by and large, the presidential CNG initiative has a robust regulatory framework where all the regulatory bodies that are involved in the CNG ecosystem, in the CNG value chain, sit and monitor on a real-time, day-to-day basis all the regulatory concerns from the kits and the cylinders. They are manufacturing those that are manufactured in country and those that are imported. And then the conversion centers are also under regulatory purview of NADDC, Nigerian Automotive Design and Development Council. The Standard Organization of Nigeria is responsible for standards of manufacturing. Right. And well,
so there it is right there. So a lot of you, some of you may have or may not have heard that there was an explosion somewhere in Edo State. This CNG thing, somebody attempted to fill his tank and it exploded at the filling station. And of course, the howlers at the moon, they immediately latched onto that to start to screech and squeal that the policy had failed. But then as you are hearing the explanation then, rather than go to an approved and an expert kit installation space, this rascal, this guy man from Edo State, he went to his local welder and then just told him to weld him a tank. You know, this is what they've reduced it to now. So this is what Nigerians are. So this rascal from Edo State somewhere, he's gone to his local welder to weld him a tank, and then he attempted to fill that tank, and of course it exploded. So that was what happened. But then they won't let that come in the way. They won't tell you that. They will only tell you that a CNG conversion exploded. But you know, so here we try and document as much of the facts as we can. But the naysayers, they will always overrun us. So still talking about how Nigeria conspired to halt and prevent the progression of that country. This is a battle between two heavyweights. So listen to this battle, and then you tell me who has the right or who has the wrong.
Let's go straight to Ambody versus Amaechi's issue now, where Amaechi is now perhaps confessing, berating Ambody as to the reason why there was a delay in the Blue Railroad. You recall that the Blue Railroad did not really start, now it started a while ago. So the former Minister of Transportation stated that he was angry with former Governor of Lagos State, Ambody, over the way he handled the Metro Line project, especially the Blue Line one. He spoke during the International Transportation Summit in Lagos, organized by the Transportation Correspondents Association of Nigeria, with the theme International Transport Prospects and Challenges. Now, quoting him what he said, he recalled rather that there was a monorail project in Rivers State before the Lagos State government started projects. He recalled also that the federal government had allowed the Lagos State government to make use of the Nigerian Railway Corporation NRC track for the Red Line, but the governor didn't take the project seriously. Right? So Amaechi, however, commended the present administration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for taking up the rail project seriously and inaugurating it. He said that there was a monorail in Rivers State, but in all honesty, Lagos State has done well in rail transportation. The place I nearly got angry was when Ambody almost gave up the Blue Line. I tried to get Ambody. I tried through the vice president. I reported him to the president until the new governor came. I said, listen to me. There is the line is about to close. There is a line the Ministry of Transport would give you based on our agreement. Ambody had told me as if they were not interested in this Blue Rail after all. So he said they were to reconstruct a new track, not the one given to them. I said, no, don't construct. Use the federal government's corridor. There is not enough train movement. Buy your own coaches and run on our tracks. Bottom line, he made it seem like that Blue Rail, which ought to have been taken serious by Ambody, wasn't taken seriously. Do you think that this perhaps was one of the reasons why the now sitting president, and it was said that the now president was perhaps not very happy with Ambody and asked that he that he perhaps does not continue if that allegation is anything to go by?
Precious.
Sir?
If you were to know the true story of Ambody when he was Lagos State governor, you will pity.
But why would he not take such a project seriously?
You will pity that man. Forget that. Look, leave that thing. Forget about what anybody is telling you. Ambody was literally in bondage when he was Lagos.
So is that why? Could that be the reason? Is that enough reason why he would neglect such a laudable project, which the project that Sanwo-Olu is taking glory for because he took it seriously and completed it?
I said, leave
that. Governor Sanwo-Olu, please, I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Leave that thing. Precious.
Why should we ignore it, sir?
Who wouldn't want to do something that will outlive him?
So what do you think the problem was?
If Ambody was given the free will to do what he wanted to do, he would have outperformed everybody in Lagos State. I'm telling you, all the governors, Ambody was ready to outperform them. But some people got jealous and envious and wanted to stop him.
But Barrister Darlington, remember this monorail is about the same thing we have in River State that started, I think, somewhere opposite Government House in River State and stopped at TUC at UTC bus stop. And it's in fact the only thing we have at the pillars till today. We didn't have it complete. So it wasn't.
So there it is right there. Apparently, it was even Ambody that was somewhat standing in the way of the progression of the Lagos rail network, according to that clip. So just a few more clips, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for a conversation. Just a few more clips. let me. Oh, right. Let me play you this one. Actually, this is the longest one. So let me play you this one, and then the rest are about 2 minutes thereabout. So this one about 6 minutes. This is justifying the justifying the unjustifiable.
When some of your colleagues are getting 140 million naira worth of vehicle, when their constituents are suffering.
No. Don't you think you just hear all these rumors? Some of them
are not rumors. We see them riding in.
No. Have you seen
the
me
National
riding?
Assembly. I mean, if you say you're a billionaire,
I don't say I'm a billionaire. I say I'm a businessman.
Yeah, if you say you're a businessman, you have the wherewithal to buy it. But even if you do, should you get 140 million naira vehicle?
No, Sean, let me tell
when your people are suffering?
Let me be honest with you. I'm in the Senate, and a lot of things are said about the senators, and I sit there quietly and watch. And most of these things are not true.
Like getting vehicles?
Yes, of course, they're not true.
You mean that senators have not gotten vehicles? Is that what you're saying?
Some senators were given aid to buy vehicles and upgraded it with their own, those that can afford it. It's not every senator.
You didn't get a vehicle?
No, what will I do with
the official vehicle?
What will I do?
The Land Cruiser?
There's nothing like official vehicle. They buy vehicles to the committees.
Individual senators have been
this is why I'm telling you, you are part of this rumor carried. Senators are giving committee vehicles.
So did you get a vehicle, Senator?
No. That is not the issue. Did my committee get a vehicle? The answer is yes.
But you chair a committee, don't you?
I chair a committee.
So you got a vehicle?
The vehicle is for committee work. It's not for me.
But it's the official vehicle.
No,
you
it's not
don't
true.
You?
It's not true. Well, anybody in the committee can use this vehicle. So Nigerian people, let me tell you, we are elected people. There are many people that are appointed. They use 5, 6 vehicles. Nobody talks about it. But the legislators are doing they're doing a lot to see that Nigerian people are carried along, because we're the only elected people in our constituencies. If somebody is sick, he will come to us. If somebody's child is not going to school, they will come for school fees. If anything happens to any constituent, they come to you. So the way they looked down on legislators are things I cannot believe.
I mean, I think there is a mix-up here. Maybe you, Senator, you are not privy to some of. Maybe you, because you are a big man, you do not get some of these vehicles.
It's not true.
But you need to recheck your records.
I will recheck and come back to you.
Please, sir.
So if you can, I will recheck.
Because
I'm a senior member. Let me tell you, I'm a senior member of the
Maybe that's
Senate.
why you don't need. You have this chain of vehicles in your compound, and you do not need them. But there are facts under the fact that lawmakers get vehicles. Some of these vehicles amount to about 140 million naira a unit of those vehicles.
All I know, the committees get vehicles. No lawmaker is owner of any vehicle.
You may not be factual like
I don't know.
You probably need to check.
Maybe you should exchange.
Because we've had this.
I should become this.
I
should become this
I've
way. I've
spoken to your colleague who is in charge.
Yeah.
About this same vehicle. And they never said that they did not get vehicle.
No. Did I say they did not get vehicle?
You are saying that it's for committees.
Belongs to the committee.
But we do know that each lawmaker is proportioned. There are those who will say, give us the money, we'll purchase. There are those,
true.
They're giving the options.
It's not true.
There are a lot of things that you are probably not aware of, Senator.
They are giving committee vehicles. Maybe you can leave that part of your agreement, because I have to go for more knowledge. But I'm telling you, and you are telling me you have my colleague who is in charge of it. No, none of my colleagues should not tell you, or should tell you that this vehicle do not belong to committee.
So the question here, and where I'm driving at, is the vehicle is just one part of it. Is how the political class live large at the expense of the average person. When the average person in the society cannot feed, fuel prices have gone up, and they're looking to you, those of you who promised them good life, who went to them in the constituency, who said APC is the best thing that's happened to Nigeria and you should vote for APC. And now you go to the National Assembly and they hear this amount of money that you take home as wages and salaries and emolument, and they wonder Why are these people behaving this way? You're not reflecting the average person that you are representing.
No. Sure, it depends. I'm doing my duty as a legislator in my constituency. I can never fail in my duty. And I'm sure that most senators are doing their duties in their constituencies. I can never fail in Abia non-senatorial district.
The question is, at what expense? That you are getting so much.
Getting what? From where?
You don't think that the livelihood and what it costs Nigeria to fund the lives of those who are in government is too
sure. If you have told me, I will bring you the statement of my account from the Senate.
How much do you earn as a salary senator?
I earn 14 million for everything.
In a year or per month?
In a month.
In a month.
Yeah, but everything compulsory.
In your salary?
My salary, the overhead, the worker salary, everybody. So
you don't think that is enormous?
No, it's not.
Head. You're not the only one.
No. Let me be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Do you know this money I have to buy fuel? I have to travel to my constituency. I have to maintain constituency office. I have to sit in the constituency. It's not enough.
If you have told me, as a two-term governor,
yes,
Senator,
yes,
you don't think cost of government?
All right. So I wanted that to play to the end because there was one thing he said at the end that traditionally you recall from it, but then when you look at the numbers, then you may not recall from it so sharply. So now it's telling Seun there that the totality of his package is 14 million naira a month. That's what he gets paid. So 14 million naira, and out of that 14 million naira, he runs his office one. So the secretary, the driver, the PA, the whatever, that comes out of that. Running his constituency comes out of that. The people who run to their senators with their localized problems, that comes out of that too. So you may, and his salary comes out of that as well. So if you look at what that 40 million covers as a package, then you may conclude that it's not as excessive as we imagine it to be, because you buckle when you hear 14 million naira a month, but then when he breaks it down to what that 40 million naira is for, it may not be as excessive as you probably thought in the first instance. So may not be as expensive. But now this next clip also speaks to a senator. But now this is the yang to the yin of that explanation that I just gave. This is that sex shop senator, Senator Abu, and still staying with that 14 million naira per month salary. So this is what 14 million per month salary gets you. Let me remove this banner. It looks as though nobody is super chatting. So let me remove that so that you can see the fullness of it. So this is what 14 million naira per month gets you. So this is not even a senior senator or a senator of any real importance. It's just a jobbing senator. The only thing that made this guy famous was him beating up a girl in a sex shop. So this is what 14 million a month salary gets you as a Nigerian senator. This is the life that they live.
Sarki wanda abin da ke allocation mishi a ba nashi hakimai suna karɓar 1 million sai a ba su responsibility so kayan nan sata a masarauta kidnapper a masarauta ɗin nan ba zan bari ba sosai.
So there it is right there. So that's the life that they live. So that is the life that they live. So I'll play you this last clip and then I'll send the link, see if anybody wants to come in. I've simply named this, I've titled this this last clip as shocking. And you'll see why in a moment. Let me play you it. I've titled this last clip as shocking. Yeah, so that tells you exactly what you say. That's just some random community in Yoruba land, just for a caterpillar coming to grade some road. It's cause for celebration. This is things that we shouldn't even be noticing anymore. It should be a matter of course, but things are that bad that they bring out the drums just for a caterpillar to come and grade a road. So that's where we are still as a nation. And by the way, this is 2024 for the top 30 richest economy on the planet. So there it is right there. Let me play you these last two clips. Somebody just sent it in at the last moment. I'm not quite sure what the content is, but I'll play you it, and then subsequently the Kegite music. I'll send the link into the comment section if anybody wants to come in, and then we'll take it from there. So these two clips, I'm not running any commentaries on it because I haven't watched it, but somebody sent it in, so we'll just watch it.
We visited His Excellency this afternoon on just one meeting agenda, specifically on the new minimum wage has been approved by the federal government of Nigeria. But when we appeared there, we know the kind of man we have as the governor of Rivers State. He's a man that loves his people. He's a man that has placed Rivers State first above every other interest. He's a man that grew through the rank and file of the system. He knows what salary is, and he has demonstrated it this afternoon. I must tell you that our heart is full of joy. When we came, we didn't come with surprise. We know him. We know his capacity. We know he's not that kind of person that will say A and do B. Today, His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, our own member of the civil service, have pronounced.
Yes. He has not just approved. He has pronounced a figure that is higher than the national minimum wage. He pronounced a sum of 85,000 naira, which is higher than the minimum wage that was prescribed nationally. So as the head of service and a major stakeholder in the labor family, I'm very happy that the Rivers State civil servants have never had it this good since the inception of this state. And that is why we are very happy today. The labor union leaders and all the other major stakeholders were happy with this development. Worked out by the committee that I am going to be the deputy to the SSG. We're already going to work out a technical committee that will now get the nitty-gritties of the payment. We will inform you of that later on.
So they're getting to the nitty-gritty of the payment. So that's Fubara trying to match Sanwo-Olu somewhat. We'll see how far that goes. If he wants to do Taka money for money with Lagos State, I think he'll go broke soon enough. We'll play the Kegite music, and I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, you have to come join. First, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. mẹ́kọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, it's a death have nothing to do with us. Some of them have been here so long. I wonder if they're still here. Brown Berry, he's been here for a good while. Good to see you, Brown Berry. Ekene is here. Good to see you, Ekene. Probably almost certainly asleep. There's Thomas right there, the general. Baba joins us as well. So there's Baba. So good to have you, gentlemen. Hopefully everybody is alert and ready to go. So let's kick it off with Ekene. See if it's still there. Ekene. I think you would because usually you come here to sleep now, so maybe we should be invoicing your hotel bills. Maybe we were supposed to send the hotel bill, so we go call you again. We go just hear snoring. But you're awake today.
Yeah.
How about dinner?
About it is cyclone.
It's good. Nobody there, but it's supposed to for if you only a single man should be saying body day inside clothes. So you still but they're not supposed to inside clothes now. But no, yes. What are you looking at in the news today? So this one especially struck me. The National Mosque in Abuja appointing an Igbo man as the imam. Is that making news where you are? Have you heard of that?
I only saw it on Twitter space. Every man has right to his own religion, so I don't think I have any issue with him being appointed as a man for the National Mosque. So maybe
but
that's
a
reward.
What percentage of Southeasterners are Muslims? Would you wouldn't know, but guess at it. What percentage of the Southeasterners you imagine would be Muslims?
I have not even seen any. The only place I saw Muslim in the Southeast is there is a place they call Rojeni Stadium in my village. It's a very big tourist environment. So in that place,
have you ever seen a mosque in the Southeast? Have you ever seen a mosque?
That's the only place I've seen a mosque, and that was built by that man inside the stadium. He has a chapel there. He has a shrine there, and he also has a mosque. So, and Muslims, most of the Abokis that live around used to come inside that place to observe their prayers. So that's the only place I've seen a mosque in my area. So I'm not seeing any again. Only that place.
What do you think? What do you think they are playing at? Appointing an Igbo man. You know that's the most prestigious mosque in Nigeria, the National Mosque in Abuja. What do you think they are playing at? Appointing an Igbo man as the imam.
I don't see anything they are playing there. The only thing that I know, like one guy that tweeted, is that through him a lot of Igbos will be converted to Muslim. So I know
that will never happen now. That will never happen. Even to convert to Anglican is a fight. Never mind to. Most
so
they are Catholics now. Most Igbos, are they not?
Yeah, most Igbos are. Catholic is the biggest religious organization in the East, followed by Anglican.
You're a Catholic,
even before. No, I'm a Pentecostal.
Oh, right, okay. Are you Olumba? Are you sound like Olumba? Are you Olumba?
I'm not Olumba. Forget it. Well, religion is a thing of personal decision. So I don't think it's something that needs to be interrogated in the life of a man. So if a man chooses to serve his own God in a particular way, just leave him with that. So my own says, let your light so shine before men. So if your light is able to shine before men and people see your good works, that's what I think.
I think this is a political move to appoint an Igbo man as an imam. You know, he'll be leading Muslims, northern Muslims in prayers, because the congregation, or I hope they call them congregation in that particular faith, the congregation will be largely northern Muslims, because Abuja, to all intents, is a northern space. So an Igbo man will be leading northern Muslims in prayer. Do you think can you imagine that? I
imagine that one man. How in a mosque where you know that maybe 98% of that population will be northerners, so he will be the only Igbo man standing, not even.
Thank you. In the whole of that congregation, he will be the only Igbo man there, and he will be the one leading them in prayer. Can you imagine that? It's unbelievable.
That is it.
Maybe there's still hope for that country after. Maybe there's still hope. Eh?
But the only thing I like about Muslim is that just as this man is now, this being their member now or their imam, they will respect him so much. Igbos and Muslims in their organization are not like the way I've seen them. Even they regard just like somebody from Igbo side being a Muslim now. Northerners respect that person so much. You understand? So you know they regard that their religion is so much.
Because of the novelty of it, Abi, because it's such a novel idea.
Yeah, I don't know what. That's you see. An Anglican for position, or a Pentecostal fighting an Anglican for a position or something. You know, there are a lot of competition in all these Pentecostal and all this Christian religion and all that, but I don't see much of that in when somebody is a Muslim compared to the other Muslims.
There's a lot of it though. Have you not heard of the Shiites and the Sunnis?
I don't know, but I will not speak much on that. It is decision.
I see it as a positive news. I see it as a political thing because I cannot see anything that lands him in that position other than politics. But still, for national cohesion, religious inclusivity, and all of that, I see it as a positive, very, very much a positive move. So very much a positive move. Go on. Again? Wait till happen. Then don't catch
whatever it is, whether
is your connection not connecting? Look at this guy. You and your cheap phone. No, you they claim Alaba big boy. You don't even feel buy phone with it carry you. Are you there?
One man. Yeah, I'm there. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
You know, sometimes network is bad this night, honestly speaking. But
is it raining? Is it raining? Is it raining?
It's not raining, but since yesterday, no, not raining. But network is somehow bad today. Talking about the state governors are increasing their minimum wage more than federal
the national minimum wage.
Agreed wage. Kudos to them, and they are doing well. You know, Lagos State and River State, I think they are one of the richest states in Nigeria.
Yes, so, they are the only two. They are the only two states that have the budget to do that. Are they not?
They have the budget to do that, and even at that, that's still enough. That is still not enough to match with the current purchasing power of the people. But well, I will not downplay their good work. So I will only encourage them to do more, so that Nigerians will get to the level where they can match up with the kind of inflation or poverty level that is degrading the life of the people today. So, but still not enough, but more is still expected. Maybe in few years' time, when we...
You know, I will always insist on the argument that it's not so much increasing the wages of the people. It's improving the purchasing power of the money. You know, that's really where the solution is. Not you can pay them however much if the inflation continues to spiral out of control, then they should improve the purchasing power of the naira so that minimum. Yeah, that's really where the solution is.
That is the major issue. And when you see the data released by the World Bank talking about 129 million people living in poverty, and that is the major cause of it today. There is no two ways about it. Many Nigerians, as of today, cannot afford what they used to afford before. If you manage to get yourself a square meal today, then just be thankful to God and wait for tomorrow again. So that is the situation of Nigerians today. So we are not talking about balance diet. It's just to make sure that oil enter your belly. That's how it is today in Nigeria for many people, many families, especially large families. I think if Nigerians know that this will be the condition of the country today, many people will not go into marriage or even having more than 2 or 3 kids. Because this new generation marriage no longer think about kids anymore, the way they used to think before. So this kind of the economic situation of Nigeria has really been changing the mindset of a lot of family now. When you see somebody, a wife getting pregnant, it's like the man is shivering. Why should you? He will even be fighting the wife. Why should you get pregnant? Don't you know that the economy is bad?
Why should she get pregnant? You don't know he doesn't know the consequences of his action. Eh?
That is it. I've seen it in many places.
Is it immaculate conception, Abi?
I don't know. But many people don't care about that pregnancy anymore. You know, that those days they say now.
But they you know, they say the population is ballooning. You know, part of the reasons are due for this 120 million in poverty is a ballooning population with the economy not keeping traction of that, keeping in lockstep with that. So the people are growing faster. The population is growing faster than the growth of the economy. That's really one of the key reasons that World Bank deals.
The problem is that where our government is lacking is that as the population is growing, they are not growing productivity. So our productivity is even shrinking. So when your productivity, we are supposed to be, after all, how many are we? 200 million, we have more, other countries, China, India, a lot of them, higher than our population. So 200 million is not too much, and we have the capacity to grow our productivity in every sector. Talk of agriculture, talk of oil. It's just that we are not exploring, and we have leaders that lack that thinking cap to grow productivity. So for me, increase in population is not bad. It should be a thing of joy, because increase in population will help you harness your productivity if you critically invest in those areas that will make your citizens look more productive. So population is not a problem. It's a blessing, the way I see it. But because we have leaders that lack thinking, they think increase in population is a problem. These are machines. These are human machines that you got to train. Some export abroad, some used here in Nigeria for more productivity. You think about, let's say in the area of nursing, Nigeria is doing well, and we have a lot of them abroad doing well. So if that area is being harnessed, invested in, by the government, we have more nurses. But today, in our hospitals, we have the population, but we don't have the nurses. We don't have the doctors. We have the population, but we don't have the doctors. So it's the lack of productive leaders that is putting us in this mess. If we have leaders that can develop our talent, build our human capitals and all that, then you know that all these things are nothing.
I don't think it's the lack of our human capital. I think it's the lack of retention of human capital. So because we are building a lot of doctors and nurses and engineers and accountants and bankers. There's no shortage of them streaming out of all of the tertiary institutions, but they stream out of the tertiary institutions and head straight to an airport. So that's really where the problem is. That's still the problem. My doctor where I live in Kent is a Nigerian, is a Yoruba man. And when I used to live in Plumstead, my doctor was a Yoruba man. When I used to live in Hendon, my doctor, she was Jewish actually, but 80% of the doctors that I've had wherever I've lived in the UK, they've always been Nigerians.
Yeah, that's
Ekene, good evening, everyone. Yeah. One man, my current doctor now is a Yoruba man. He's even Dr. Ayo. My current doctor,
my own doctor is Wale. His name is Wale, and he owns
in that hospital. One man, in that hospital, we have 4 Nigerian doctors, 2 Igbo, 2 Yoruba. Currently, that's my GP. Yeah, good.
So that is to show you how intelligent Nigerians are when they are not in an environment that stifle their talent. That's to show you how intelligent they are.
No, we know that. But the point I was making was that it's not so much the human capital development, but the environment to retain those developed human capitals.
That is still the problem. Because when you see all these doctors where they work, maybe where you are, the kind of equipment being given to them, the environment they operate on, then you just oppose it or you bring it down to our health sector. The kind of equipment. Do we even have equipment in our health sector?
We
but
do.
You know,
we have some fantastic. They do. You know.
I don't know. But unless all these private hospitals, most of our hospitals don't have any. So it's just that your work should make looks good when you have all the equipment. You explore your talent. You do what you are supposed to do with joy. You don't even mind. You enjoy what you are doing. But here, most of the time, even in banks itself, all these commercial banks, so your AC will spoil. You write letters, you wait for months before you get a replacement for it. I don't think it happens other places. So, one man is a very difficult situation. We'll continue to pray that our government understand our problem, which is productivity in every area, and explore more on it. So let's see how their 2025 budget would look like. The 2024 budget, I don't think it yielded any result. So, but 129 million people living in poverty. How many is remaining? I just pray that it will not get to my turn. So
you know, they said it's 56% of the population. But they didn't quite land us on what metric they used to arrive at that poverty level, because usually they give a dollar value to it, but they said the 56% lives in.
Ekene, please, can we just question this data?
That's what I'm saying. How did they arrive at it? Yeah.
Yes, how do they arrive at that? Even Nigerians, we don't even know our population. Are you not thinking about that? Nigerians, Kene, hold on. Nigerians, currently we don't know our population, but someone outside Nigeria is telling us our poverty index. How do they arrive at that? How? I just want to know how. I'm not disputing the number, but they should tell us how do they arrive at that. That's my question. Thank you.
That's still my question too, because we don't keep.
Well,
We don't keep.
well,
Hold
well,
on, let Zita come in. Hold on, let Zita come in. Yeah, Zita, you want to come in? Zita.
Woman, how na dey?
We do, but you are querying how they came, how they arrived at. Let me actually put the headline up. You are querying how they arrived at that 129 million Nigerians.
Yes.
No, it's not the numbers; it's the statistics. So they are going by
That is what
our.
I am saying. They've been putting out shenanigans about Nigeria, and on several occasions I have said, please, you guys should not get me wrong. I'm not saying that some Nigerians are not in abject poverty. Please, that's not what I'm saying. I want to correct this fact before some people will start attacking me. What I am saying is putting out statistics. How did they come up with that? That's just my question. Because in Nigeria, we don't keep records. Number one, there are yardsticks you use to measure such statistics. We don't even do that in Nigeria in the first place, to be able to record who is poor, who is rich, who is gaining a little more money, and who is losing more money. So how did they come about that number? That's my question.
It is data-led, Zeta. So what they've done is they've looked at your inflation rate, which is one, and then they've looked at the purchasing power of the people, and that's two. And the purchasing power of the people has significantly reduced as a consequence of one, inflation, and all of those subsidy removals and all of those. So and then they've also looked at your population growth, and then they've computed that against your published population size, and that's how they've arrived at that figure.
Because I said again, you see all these things you mentioned, we don't use it in my country. These things you just mentioned, purchasing power is something that cannot be measured in Nigeria. You cannot use purchasing power in Nigeria to determine how rich or how poor Nigerians are. I have told you people some stories I encountered in Nigeria here. I know of a woman, you can go to her house, she has 9 children, and you ask her, she says bole. I don't know if you people know roasted plantain. You are broke, you are working in an oil company, you go to her, she can lend you 300,000, 400,000. But she's living in 2-bedroom public yard in Port Harcourt. So in Nigeria, you cannot use such a thing to measure who is poorer, who is getting better, or who is getting richer.
But
hold
on. Let's stay with your example, Zeta. Even that Boli woman, she's poorer for reasons of inflation, for reasons of the lower strength of the purchasing capacity of the naira, for reasons of the pressure of our economic reforms. So she is poorer in terms of her capacity to purchase because of the economy has contrasted somewhat.
Okay. Woman, I don't really know how
Madam, let me use myself as an example. As a businessman, you know, all these things are world record based on inflation and exchange rate today. So when exchange rate was about 200 naira, a goods of 1 million naira is can almost fill a shop. So more than $5,000, or let's say $5,000. You understand? So it's not the amount of money or the volume of money. It's what you can purchase with it. You understand? So for you to get that quantity of goods today of that $5,000, you are talking about close to 9 million naira. So you now 9 million naira sounds very big, heavier than 1 million naira. But 1 million naira in 2012 or in 2013 is more valuable than that 9 million naira today. So if I don't have any goods to sell when inflation took place to increase my price to be able to mash up, then it means that I get poorer. Have to trade over and over again to be able to purchase that same quantity of goods that I used to buy. So these are indices. Doesn't mean how much you control. So if you have that 1 million naira then, and today you have 5 million naira, you are still poor. You have not matched up your purchasing power. So you still have to go over and over again, maybe to add up another 5 million naira to say, yes, I've been able to match up with my purchasing power. Then let's move on. And you pray another inflation don't come in. So that is one there.
I asked a question. Statistically, that's what I said. It cannot be measured in countries like Nigeria. So throwing out number there, that's what I am against. I first of all said, before people will start attacking me, I'm not saying that some people in Nigeria or a chunk number of Nigerians are not going through hard times. That's not what I'm saying. 120 million, whatever they put out there, is a wrong statistics. Because why did I say that? If you look at their economies, in the things they use to measure to come up with that thing, cannot be recorded in Nigeria. So my question is, how did they come about that? Where did they get the figures?
I will not put much emphasis on how, because the reason why is because we Nigerians.
Do you know why I'm saying this? This? These same people some time ago came up with how many million Nigerians live below $1 in a day. And most people, I got somebody attacking me earlier today that I'm not a fan of Nigeria. I don't know where the heck that person got it from, but that's okay. Most people who hate Nigeria and like to speak evil of Nigeria, they're wrong with it. But that thing is a total lie. It is a total lie. You cannot, what I am saying is that you cannot come up with such statistics in a place, the statistical, what do they call it again? People are making me go mad with this, they are rubbish. You don't use such a thing. You can't measure such a thing in Nigeria. So how did they come about it? That's just my question.
Even when I first saw this news on channels, in the commentary section, many Nigerians are saying even this number is not correct, that we even have more than this. You understand? But let's just go.
I am not arguing whatever number they have. The simple question I'm asking, how did they come up with that? Listen, let me tell you. Hold on. Let me come. There are a lot of things that they use to come up with poverty rate. First of all, I have said it here several times that Africans have not really done things for themselves. Ways they can know what is going on with them, both in their body and elsewhere. Now, how do you measure all these things? Most Nigerians, number one, they don't put their money in the bank. That is one. Number two, I remember the other time they come up with an average Nigeria don't have up to 50,000 naira in her bank or whatever they said. That's okay. They come up with that thing. Then there is no registration of people below a certain income in Nigeria. There is nowhere it is registered. Now, Number two, we don't do what we call electronic transactions in Nigeria. Most times it's cash. So all these things that are putting out, how did they measure it?
Madam Sita, sorry. There are many Nigerians that's even living okay, average life. They don't back their money in the bank. They keep their money at home. So, so many factors, as you are saying, Madam Sita. Please go on.
So, I, for once, would be comfortable if a Nigerian institution or a Nigerian NGO come up with a number rather than BBC or whosoever. Because I'm still on what I am saying. I don't know how because the way you measure this thing, if the economy is very bad, some certain number of people come for some sort of help from NGOs, from the government, from their local government, from their state government, and these people are in record. When the economy gets better, they start working, they drop off those things. There are some certain things going for some certain people because the economy is bad. It becomes very high. When the economy gets better, it drops. You can't just because the currency of Nigeria is doing bad, you come up with a random figure and say Nigerians are suffering. The whole of them are in a poverty. These are the same people that said an average Nigerian, my own country, an average Nigerian live below $1 a day. I don't know the heck where they got that amount. And the time they said this thing was when $1 is 118 naira.
Let me say this. Madam Zita, let me say this.
All right, say that and start to bring that space home, and then we move it round. Carry on.
I still have a lot of things to say in this space because this World Bank issue, we used to believe them in some areas. You talk about economic reform, you believe them. When they bring out data of Nigerians living in poverty, you don't believe, begin to question it. And for me, I don't know how they got the data. If anyhow they got it, however they put it out there, I don't know. But Nigerians still believe that this number is too low. The way things are going. You can run, maybe just go into channels that break out this news, channels television, go and run, check the comment there. Many Nigerians believe that even this data is still very low with the way things are going in the country. So, but let's just leave it at that 129 million people being given out by the World Bank. You understand? But the point still remains that the government is still creating poverty instead of removing poverty. Since 2015 till date, poverty increasing. And the World Bank is telling you that this reform will take 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years, which means even under this administration, there is no positive outcome. The poor masses are going to...
You don't understand any of these things, and you just... what do you mean? What do you mean there is no positive outcome? What the World Bank said was that the reforms are the right steps that the country would take, and the progression of that reform it will take about 10 to 15 years. So
the progression.
That's 10 to 15 years of continuous progression. Not that it will only after 15 years they will see the results. They will see continuous improvements, but the full germination of it would take a period of time. So that's the reading of that. So
continuous improvement. I would have wanted to understand the area they want that improvement to happen, because any improvement that doesn't affect the people, the only improvement I see in all this reform is that Dangote is richer. Many oil companies are richer today. That's the only only positive outcome.
Right. So that means you don't understand it. That's what you
only,
just said.
I only want to see the life of these 129 million Nigerians being transformed educationally, health, because most of these things.
We know what you want to see now.
Yeah.
So
creating more jobs for the people. You understand? And in that thing, this is even they say that even having jobs is not a guarantee of living out of poverty, because your job today in Nigeria can fetch you little or nothing. You understand? It's just like if you are living in Ojo and you are working in Ireland today, it will cost you about maybe 3,000 naira a day for transportation. So when you calculate it, maybe your salary is 100,000 naira. Check 3,000 naira per day. Maybe you are going to work for maybe 3 or 4 or 5 days a week.
And what's the solution to that? What's the solution to that? If I live in Kent and I work in London, my transportation would take a good 20-30% of my wages.
Yeah, 20. But I'm telling you that transportation will take 95% of your wages in Nigeria today.
Yes, it will take a significant part of your wages if you have to travel a distance to work. Yes.
So if your transportation would take you 20 to 30%, I think is still okay. But when your transportation is taking you up to 98%,
of course, if your transportation is taking 98% of your wages, then you don't have a job. Then there's no point in you having that job. So
that is it.
Don't stand and shout it through. There's no cohesion in what you just said. If your transportation is taking 90 whatever percent of your job, of your wages, then you are not in that job. So there's no.
I want to work.
Can you hold on? Think about what you just said and see if it's coherent. Is that coherent?
But I want to explain to you now. That is the condition of many Nigerians today, whether you believe it or not.
I am telling you, it is not. I am telling you.
But I'm telling you, it is.
No,
I'm telling you, it is.
No. Just pause. Apply logic and sense to what you just said now. How does that cohere? There's no coherence.
It will not cohere to you. It will not. This is why you see this thing. This is why you see this statistic here.
I do understand where one man is coming from, because when you said 98%, the person is using it for transport. How does he even eat? How does he pay your house rent?
He doesn't have a job.
So,
then I mean,
he doesn't have a job. But
it doesn't mean anything what you just said.
Yeah, but it is true that the transportation is taking a lot.
Yes,
why? I'm just going to give
saying.
an example.
It's a significant.
I'm going to give an example.
At least you get what I'm saying. It's a 98%.
Yeah, I have someone that
one man. That's the statistics of Peter Obi.
Yes, no,
I have someone that works in the hospital. He earns 100,000 naira a month. And I asked him to come to go and see one of my brother, because we were going to do something for him. And he said, and really, this boy has no money for transportation, just 5,000 he doesn't have. But he earns 100,000 a month. He spends about 30,000 on his transportation every month to go to work. He doesn't even have five
out of a wage
of 100,000. Out of it was 100,000.
And that's disturbing actually, but that's
more.
That makes more sense.
So he spent 30,000 or more on transportation.
The point I'm telling one man here, even that person is because maybe he's living closer to his work. The point I'm telling one man, I'm not saying that somebody that
lives close to his work. He lives far from his work. But
the point I'm trying to tell one man is this: it's not that many of these guys are not working. Maybe if you leave that job, is it better for you to stay at home or remain idle? The point I'm telling you is that this is the condition of many Nigerians workers today. I'm not saying I'm not saying that when you are taking out a significant amount out of your salary for transportation that you own a job. Many workers today don't own a job, and that is the point I'm trying to make to you. You understand? And that is the reason for these statistics. That is the reason why, and these things are in urban areas, not in rural areas. So more urban areas, more people that lives in urban areas today are getting more poorer because their purchasing power is very low. For you to live a good standard life in Nigeria with the current inflation, you should be aiming nothing less than 400,000 naira. It's true. For you to live a good standard life with the current inflation today, you earn nothing less than 400,000 naira just on a minimum, just to manage. You can pay your transport, you can eat your good meals, balanced diet, and whatever. Live in a good house. At least a room and power, a good apartment. So, and who is going to pay you that amount? Who is going to pay you? So when you see all this minimum wage and all these things that are increasing, I know that's why I don't look at it. It's nothing. It's nothing. So this reform before Nigeria will bounce back.
Hold on. Let me play you a 2-minute clip.
He visited His Excellency this afternoon on just one meeting agenda, specifically on the new minimum wage, has been approved by the federal government of Nigeria. But when we appeared there, we know the kind of man we have as the governor of Rivers State. Is a man that loves his people. Is a man that has placed Rivers State first above every other interest. Is a man that grew through the rank and file of the system. He knows what salary is, and he has demonstrated it this afternoon. I must tell you that our heart is full of joy. When we came, we didn't come with surprise. We know him. We know his capacity. We know he's not that kind of person that will say A and do B. Today, His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, our own member of the civil service, have pronounced that.
Yes. He has not just approved. He has pronounced a figure that is higher than the national minimum wage. He pronounced a sum of 85,000 naira, which is higher than the minimum wage that was prescribed nationally. So as the head of service and a major stakeholder in the labor family, I'm very happy that the Rivers State civil servants have never had it this good since the inception of this state. And that is what.
So they are saying the 85,000 naira minimum wage, that they've never had it this good, and you are telling us it's nothing.
Is that they are reacting to what the governor of their state did to them? Yes. So what is the point? What the point you are trying to make to say that what I'm saying is not okay? No, are you trying to say that 5,000 naira is a good take home for workers?
Well, the workers are saying they've never had it so good. You heard that their own words.
They are reacting. The video you played to me doesn't bring anything to the issue on ground. They are just reacting to the issue of what their governor did to them, which everybody will appreciate.
They have never had it so good. That's what he said.
Yes. You saying they never had it so good means that a federal government approved 70,000 naira, a state governor approved 85,000 naira. He needs to be applauded, no matter what. But that doesn't mean that
if it's not sufficient to meet their needs, then they will not be saying they've never had it so good.
It is not sufficient. It's not sufficient.
So what
doesn't mean that they will not appreciate them. Yeah, doesn't mean that they will not appreciate their governor.
All right.
You understand? 85,000 naira is not sufficient. A king size bread today, family size bread today is 2,200 naira.
In Lagos.
If you do in Lagos, a king size family bread is 2,200 naira. So if your family decide to eat bread every day, check it for let's say 31 days. Which a king size bread, a family can just devour it within some hours. Family of 4 or 3. So if a family of 4 decide to eat a king size bread every day, 2,200 naira, calculate it for 31 days. It's more than 60,000 naira. Minus it out of 85,000 naira. They will not use pure water. They will not use either Coke or mineral to dilute it. And you want to appreciate 85,000. We are not talking about cooking this soup that will cost you more than 10,000 naira to cook at least a moderate soup today.
All right, thank you. It's getting somewhat repetitive. I think you say the same thing almost every session, but
it's not saying it's not saying the same thing. It's just that I just want to give you a simple analysis. So you just take it home. Then you just oppose it with the 85,000 naira you are celebrating. The reason why you are celebrating 85,000 naira is because you have not many. It sounds so big to a lot of people, but what that 85,000 naira will purchase it for you in the market is what I'm trying to tell you. That it will purchase you little to nothing. You understand? So I don't know why. I can appreciate the state governor for putting something for his state, but not that thing is enough to give the people the life they need to live. So I am not that kind of a person. I appreciate 85,000 naira. I know, even as a businessman, I know how much I make every week, which is not even enough. So for me to even add up, you need to increase your supply. You understand? And all these things are even affecting business, because most of all these workers you see today cannot even afford a good living. They cannot even subscribe a GoTV or DSTV to even watch a movie or cartoon in their homes again. Many of them cannot replace their old televisions. Go to their houses and see it. So they're only talking about food now. Money that can put food on their table.
All right, we have to move it along. It's not that I don't want to hear it all you're saying, but you said it yesterday, and I'm sure you'll say it again tomorrow. But
no, you will not like to hear it, but that's the condition of Nigeria.
That's not the condition of Nigeria. That's the narrative you're trying to propel.
That is not the narrative. That's the condition. That is why you see 129 million people living in poverty today.
Of course.
And another angle of it is that I don't know why the World Bank will be the one giving us order on how to govern our space. I don't know why. I still imagine whenever I see their news.
They should give you order on how to run your states. They just give you.
I cannot. Let's bring other voices in. Thank you, Kene. Let's bring Baba in. Otherwise, Kene would not stop.
I think I was here first.
Yeah, you, Bramberry. It's not that. It's just only. And somewhat, Kene statistics are somewhat dubious, because we've had people go to Nigeria to feel. You know, I've got somebody in Nigeria now in Lagos that is sending me videos of is doing videos on the CNG filling stations in Lagos, which you tell us don't exist. So that video is coming shortly. But Bramberry, let's hear from you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you, Bramberry.
Yeah, I have two topics to talk on. It's going to be on that CNG, what happened, and in those states, and also the absence of the president and the vice president. Yeah. Before I say that, I just want to use this platform. I just want to play with people that are influential here, people that will know one or two people. The reason I'm saying this is that, and I also want to say that Nigerians are good people because of the experience that I've had with them when it comes to business dealings. Even if I'm not there, I see them online. Buy something from them, help me, tell them to go help me fix it here, fix it there. They will go, they will do it, and they will take their money, and everything will be fine. So recently, when I'm talking about, I mean huge money, and these people, because I see them online, they will do it. They will not cheat me. They will not, because before I have to ask, I have to verify from different places before I give it to the cheapest person or whoever that will do it well. So, but fortunately, I came across someone, that defrauded me But this wasn't through me. It was my own money that I gave my brother to help me, do something. And I met this guy in GG, because we always find these people in GG Nigeria. And this guy is still in GG right now. I believe he's still defrauding people. He said he was going to deliver the thing. He never delivered. He stopped taking calls and stuff. So I'm just saying that if anyone is here, if you have some one or two connections, because he's still taking calls from me, from other, because he doesn't know, he doesn't know me. Take call from me, and he still want to do other business with me. So I'm trying to track him
is
down.
that who is GG? GIGI?
JIJI. GG.com. Yeah, that's where a lot of Nigerians.
Do you want us to put him on blast? Who is he?
Yeah, I have his phone number, his name, but
what does he do? I'm on GG now.
He sells things on GG. So he says different, according to him, I fabricate different things for farm, for farm produce and stuff like that. Different fabrication, feed meal, different stuff that he just put there. But I think he's just using it to defraud people, because he doesn't deliver. And when you've given him money, and he stop picking your calls.
Did you not contact GG itself to flash him up?
I think my brother sent GG message yesterday just to let them know that this guy is a fraud. So the guy even sent me a message today, because he doesn't know, because I'm also negotiating with him separately, just to try and see how we can get him. So he has already given us address to come to and everything, but we can't just go there and just even if we don't know what he the influence he has in the state where he said he lives in Ibadan. So we still need how to arrange for police, or how to get him. It's not just the money, but for him to stop defrauding other people as well.
That's true.
Yeah. So if anyone is here, you are hearing me, and you can help me. You can help me and help other Nigerians to stop this guy. Please contact me. If you contact one man can call, and one man can send me a message. I can send your number. I can send my phone number. So that is that.
All right. Look at that. We've got a new person, a totally new name on the super chat thing. I thought everybody had abandoned that space, but no, yes, we will be putting people on blast. If anybody needs to be put on blast, especially this sort of goings on, maybe we'll be with the new David Undenyi, investigative journalism,
of
but
course,
doing it properly.
we'll do it properly, just to help Nigerians. Yeah, I really want to talk on that CNG, because it's because we were just talking about it recently with my brother. I said it's very expensive. Now, if I come to Nigeria, I would love to have CNG. I don't really mind how much it is, because I won't just buying fuel for that amount of money. So, and we were talking about it, and because last time we talked about it was around 400,000, because in Benin there are a lot of CNG spots, and at that time it was like 2 years ago. It was around 400,000 just to change it. But now I think it's from 800 to 1.2. We're just talking about it, and I said I don't mind. I'll still like to have it on my vehicle. And today, all of a sudden, we heard what happened in Benin City, and thank God it was even though it's just it's not something good. It's not something good for what the government is pushing. So it was just a fabricated one from one of these weathers, but how many people are going to know that was what happened? That's what it was.
Bramberry, BB, please. Can you just clarify what you say? Are you saying to convert your car to CNG?
To CNG, yeah, correct, yeah.
How much do you call it?
It's from 800 to 1.2 right now.
Wow. That's too expensive.
It's too expensive. That's why people are not able to do that. Yeah. So that's why government needs to do a lot, to bring it down, so that people will be able to get it. But it's very safe, though. It's very, very safe. But the government have to track these guys that are doing this fake fabric, that are doing these fake ones, and they have to fish them out. They have to start if it's to put police on the road now, start making sure that anyone that is driving CNG is has the right kit, the gas cylinder and everything, the one that was that the government has approved. If not, they are going to cause chaos. Because if you look at what happened, it was as if they were in Iran and Hezbollah was fighting, because the way it destroyed the vehicle and everyone around there cutting people's leg and stuff. So we don't want something like that. And if government should start, tracking back on, tracking these people, and they should put them in jail. Because if you don't set example with these people, because they will destroy this opportunity that is here right now. They will put fear on our people, and our people will not, they won't want to even get into the buses, because most buses right now, this is what they have. So when they start seeing this thing, they are going to be scared of getting into these buses.
But Kenya was telling us that CNG does not exist now. That is propaganda. That's what he told us 2 days ago.
CNG has been existing in Edo State for long. It's been existing. And it's everywhere. It's in Abuja.
Existing where I am. So
it's existing. You are not interested. You are not interested.
This guy is unbelievable.
No, you're not. It's existing. You are not interested. It's not even this government that started it. It was Jonathan. From Jonathan, Buhari also, but it's just that this government is the government that is really pushing it. You understand? So, but they have to do more. They have to do everything to bring it down, because it's very, very expensive. But it's worth it, because if you put 2,500 naira on your gas, it will last you two weeks. Just driving around. But if you want to fill your gas in Nigeria right now, it's about 70,000. Depends on the vehicle you are driving. So, and that will not last you up to 2 weeks either.
But with this thing that happened now, you think that many people will just carry their car? Don't you see that?
That's what I'm saying.
Just viral.
It will put fear on people's body, but that's what I'm saying. It's up to those people. There's an all die and I die.
Yeah, they have to publicize. They have to publicize it that the guy just went to a welder. Yes.
And they should be arrested. I don't care if he's about to die. They should just go and lock him up.
What I believe is we have cars that is built with CNG. Instead of converting, why not go for the cars that are already?
So if you have a vehicle already, what will
everybody has to go and buy new cars?
Yes, now you have to go and buy new cars.
People will be pushing that narrative now. Now, if you want to buy a new car, you have to go for that CNG car instead of converting, because
no.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with converting.
The majority of people cannot go and buy new cars now.
Yeah, so and there's nothing wrong with converting either. There's nothing wrong with converting. Where are the cars that they are selling with CNGs? If it's not Innoson or most of these cars you are talking about that have CNG already made, you can't find them in this part of the world, because the thing you find there is electronic vehicle.
But the issue is that conversion is conversion. We call it Akeu Akanketa. That's a conversion. We call it Akeu, which means it's no longer an Oyibo made. It's now
but it is standard. These people are trained. It's not just going to the backyard and do these people that are doing it right now. They are well trained. They are government approved. Everything they used is government approved. So there's no difference from the one that was built with it and the ones these people are converting. There's no difference really.
All right. What else are you looking at in the politics?
I also want to talk about this absence of this what's it called? Will I call it Shettima, Tinubu, Vajwa president and Vajwa deputy president. It is very. I wouldn't have had any problem if something terrible has not happened in Nigeria, like what happened in Jigawa. That is enough for a president to rush back home.
You mean the tank explosion?
Yes. That is enough for a president to rush back home and say, let me quickly go and mourn with my people. So
Bradbury, sorry.
Yes.
Are you talking about the fuel that fell and people packing the petrol?
Yes.
Sorry. I commiserate with people that died in that scene. But is that the problem of the government? It's government that let me land, please. It's the government that told people to go and be scavenging for petrol when a truck fell.
Thomas, don't go this low, bro. Don't go this low.
No. It's not. No, it's not about low, my brother. It's not about low.
I never
if you have, my brother, let me land now, please. You have the floor. If you have valuable for life, and your life is still important to you, when a tanker fell, what do?
I won't even go near there.
You what? You flee. So
correct.
Those people that die, to God be their glory, they will go and explain what happened to them when they get to heaven. That's what they are doing. It's only innocent people that I'm sorry for. But those people that went to pack those petrol, to God be their glory. Yeah. Go on, my brother.
You and I can speak like this. You and I can speak like this because we are not president. You understand? If you were the president, I don't think you will say this and said, "Oh no, they kill themselves, let them go." I believe you will rush there and say, "Let me go and just commiserate with the people." That's what president is. That's what we have them for. So just to have that empathy. I know what they did is wrong. Totally, I won't do that. I know you won't do that.
Akpabio could have gone now. He's number 3.
There's nobody. Yeah, but I know Akpabio would have gone, but the president should come home.
Brownberry, is it the first time that incident has happened in Nigeria?
The one that happened before that is similar to this was the one that happened in JSA in Delta State, years ago.
And there was one in Benin. There was one in Kogi. Those none.
The one in Benin, I don't think people that died were more than 15 people. The one that happened in South Lebanon. Yeah.
To be honest with you, Brownberry,
this is 150 people already dead.
Is it 150 or 105?
No, it has gotten to. It's still counting. So this has got to 150. So it's just we should do.
To be honest with you, Brownberry, if the president rushes home after every disaster, he'll be coming back home just as soon as his flight lands. There's always a disaster every day.
Let us not downplay this. Okay, he should rush home. That is what should be done. These are people's lives. And they are Nigerians.
If he rushes back home,
it's not going to change anything, but he should show empathy.
I know it's not going to change anything. If he rushes back home and he rushes there to commensurate with them and to put measures in place, and then he goes back to continue what he's doing in France, and then the next day, the headsmen go to Benue and kill 150 people, then he has to rush back home again.
Yes.
So there's always there's always a disaster in Nigeria now. When is it?
Okay. Tell me the one that had happened since he got to office that he went.
I know he went to one. What was the one he went to? There was one he went
when the dam water broke.
Yeah.
How long after? He wasn't also in the country. He came.
Shettima went immediately, and then
where's the Shettima today? They are both not here.
Ramberry, why are you not?
Let us not defend their bad behavior.
About our bad federal rules today. Why are you not talking about it? If they really care, what is their duty? Is it not to put those roads in order so that those trailers will not be?
Those roads are the reason why these trailers are falling.
So those are the reasons. Yes, so they are not doing their work. They should do their work. What they should be doing now, as the president of the nation, to find out those roads, those federal roads that are very.
Let him have his floor. Yeah.
I know you will not like this.
No, because you say the most. You say hold on. You say the funniest things. The federal roads have been addressed. It's not going to come in, and then all of the federal roads are fixed. All of the hospitals are world standard. The educational system is the best in the world. Everything is is paradise and nice. So I don't know what you are doing, but just let Brownberry. It's a funny.
I think
No, you have to come and apply those roads. When you come and apply those federal roads, you know what we are telling you. We have the worst bad federal roads Nigeria today, whether you believe it or not.
Yes, and we've had them for endless decades. And I think the way, what was it? They were complaining about the Benin or a road, and barely had that complaint completed. Umahi was immediately there to put permanent things. The guy is moving at the speed that the economy and time and space allows him. So he's not going to fix all of the roads in Nigeria within the 18 months that he's there. So I don't think anybody can say he's not doing anything. Even it'd be ungodly to say that, but let Bramberry just continue. But,
for me, I think all government at all levels should, they should buckle up. Governors, local government chairmen, to the executive presidency, they should all buckle up, and give our people, good infrastructure, and so that because most of these accidents, these road accidents, they shouldn't have been happening. But what I'm still saying is this is to Baba and Thomas, and maybe you as well, one man, to say, let us not downplay this. Let us not say, oh, Tinubu shouldn't come. It does not matter if people die. It shouldn't be, because if he runs here now, he's going to be running everywhere. If he runs here now, tomorrow, because most of this, tomorrow, if it happens, Shetima can go. And God forbid it happens again. Because, we live in, where we live, we know what happened if this kind of thing happened, even if it's just 4 people. You understand? So please, that is just, I think that those are, so that everybody can have something to say. I think those are those 2 topics and that I just wanted to touch on.
All right. So sorry you got 419, but don't let it shake your,
No. My hope in Nigeria,
yes.
For me, I don't care about anybody. I don't care if you say Nigeria it's not going to be good for you. It's going to be good for me. My hope in Nigeria is still very strong for me.
Because it's a real leap that you can, from wherever it is you're in the world, go on a website, commission a piece of work, and you don't feel cheated, and the work is done, the receipt is proper, and the payment complete, and that's Nigeria.
That is Nigeria.
So
a lot of good
the fact
people,
that there's one rogue element, there's always one rogue element.
Yes, but those rogue element needs to be, we need to, to track them down and put them where they belong, so that other people, so that they will not be spoiling business for other people that are good, other good people. You understand?
Everybody fall into that trap. One man, I think I told you my own experience a few weeks ago. So
because you can't just sit down and just be taking people's money. It's not good, because maybe it's not. I don't think I'm the only one.
I've fallen victim.
These are lots of money.
I've fallen victim to that myself on eBay. Foolishly, I tried to buy a car on eBay, and the guy just took my money, and that was it. And he had the chick there to text me, sorry, bro. You report to the police.
The Nigerian brother.
They just, I think it's a Nigerian. I suspect it would be. And all they give is a case file. How many cars are they going to? You just have to take it as a loss, So we all falling victim to that. But let's go on to Baba. Stay with us, Bramberry. There are not that many of us, so we'll look around to you soon enough. Baba, you're up next.
If Zita is ready to go, she may, and if not, maybe Pansat.
I'm ready to go. Why did you leave me over to go to Zita?
Because she's the only lady on board.
Gentleman now. Look at that.
This is a lady that is a lioness more than the men. So
this platform, gentleman, not you. Gentleman, not you.
That's a song from the past. Now, you remember that song? We was trending a couple of.
When Zita goes on, we all should forget it. If she goes before me, then maybe tomorrow I'll be able to get an award in here or there. But let me go before him, because I'm going with Matt this time. My Baba, thank you for yielding to me on this. I want to address one particular issue. We're going to deal with integers this time, right? Dangote. There's a piece that I read in the Bloomberg papers this morning that his wealth has doubled. To like I think it was $20-something billion.
$27.8
billion, right?
Yes.
Now, if he owned because there's two statements that cannot be congruous, right? Dangote makes the claim that he's patriotic Nigerian, that most of his money is in Nigeria, he invests in Nigeria as his base. He does have other activities outside of Nigeria. We know that Nigeria is the giant of Africa, so his money is mainly made and kept in Nigeria, he claims. Because if that's wrong, then let me know.
That's not true, because he has an ethanol farm. I mean, a sugarcane farm in Brazil with the bushes, and they produce ethanol.
Okay, how much is that one? What?
No, I don't know the worth of that, company, but it's with the bushes. That's George Bush and Jeb Bush.
I'm going to make room for the things he owns outside Nigeria, because the only way that what I'm challenging is that the two statements cannot be true. Because if you defraud him of patriotism, why he's better than other Nigerians is because he invests his money in Nigeria. So he gets a lot of perks because of that. So now, one man, you try to make a call on true or false on this platform. I'm against it, but let me hear you make a call now, because if it was worth about 12 million, 13, 14 million dollars a few years ago, we know, as a matter of fact, that there's economic depreciation in our country. If you had, let's say, part of his wealth is $1 billion in Nigeria a year ago, that cash is worth divided by 1,600 and something now, 1,600, right? Percent. It's gone down. Would you agree to that? Or all those rich people, their money stays the same? Only poor people lose money when there's economic depreciation? Would you agree that if Dangote had $1,000 a year ago, it's worth way less than 1,000 today? One man, it's a question to you.
Sorry, Pansat, I was away from my computer for a moment.
Welcome back.
Are you saying he's not worth what Bloomberg is telling us is worth, or what's the?
No, I'm trying to cross-check it with two statements. One is that it's doubled, right, in billions of dollars. I'm also then matching it up with a statement that he's a patriotic Nigerian that invests back home, at home.
His money doubling
in Nigeria.
His money doubling is as a consequence of his refinery becoming operational. That's what that's what it predicates upon. Yeah.
It doesn't escape. Economic depression is a measure of the decrease in the market value of an asset over time from influential economic factors, right? So there are many scenarios. Depreciation can it's important for asset owners. Let's say he spent $20 billion from 2021 building an asset. You don't expect that asset to be still $20 billion. That's why you have to make the economy good for everybody. He himself has to make sure that the economy is good. If he spent $20 billion building a refinery in 2021,
the asset is worth more when it's operational than it does as an edifice.
Okay,
it's worth more as an operating entity than an edifice.
Okay, well, that's your subjective opinion, but
no, that's the logical flow.
Don't argue with me, because I won't say anything that's not true here, so that I won't be wrong. I'm saying that if you go and you build a house or a factory, no matter what you build, and the cost of that stuff when you built it was 20 billion, right? And then you have economic factors that depreciates the currency and everything. There's an economic depreciation in your country. That asset now is going to be according to the money, right? We're talking in dollars. He's not talking in naira. Do you follow what I'm saying? It's no longer worth $20 billion. You have to bring it down to what somebody who had, say, $1,000. It's no longer worth $1,000. When you try to change it over, whatever 1,000 was in, let's say, $1,000 maybe a couple of years ago, it's like
$20 billion is still worth $20 billion.
No. Come on. use smaller amount. So you can.
Pansat, I understand the analogy very well.
Yes,
It means
1,000 naira. $1,000
because even in the hands, he's talking about dollar now. So dollar what 22 years ago or 3 years back is not what it is today. And as of then, he's making a case of investing 20 billion in an oil in a refinery. So that 20 billion today is no longer 20 billion.
Yeah. Let's say I want to buy it from America, right? Let's put it this way. If Dangote had $1,000 and he wants to now sell it in naira, do you understand what I'm saying? It's not going to be the same thing, especially if I'm sending the money from over here over there. It's going to be a lot of naira, right? But if you want to buy dollars from there, it's going to take you a lot of naira to buy dollars. Oh man, do you follow what I'm saying?
Not fully, but carry
you
on.
are dribbling yourself.
Smarter people than me are.
Now hold on, I'm making it easy for you. Let's say you have, okay, let's use $1. Okay, you have $1 sometime. Well, you have 1 naira. You want to buy dollars. If you buy 2 years ago, you have 1 naira. You want to buy dollars. How much do you think you're gonna buy in dollars? It's gonna be a lot more than when you buy today. If you want to take 1 naira to buy your naira now to buy dollars, it's gonna be you're not gonna maybe get 10 cents for it. So what I'm saying to you is that those are mathematics. You cannot lie about that. That's depreciation. You have economic depreciation. But if he says to me, hold on, if he says to me,
Kenneth, you have to let other voices have their space. Let Pansat flow. Yeah.
Now, remember, all I'm talking about is that if he says, now, you know what, my money is not in Nigeria, so you can't say that. I have my money outside of Nigeria, right? Then he pokes a hole in what I'm saying. All I want to say is that the two statements are incongruous, right? Then it doesn't jive. Now, we do know, I have my rule of thumb. I know how much that refinery is worth. He didn't spend $20 billion to buy it. Nobody's going to go, let's say today he puts it for sale. Somebody's going to go buy that refinery for $20. It's not licensed. It doesn't have an exclusive with NNPC. I believe the way Bloomberg put it, they says that he's like a man who, let me see if I can quote it right, because I like the way they put it. Since the refinery started running generally, there have been disagreements with the government, state oil company. That's not what I'm looking for. But anyway, when I find it, I'll show you. He is not going to be doing this. You guys should not let him do this to our country. He doesn't have $27 billion. We own a lot of that stuff. 20% of that refinery is ours. It just hasn't gone to the courts yet. He's not producing any oil. Right now, NNPC have washed their hands. They say, you know what? Sell to the people directly. We're out. We're not you wanna make us the boogeyman. But since then, these independent marketers cannot buy any oil from there. Are you with me so far? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, just carry on.
Okay.
It's free expression, so express freely.
Yeah, so no, believe me, I'd rather it be that he's right. I just want you, all I'm doing is pointing out the holes in it. I don't think that he's refining any oil there.
You're not pointing out any holes, Pansat. They're saying the internationally acknowledged price tag of that refinery is $20 billion. So I'm not quite sure what Sakama J mathematics you just explained there, but that's not to say it doesn't cohere with logic. It's probably above my capacity.
Let me land now.
Okay, carry on.
I don't mind interjection because
carry on.
I thought I could be wrong, right? All I'm saying that by logic that applies to everybody. You cannot say somebody who makes a clip, they get that $20 billion from what he says he spent on the refinery. That's how much it cost. I don't think he's moved it from $20 billion. He's never said it's 21 billion or 22 billion or 27 billion. He says he spent $20 billion on it. So now what they did was to cut down his wealth before, which was 12 or so billion to 7.8 billion, right? And then they added new 20 billion that he put on there. But that's just not right because
no, that wasn't what they did. Now we read it out just now.
Okay, well, tell me. Maybe I missed it. I read my own on Bloomberg. What did you say? Can you read it again if you want to?
All right. It says Aliko Dangote, the president of the Dangote Industry Limited, has doubled his wealth to a record $27.8 billion following the operationalization of his multi-billion-dollar refinery. So that's the link that propels. According to Bloomberg Billionaire Index, Dangote's net worth increased by $15.1 billion to $27.8 billion as at October the 18th. The billionaire businessman moved up to 65th position, making him the only African in the top 100 spot. The elevation places Dangote more than 100 spots above Johan Rupert, the South African billionaire, who is ranked 174. Dangote's increased net worth pushing him up the index more than 40 places from his 111th position in June 2023. The development comes more than a year after his refinery was inaugurated. The 650,000 barrel per day plant sits on a 2,600 approximate hectares of land located Ibaduleki Free Zone, etc. The facility began production of diesel on January the 12th, but petrol production did not commence until September the 3rd due to several factors, including crude supply challenges. The constraints on accessing crude feed stock from international oil companies, IOCs in Nigeria, forced the company to import crude from countries like Brazil and the United States to bridge the supply gap. On June the 4th, Dangote said some IOCs were struggling to supply crude to his refinery. However, with the intervention of President Bola Tinubu, the Federal Executive Council approved the sale of crude to Dangote Refinery and other refineries in Naira July the 29th. Eventually, on October the 5th, the federal government said Nigeria officially commenced the sale of crude oil and refined petroleum products in Naira. The refinery and the national oil firm also started trading in Naira. So I'm not quite sure that maybe it reads differently on Bloomberg, but I'm
I posted the Bloomberg one for you on the private chat, so you could also let's read that. Nigerians the Nigerians are a bunch of psychopaths and all that, and we'll take pride. We want one of our own to be wealthy, but we still have to examine it. But what I'm saying to you is this: I did find the thing I was looking for is Bloomberg. African billionaire Aliko Dangote is wealthier than ever now that his long-awaited Nigerian oil refinery is up and running. But his mood suggests a man who just built his dream house only for the roof to start leaking. So that's that one. So we're not gonna go to you see the different flavor, right? He built his house.
What you are reading. What you are reading.
Hold on, Baba, can you hold on? Actually, let's check that date. Let's check that date. What's the date on this one? This was October the 17th. So let me pick the.
No, it's October 18th.
It says the 17th on my thing, but
I mean yours is 18, mine is 17. No, show mine on the screen. Show mine on the screen.
No, I clicked on yours. We're reading yours now. This is yours on the screen.
I don't see it. Am I in delay? Oh, there you go.
All right. So that's yours. So yes.
You remove the one I want to show them there is blocking the text.
What's that?
You have a graphic that's okay. There you go.
I don't remove the graphic. It's that to encourage people to super chat. We want to
well, we're trying to.
All right. So you stopped halfway. So let me give you the fullness of it. It says, African billionaire Aliko Dangote is wealthier than ever now that his long-awaited Nigerian oil refinery is up and running. But his mood suggests a man who just built his dream house only for the roof to start leaking.
Okay,
so
stop.
It carries on. No. Because that's half a tale. the Dangote refinery outside Lagos is the biggest single train oil refinery in the world and one of the most complex, capable of processing most global crude types. It has the potential to transform Nigeria's economy by making the country self-reliant for fuel. And it's more than doubled his net worth to $27.8 billion, according to Bloomberg Billionaire Index. He said he wouldn't wish the experience on his worst enemy. I did not know what we were building was a monster, Dangote 67 said during a recent interview in New York. The pressure is coming from different directions. People confusing us, disturbing us every day with different media stories that it will never work. It will never work. It will never work. Since the refinery started running in January, there have been disagreements with government and state oil company, as well as concerns over its impact on the locals and the environment. Dangote is smarting from the blowback, his tone quickly shifting from warm to bitter as he runs through the challenges. For Dangote, who made his first billions in cement, the refinery was the most audacious undertaking of his 46-year career. Building it took 11 years and $20 billion, 3.5 times as long and more than twice as much as initially planned. He financed most of it himself on parallel scale. Short in stature, with neatly trimmed gray hair.
Okay, that's not the game.
I mean,
let me talk. Let me say my time.
You are propagandizing now. You want to propagandize, you know.
Let's see who's doing the propagandizing here. I believe it's him, right? So now he could do that yarn into Oyibos, right? We're on the ground. We know that I'm not even. Just give me 1 second. 1 second.
Is that Dobritsky again?
Hello. Hello.
You time these fake phone calls always to look at.
Okay, all right. Okay, 1 minute. Let me reclaim my time, please.
He's trying to pretend like he has friends.
Let's be sober. Let's be sober here. Listen to me, right? We are on the ground. We have our NNPCL, a government agency who know about all this stuff. We have a Kene here, right? One of our panelists here.
Oil industry expert, Kene.
He's a businessman. He knows the country. He's a patriot. He's in Lagos, our capital, financial capital. He buys gas. He knows everything, and he gives us report here. And I trust Kene more than Bloomberg and Yahoo and the other outfit that you're quoting over there, right? So now what I'm saying is that we have all these people, we have an NNPC, go there. Then we have the marketers themselves, who he's bought over there on his side. So they go, our NNPC go there and they come out and they tell Nigerians, because you can't malign a businessman with the capacity of Dangote. You'd be in trouble if you did that. So by common sense, we know that whatever they say is true. Else he will sue them. It will cost him this investment that he made. So they come out and they say, look, we've been to Dangote. We're going to keep importing. Why? Number one, his refinery is not completed. It's only 40-something% complete. And I believe that's an exaggeration, right? I believe it's an exaggeration, but they get the number, so let's use it. 47% complete. This is a few months ago, a couple of months ago, after 11 years. Now, you saw in the other piece, they said that its cost overrun was incredible, like 3 times. Start from like 9 billion, which is nonsense. Then it's not even worth $2 billion, right? So the report came from an NNPC that he's a couple of months ago. He's 47% complete. He's unlicensed. That he's making inferior products. That's what they said, right? So now he goes political. He declares him an enemy number one. He activates his friendship with the president, and he's been taking our crude oil. They've been sending crude oil. He said he imported some from the United States, right? All right, then supply. He goes there. He strong arms them to be his buyer. Our oil company will be NNPCL has to buy from him, period, and then sell to others as a middleman, right? So he gets that. The president says, okay, go ahead. So now, my issue. Let me just do something here. Give me a minute.
You want to prepare Indomie, right?
Yeah, hello. I can hear you, but I'm on a live stream. I'm sorry. I'm going to call you back, okay? No problem. All right. So, one man. What I want to do is I want you to take the NPC seriously. They cannot lie about a person of that stature because they're going to sue him. So he's not complete. But anyway, after further haggling, he comes in the media, he maligns them, make them look bad, right? So now they say, okay, you sell to the Nigerians themselves directly, right? At the time that NPC was, they aligned trucks to go over there. He couldn't supply 17% to them. 17%. Google it. He doesn't have the capacity. So now Bloomberg is counting him as a $650,000 a day. He can't even supply 17% of what we want when NPC was there. That quantity looks like an imported stuff. Because if you could make 17%, you could make 50. The crude is there. We are drowning in crude oil in Nigeria. So now he goes there to get on just to beat the guy in South Africa. He goes there, he makes this claim. But we know better. We know that the scarcity is what drives price. They say, okay, go ahead and sell to these oil marketers. Have you seen this marketers go there and buy? How much he's selling? He won't tell us. How much is the goddamn oil? Petroleum. How much? He won't tell us. He won't sell to them. So my question to you now is, the only concern I have out of all of this is this. If you're a patriot and most of your money is in Nigeria, most of your assets, I know you have external, a little bit of here and there, outside. How come you still, his billions should be cut down to millions of dollars due to how much they have devastated the economy? A billionaire in Nigeria in 2021, 2022 is a millionaire now. The more you have billions of dollars, the more hit you are hit. Because if you have $2, if it's half, we're talking 1,600% here. Let's say it's half. Then you have $1. But if you have $11 billion, then you have $5 billion. You see what I'm saying? So why don't we use common sense when we're dealing with integers and stuff like that? Depreciation, right? Now, ordinarily, you know there are 4 types of depreciation. You have your straight line. If Coletta was here, he and I could talk about that. Double declining balance, units of production. Some of the years there's something is in the digits of when it's working, tangible assets and stuff like that, because accounting is assets. But more than that, we gave him over $4 billion for that to build the refinery. He cuts it down without judicial review, right? The courts have not talked yet. There's still a possibility that somebody will come in and sue him and say, hey, look, it's 20%. You son of a bitch, you cannot cut us down and keep counting this money as your own. This is the wealth of our country we're talking about here. Nobody should have invested any money in a private refinery to begin with, but you cannot do this. But I don't want to dabaroo your session. All I want to do is to introduce a little mathematics because that's what catches there. I know you over there fuming, you don't like it. I'm not here singing praises for Dangote.
No. It's just anyway.
It gets tiresome. It gets tiresome, right?
No, it doesn't get tiresome. It's just it doesn't hang together with anything. It's
right.
Just
it does not hang together, right? That is true. But look, one man.
Your narrative, not Dangote. You are saying something worth $20 billion is no longer worth $20 billion because the naira has depreciated. I think it's worth $20 billion no matter what the naira does because it's not denominated in it's not valued in naira, it's valued in dollars. So that's the denomination. So I don't even know.
And if it's valued in naira,
you take us to all these twilight zone conversations.
No, I'm not the one valuing it. The article and you are valuing it in billions of dollars. If you value it in naira, then we can talk because then it'd be a lot of naira, right? It'd be a lot more than the naira we're talking about, right? But what I'm saying to you is that you have to. It's math. It's integer, right? I just gave you an example. Have somebody send you money from Nigeria, let them send it to you in Naira. You're gonna find out that it's not gonna be as much as you used to get. When let's say you used to send you 100 Naira into pounds in America 2 years ago, every year he sends you 100 Naira. Right now, when you go to cash it in, that 100 Naira is sent to you, by the time you receive it in pounds, it's gonna be like peanuts, right? It works.
Yeah, but the edifice is valued in dollars now. So what's the?
Yeah, no matter what it is, it's still math. It's the value. The value, whether it's in dollars.
But the edifice is valued in dollars, not in Naira.
Okay, well, I don't think you're getting it. So
maybe I'm not. Yeah.
No, you're not getting it at all. But that's okay. Now, on the other issues that I raised, now it's neither here nor there. Actually, this issue that we're talking about, whether Dangote's wealth is 100 billion, is the little guy on the street that we're talking about, and then co-opting our resources, right? That's what I'm talking about. I really want him to do very well, right? I do, honestly. If he does things honestly, but you can't cut us down if you invest. You cannot go and make us invest money in a private stuff, and then when you complete it, then you say, hey, look, I did it by myself. Even you yourself here last week, you said, hey, look, one thing I disagree with Dangote is him saying that the government did not help me. The country did not help me. You heard him say that, right? Did you admit to that? Did you say that?
We did a session on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you said it was a lie, right?
Yeah, of course it's a lie. I mean, that's edifice is heavily subsidized and supported by the state, especially during the Buhari administration, when they just gave him unfettered access to the central bank foreign exchange.
Go on.
That's what I said. Dangote is a crook. I've never. I don't know if you've heard me enough. Dangote is a crook. They told us it's taken him 3 times as long to build that edifice, and he's claiming a $20 billion spend. I'm not sure that I'm on board with him with that $20 billion. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. But what I am sure of is that it took him that long because they deemed his project as a project of national strategic interest, which then gave him access to unfettered foreign exchange, especially during that 8-year Buhari phase. And during that unfettered foreign access to foreign exchange, he was getting foreign exchange from the central bank at a heavily discounted rate for reasons that they deemed his project as of national strategic interest. But rather than use those foreign exchange for the purposes, he was just round-tripping it because he made more money round-tripping that money that he had at this discounted Aboke arrangement with Buhari through Emefiele. He made more money than anything that edifice is worth. So he's already made his money twice over. It's like a free refinery to him, actually. It's not a single penny of his money is in that thing. So I'm not on board with the Dangote scam, that's just me theorizing, by the way. But
awesome.
You
go on some more.
No, that's it. Now it's not something that is new. I've said it often enough here.
Okay.
And people like Ola will come and attack me when I say things like that. But Dangote is a chancer. Of course, it's a chancer.
Awesome. I mean, you've made the case beautiful. Now, let me go to Baba. Now, Baba, let me say this. About a month ago, you and I were on the panel, and you were very honest about Dangote. And you chastised him for some of his practices, right? And I was praising you for doing so. But I'm very disappointed, obviously, that you're trying to do some assault here and chiming in with things that don't make any sense. I'm very disappointed. So I'm going to give you a chance to also criticize what one man said or agree with him. Is that your position? Do you agree with one man? I'll give you some of my time.
Agreeing with one man or not is not at issue at the moment. What is at issue is the value placed on the refinery. Because, that's voodoo economics you just did there. Because an asset that is world acclaimed as $20 billion, you are saying has lost value. That, I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it? Because once something, the dollar has not been devalued so much that we will now say, because it's the dollar that can use to measure the strength of the value of the refinery. It has nothing to do with Naira. Because it's not going to sell. Let me finish. It's not going to sell. It's not going to sell that refinery for the Naira worth today. That will maybe bring it to a lower value tomorrow. It still remain $20 billion.
You have the time. You still have my time that I needed to. I'm saying, if you say I am making a $650,000, 650,000 barrel a day refinery, right? Then that's a value that you get for that. Than if you say you're making 100 barrels a day, right? So if you claim I'm building a 650 BPD refinery a day, right? You get a value, maybe you get $20 billion for that. But if actually your refinery is producing, say, 50, there's a depreciation because you're not producing a 650 BPD. Right? Is that right? Is that right? No, I'm using that as an example because
no, that is not. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
The refinery is 650 barrels per day capacity at full optimum operation. That's what it is. And if at present, if at present it's even
so hold on. What I'm saying though, if NNPC want to buy it, for example, right, and they get there, they buy it, and they go there, so, oh, this thing is not complete. You're only 47% complete, Aliko. Therefore, I'm not going to pay you $20 billion until you complete it. Or if you want to sell it today, I'm going to give you XYZ. Plus, you don't have a license. Plus, it's producing.
Who told you that it doesn't have a license?
NNPCL.
That's a couple of months ago. Wait. Let's put all of this in context.
Yeah.
If true, Alaji, the regulatory body from Ministry of Petroleum said that 3 months ago. Let's assume it was correct, but right now it's a different ball game entirely. They must have given without the license. Without the license, and he was referring to some aspect of the refinery, not the totality of the refinery. And if that is the case, or that was the case, it's a different ball game right now, so to speak, because without license, he will not be positioning or manufacturing and selling his product, the PMS particularly, to the tankers that are eating the pumps there right now and leaving that refinery supplying to the public. So he is licensed, fully licensed, and that doesn't even devalue it if he's producing at a half capacity. Okay. What the value is the structure on the ground, 26 square kilometers of pure industry.
Okay. Let me. What I'm trying to do is, because women in general say let us go on this.
Yeah, there's only. I think there's only 4 of us here, so we can just.
Okay, so there's only 4 of us. Okay, now let's take it easy right here now and do smart analysis on this issue, right?
Is it 4 of us? Yeah.
We have NNPCL. That is the organ, according to our constitution, that's in charge of our petroleum, right? So they go there and they appraise it, and they come out and they speak on a press conference. If the situation changed, because you cannot underestimate the ability of, say, Dangote to call Tinubu and say, okay, go ahead, sell to NNPC, and he's playing the game of trying to put the blame on the NNPCL by importing petroleum and selling it through NPCL. Right? He wants to be the only seller. And then NPCL they're smart too, and they're fighting him. So they say, okay, now we're not gonna buy from you. Sell to these people. It's incumbent. If I'm Dangote, I will make NNPCL come on a press conference and say, okay, look, he's licensed now. He's also up to capacity. Or if it's not 40 something, let's say it's 80% not complete. Because what is not complete is the mystery here. We don't know what it is. Is it distillation? What is it? What's not complete? What is the 46? What is the 53 or 54% that's not complete? You don't know what that is. That's something that you unknowable unless they say that. So the last appraisal, it's like you go through high school, WIAC give you F, C, D, whatever, right? And then you go to apply to a tertiary institution, and they say, look, WIAC gave you a poor result, and you say, oh, it's okay now. You have to go and obtain that certificate. You have to go get licensed and show it. So you cannot be opaque, and they say, hey, how much are you trying to sell this thing to an NPCL for? You won't say. And then they play you by saying, okay, wash our hands off it, sell to the Nigerian public. And still you don't want to disclose how much it is you want to sell to them for. It shouldn't even be a disclosure now. It's something that we should know from the pumps. It's something the marketers would say, okay, I bought it for this amount of money. It's no longer an NPCL. Right now, they're out. It's unlicensed as far as they're concerned. So you can go and muscle them down by public opinion. You can go to the president and do all that. But if those people at NNPCL has integrity, which I think they do, now it doesn't mean they're not corrupt. Doesn't mean but they're doing their corruption with style. Dangote is doing his own corruption by saying that, look, I'm a big man. I could do whatever I want. What can you do? He's a refinery terrorist. So all I'm saying to you is if you look at the depreciation, if you think 1 naira buys the same thing it buys, or you say, I'm not going to do the conversion, when Americans are talking about it, they're talking about it in billions, because I'm competing internationally as a billionaire. So where I have the bulk of my wealth, I'm unaffected by economic depreciation, general economic things going on in my country. Well, you're kidding yourself, because it's something that is known. It has a mathematical formula when you're talking about depreciation in any of them, any form of depreciation. It has a formula, and I could give it to you if you want to know what it is. I have the formulas for all types of depreciation. So that's what I'm saying. But on a serious note now, I want Kenneth to respond to what one man said, and then add, what do you see on the ground? Do you feel that independent marketers are driving their trucks into that refinery, get loaded up, and then go to a filling station?
Let's sound.
And how much is that?
Let's sound check Zita, see if she's still there. Zita. Yes, she's been at the brandy again. All right, carry on.
Okay, so Kenneth, what I particularly want to know from you, what's your opinion from our discussion, what Baba said, what one man said, what I said, but more particularly, do you think independent marketers now who are authorized to go and buy from Dangote, they drive their tankers into that refinery, they get loaded up, and then they go and empty it at gas stations for the country to buy, and then how much do you think they're paying for that? Thank you. Kenneth, did you go to sleep?
You send them all to sleep and start with your psychedelic.
Matt does it when you in class.
With your psychedelic yum.
You've been in the math class before. Everybody in the back is falling asleep. Only the good students who are in front participate with math. All right. But anyway, so one man, what is the other issue? We leave that is going to unfold itself. You know, my suspicion is going to unfold itself. I don't have the proof.
And another thing that this strike was an Igbo man being appointed as the chief imam of the preeminent mosque in Nigeria, National Mosque Abuja appoints first imam from the southeast. So Professor Usman, his name is. That really struck me because one, I didn't even know there were sufficient enough of southeastern Muslims to mean anything. Never mind cascade to the point of being the imam of the preeminent mosque in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's interesting. That goes for them. That's good news for them because that's the kind of opening up they have to do, right? This particular Professor Usman, apparently is from the southeast. That it's a national mosque for them in Abuja. So they open up. I think it has endorsement even of the Sadana of Sokoto, right? So by this personal achievement for this guy, giving him a divine responsibility, I hope he does a good job for them over there. We in the southeast, we really don't care. We don't want it. It's an alien religion to us, but it's a good positive thing.
Not to Nedun Woko, he's a Muslim.
Yeah, you see, I've always said it that any Igbo Muslim, it's fraud, right? It's not a matter of being that you can get along politically, you make more money, you be in the committee of people in power, right? It's a personal milestone for any one of them that's doing that. If it's a divine responsibility and blessing for them, fine, right? Serving their Oma and worshiping their Allah. That's good for our country as a whole, for Islam itself to open up. Do you understand? So I will join them in saying that their Allah should grant this Igbo guy wisdom and strength and steadfastness to fulfill.
Did you drop? All right. Yes. If Baba is there, maybe you can take the floor. Baba.
Can he hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. But yeah, bring it home a little bit so Baba can have the floor, and then we just
okay. What did I say? What did I say last? What did you miss?
No, you missed. You were saying, may Allah grant him.
So it won't get my turn.
How many times have we called you Zita? We even joked that you've been at the brandy and you didn't say anything. So we thought
we've been calling you even before Pansat.
We called you before Pansat.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So let me bring it home so that by the way, I was asking everybody at the panel, including Ekene, who's probably fallen asleep by now. He's comfortable. He knows that guy is back. We're both from the southeast. And there's no daylight in our opinions. We tell the truth. When you tell the truth, it's modular. Because you know, I could be in Asia, I could be in Japan. 2 + 2 is 4. The United States, and over there where you are, Baba, in Liberia. But let me say that I asked one man gave a presentation of his appraisal of Dangote. In short, he said that Dangote is a crook, fraudster, and all that stuff. That's not good for the economy. He doesn't buy all these highfalutin.
I didn't say it wasn't good for the economy, but I did say it's a crook. I don't think that's I don't think there's any controversy in that. I think everybody knows it's a crook.
Okay, so Zita, do you have anything to say to that?
About what?
What one man said. I don't know if you heard him now. Kind of give you the synopsis of what he said.
But what did he say?
One man, go ahead.
What I said was
please give the long version.
Pansat was as usual trying to lampoon Dangote, as always seems to be his way, and he was trying to maybe he was trying to tease me to leave to his defense, and I was saying that I don't recall from anything that lampoons Dangote because I consider him a crook too. The length of time that it took him to build that refinery, the unfettered access that he had to discounted foreign exchange, which was round tripping year on end, because that made more profit than building a refinery. So I was saying the amount of money that guy round tripped was more than he invested in that refinery. So essentially, he got that refinery for free.
So what do you want me to say?
Do you agree or disagree with that?
What now? I want me to agree that he's a crook.
Woman, could you give Peter one more time?
You want me to agree that he's a crook or disagree that he's not a crook?
Right.
You're very difficult for you to disagree that it's not now. You cannot disagree that it's not now.
No, hold on. In the first place, I don't even know why the conversation should be on, because every billionaire is a crook. So I don't know why somebody is trying to put it as if it's only Dangote that is a crook. I have said this severally on this platform. When you see a businessman, remember the full meaning of the word business. It says making profit, period. So they must make profit anyhow. So I don't even know how somebody will make profit to the extent that he's called a billionaire, number one man, richest man in Africa. And then you wake up one morning and say he's a crook. Is that supposed to be it's a normal thing now? No,
it's not.
So what about it?
Let me chime in. I disagree with you 100%, right? Vehemently. A lot of billionaires who they have integrity. They may not have a heart.
Name one.
Virtually every billionaire now. You really don't get to be a billionaire unless you are honest, right? Except from the Nigeria. I'm not talking about Nigeria now. But you have very few billionaires in Nigeria. Dangote is not a billionaire.
Okay.
Let me
are you Igbo?
When I'm talking about a billionaire, I'm talking about in dollars. Right.
Are you Igbo?
Hold on. I'm gonna actually.
Pansat is a Fulani man.
I want to give him an adage in Igbo if he's an Igbo man.
Make it snappy.
And I'll give you one in Yoruba after this, and then you give me one in Yoruba. I'll give you one. Yeah.
Make it snappy.
Very well. Igbo say, na agwa nwata ka esi bụ ọgaranya, osi ndị ọgaranya bara jebe. Full stop.
Oh,
that summarize everything I'm saying.
Okay. I agree with you, but here's what I'm saying. A billionaire.
Let me summarize it in Yoruba. It's Aleoro Olegbin. Baba will tell you what that means after. It's Aleoro Olegbin. Carry on.
I got that even better than the Igbo one. But let me say this to you, one man. A billionaire is a totally different thing. It's not if you have $1 billion, you're a billionaire. And $1 billion is a lot of money. It's a lot. It's not like you have $1 billion, maybe you go to the market to buy ECU or something, then you are say 999 point something million dollars, then you're a billionaire. No, billionaire, you have to be very innovative, right? You have to come up with something, great ideas. I'm talking about in dollars. So it's not a chance thing. You separate the men from the boys. Dangote is not smart enough to be a billionaire. He has to do value-added stuff. Right? It's not going competing with market women about tomato. You go make the government close the borders, and then you start producing it. Right? As a matter of fact, when it comes to industrialists, right, and the bigger your company is, where you have lorries running around, killing people all over the country, you're not changing to newer vehicles with class. Because often when I drive on the freeways and I see American 18-wheelers, what they call 18-wheelers here, they're like double or triple the size of trucks. These things have 18 wheels, and you have them all over the place, right? They wash them. It's clean. It's because these are billionaires, the people in transportation. This is their business. They take care of the drivers. They pay them very well. If any of them get an accident, that person that they hit is going to be a millionaire. They're going to pay very well. They have insurance. They take care of those vehicles. They service them. They go to car wash, to truck stops. Right? These truckers are, some of them are millionaires driving a truck. Right? They drive Rolls Royces or Benzes or whatever. Some of them. I'm just giving you people with that kind of work. They're not interested in those kind of stuff, but they can. But they have homes. They have kids who they train to be lawyers and doctors. That's how you know a billionaire. A billionaire is not somebody who goes and is speaking on the little guys in the country, right? Using your trucks to menace every. Now, the other day is a tanker that exploded and it killed.
All right, let's hear from Zita at some point. Land it and then let's hear from
Let me bring you home because I'm sure Zita appreciates what I'm saying because I'm going into it. You know, I'm going there on this, right? So that's what I'm talking about. You make your money as a billionaire from being innovative. You're gonna come up with something. You're gonna have patents. You're gonna have laboratories. You're gonna have endowments. You're gonna be training people in schools, paying for engineers. You're gonna go to the finest institutions, people and his that he aspires to compete with, right? Like Elon Musk, those kind of billionaires, right? Who have something going for them. You go and you identify, you scout students when they're in their first year in kindergarten.
All right.
But anyway, I really wish I was given latitude to educate our people.
No, you will have the latitude, but let's just document everybody's voice because people have been waiting for. So we go to Zita, but on our way to Zita, let me make a clarion call. If anybody knows anybody that is interesting that they would like us to feature on the platform, please send their details via Instagram. That's my Instagram handle right there. It doesn't necessarily have to be a politician. In fact, I'd rather it wasn't a politician so that the conversation can have different flavors. I'm coming off the back of our session with Erelu Tunwashe, was it yesterday or the day before, which was quite elegant and very rich. So I want that richness as opposed to, do you agree with Tinubu or don't you agree with Tinubu and all of this, you know. I think we have enough. But if you know somebody interesting, it doesn't even have to be a big personality, but somebody that is engaging and can hold a conversation and has a very nuanced perspective on life that can hold to expand, you know, the richness of the tapestry. Send the details via Instagram. So Zita, talking about unusual and whatever, an Igbo man is now the chief imam in an Abuja mosque. Surely, even somebody as worldly as you, that catches you off guard, does it not? Zeta.
What did you say?
Oh, God. After all that build-up, I can't remember what I said now. The headline on the screen, National Mosque Abuja appoints first imam from the Southeast. Does that catch you off guard?
I'm sure you want to hear what I will say.
No, now it's very, very unusual. Unusual one to have an Igbo Muslim, very, very unusual. But then to have one that enough confidence is invested to be the imam of the preeminent mosque in Nigeria. So that's headline news right there.
He must have been a Muslim for a long time, maybe. Maybe he grew through the ranks.
He's a professor as well in Arabics.
Maybe he grew through the ranks. You know those people, they don't just appoint any and anybody. They don't do like that. They're not like Christians. So for him to, he earned it. That's all I can say. It shouldn't be a thing to discuss. He earned it.
Yes, of course, it would have been well deserving, but certainly a politician.
Is that here with us? I can't believe that he's being so pity. You know what I'm saying? I hope Oyibo man know they touch my sister where they for TV now as we talk. Make you tell them say we don't want that now. Make you respect our conversation here. We need your full attention now, Zita. You talk like say somebody play with you when we're here for.
Yeah, sorry.
We're not gonna put up with it.
But sad, were you not the one that was speaking to some computer generated female voice just now? It's quite a curiosity. That girl only seems to call you when you're on this platform, and it sounds very much like an AI and not even Zeta, an artificial intelligence voice. We know your games, Fansad.
There's an improvement. Before you used to say it sound like a Bobrisky or something like that.
Yes, well,
even if it's an AI girl, make you come in now. That's okay. It's better than you. Ain't nobody they call.
Don't worry. That's why I spent so much time here. I have no friends.
I got to go.
All right. All right. So
that's never ever happened in life where Zita doesn't want to talk.
No, Zita has a life now, and she has to go and attend to it.
No,
I don't want you.
I have a wedding to attend this morning, so let me take a nap before I...
all right, Zita. Hopefully you join us tomorrow. So that's Zita just made a cameo appearance. If Baba is there, then Baba. Otherwise, start to wrap it up. What do you want to speak to, Baba or Pansat? I think it's only the two of you left now.
Yeah, woman, run me through the topics again.
Yes, I'm not quite sure why Zita did not bite on it, but this one, I thought a lot of people have thought on this, but National Mosque appoints first imam from the Southeast, Professor Usman. So that tickled me. It doesn't seem to tickle anybody else. It looks as though the Chief of Army Staff has been poisoned. Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff, Lagbaja, incapacitated abroad as generals lobby jostle for position. So it looks as though we may well be seeing a replacement of that guy. Lagos State, So Lagos State set to translate state laws into Yoruba language. So these are still the residues of 2023 election, the audaciousness of calling Lagos no man's land. And then World Bank says Nigeria is seeing positive results of economic reform. So the pain period has to be gone through for us to come out on the other side. Dangote doubles wealth to $27.8 billion. Now only African on world's top 100 rich persons list. So that's the operationality of that refinery has now propelled him into greater wealth. So Dangote pleading poverty is no longer something that will be accepted. We've not done Peter Obi for a long time. So in that rather squeaky voice of this does not represent common sense. Peter Obi tackles President Tinubu Shettima for traveling out of Nigeria at the same time. So that is that campaign of car money still. We cannot continue like this. 129 million Nigerians live in poverty. This is the World Bank putting stark reality and numbers to the goings on within the Nigerian space. Insecurity. Northern elders hail Tinubu's approach. So without equivocation, we're seeing a real vast leap of improvement within the security space in Nigeria. And then let me play you this clip as well, which is to tell you that everything changes but remains the same. So the voice you're going to hear, Baba, is Gani Fawehinmi, and the story that is going to tell you is one that you're very familiar with. Watch this.
Between 1999 and 2003, the price of rice have increased by 150%. Palm oil, 1 liter, which used to sell for 30 naira, has risen to 150 naira. I've given you the basic food that the ordinary man takes, the fried plantain, that has risen from 10 naira to 50 naira. Again, take the maize, which is used particularly in this part of the country, it has risen 165%. The basic food like beans had risen 133%, and yam had risen from 60 naira, 50 naira in 1999 to 180 naira per kilo in 2003. And they are crying every part of Nigeria. They are crying every part of Nigeria that is there any government in this country? The answer to most people in this country today is there is no governance of our country to give us food.
So that was 1999, and this is 2024, and the story still has not changed.
Thank God, woman, that there are records to show. These are the things we keep on saying on this channel, that let's look back to where we are coming from to be able to understand where we are today. I listened to the beginning of the program with rapt attention. And the problem with Ekene is this. he restricts himself to that Ojo axis because he's a trader. You don't expect him actually to go out of his comfort zone and start roaming around Lagos. He has to tend to his business. So he is not the person that will actually tell us the situation. For instance, Lagos State government works only 3 times in a week to help the workers. Then every other job goes online. The private companies, the big ones, they have staff bosses. Same thing for construction companies, strategically placed all over the place to pick their workers going to work. Just all of this and several more they do to help. They're suffering, no doubt about that. In a situation where a country is reforming its economy, it's going to bite hard, except you want to tell me that a surgeon will do an invasive surgery without spilling blood. That's not good. That's not possible. For the first time, yes, there has been missteps, mismatch of policies, disjointed policies, and all the rest. But somewhere along the line, everything will have to fall into place. The courage of the president is what I commend him for turning the economy 360 degrees round and position it, if he persists in that trajectory, position it to meet up with world standards. Because we can't continue on that. Since 1960, everything is subsidized. Everything, every aspect of our life, be it energy, in terms of electricity, in terms of fuel, beer we drink, everything. Before they talk, it will make noise and the government will backtrack. Even the military government, we managed to cow them into submission. And this man has come around to say, okay, let's say he's our nemesis. Let's not even put it that way. Because if you plan your life very well, we've been through a lot of economic things. Gani Fayemedia was talking about that period. What do you think people were saying during that period? The same Ebim Power we were saying. Because when people start to describe an utopian country, I mean, I get really surprised that, yeah, an utopian country in Africa, more so in the world. Name one for me. Point one on the map where everything is rosy. No problem for anybody. With the kind of population we have, we've used different kind of data, statistics, projection to try and let them understand. Those adamant ones that those do not want to yield, they know the agenda they are pursuing. Because when we are talking about projections and things that are possible, and they don't want to do a lesson other than is equal to mathematics, QED, quite easily done, Ebim Power. There is inflation, no job, nothing. The government, the job of a government is to remove themselves from business. You only provide enabling environment for business to thrive. For business to thrive, you don't expect government to go and give farmland to people and help them cultivate it and things like that. It doesn't work that way. It is reality of the world we live in. Yeah, the government can provide tractors for you to rent, not free. The government can provide you fertilizer, seedlings, and things like that. That's where the subsidy is. And I'm repeating myself again that this government is discouraging trading. That is import of things we can manufacture here. That is one of the things they are they are discouraging. The traders may not see it, they may want to kick against it, but it's not going to work. Because the things that will defeat you are there. The high tariff. The high tariffs are there to discourage you, to make whatever you import become uncompetitive with what local manufacturers produced. Whether they are of a high quality or not, we will make do with it until they perfect their production.
Yeah, Baba, I think someone wants to chime in before one man leaves.
Okay.
If you want to yield to her.
Okay. Where is she?
Oh, hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Baba. And Mr. Fansat, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Igbo Muslim imam, right? They call him imam, or is it an imam, woman?
Yes, an imam.
An imam,
the
yes.
National Mosque.
Okay, yes, on the National Mosque, yes. I'm actually, a bit surprised that really no one really commented the way I expect them to be, like, honest about it. I think a lot of, the panelists, you guys wanted to be, I guess, sound politically correct, or maybe you don't want to come off like you're tribalist or something. But I think we have to be honest here, I mean, maybe there's like negative 0.3% Igbo Muslims. I don't even think Igbo Muslims exist, even in marriage. I don't think they exist. And if we do have one, it's political Muslims. We will convert to Judaism before we convert to Islam. So this man, I respect his achievement, but this has Tinubu written all over it. This is purely political, and we have to, say it as it is, because Tinubu is a very, very intelligent man, and we can never underestimate his tactics. This is part of his 2027 campaign strategy. It's going to be the same Muslim ticket, and this man is going to definitely campaign for Tinubu. And I want you guys to write it down that Chioma said this, because in 2027, that's what's going to happen. And we're going to see Professor Usman campaigning hard for Tinubu. The National Mosque is where Tinubu goes to pray. Many presidents that are Muslim, they pray there, like during special Islamic, occasions, So, to have an Igbo man to be an imam there, it's kind of very peculiar. So this has Tinubu written all over it, and we cannot underestimate Tinubu. Like, we have to really fear.
What's the Tinubu angle?
The Muslim ticket. He wants to remember how they had those fake bishops that during this campaign they came. There was a time like there were fake pastors.
I think Professor Usman would endorse Tinubu anyway, because Tinubu is a Muslim.
Of course.
So
I know, but what I'm saying is, of all the authentic Muslims that could have gotten from different region, even Edo State, like Edo, or Southwest, or even the North, they chose an Igbo man.
But do you think his appointment will encourage more Igbos to convert to Islam?
No.
Can I answer that?
Even Peter Obi has been flirting with Islam now. You could see Peter Obi converting to Islam.
Let me chime in, Chioma, because you brought in an angle, but I do disagree.
I wanted to answer Baba's question. Baba,
Okay.
you know, with all due respect to the Muslim community, I mean, Igbos are not that foolish because of one man we're going to convert to Islam. And it's impossible. So it's just like, what is this? This is Tinubu written all over. And I just love how intelligent Tinubu is. Like, can you imagine? This is a bold move. It's only Tinubu that can do this. Do not ever, ever underestimate Tinubu. He does not give a
Okay, let me disagree.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I will agree with you that it was a sorry, Spencer. I'm not sure that I will agree with you that it was a Tinubu move. But I will agree with you that it strikes me as quite curious that people always underestimate Tinubu. You have to acknowledge how clever he is if you want to defeat him, but they don't. People don't seem to want to recognize that. I mean, for him to have achieved.
But one man, remember those fake bishops and pastors that came to?
Yeah, exactly. Let me chime in because obviously it's quite interesting because I disagree that Tinubu is a very smart guy. You know, you understand? Because a lot of people who are victims of Tinubu's brand of politics, right? We have a few of them in the country. Buhari was somewhat like that. It's Lekanek and all that come off like he's an honest person, right? Magaske and all that. They do that willingly. They say for a place, no matter that ochinane, no one ochi padare, right? Which means somebody fell down for laughter. It's not like the laughter pushed you down. I don't know. There's a movie I'm gonna recommend. It's gonna date me now. There's a movie they called Elephant Man in 1980, right? The Victorian surgeon rescues a heavily discovered man in that movie. Who was being mistreated and all that, scrapping for a living, right? So in that film, they're trying to get your empathy, which is stem from you feeling sorry for the guy, but he rebukes you for your blind pity, right? You watch that movie, then you're gonna see a character like Tinubu. But it's also, if he's doing that though, that's good politics. You understand?
That's very good politics, and that's why I'm saying that this man Tinubu is.
No, but let me land so that I'll take maybe 2 minutes at the most. If he's doing that, that's politics. That's where it's supposed to be played. This man that they expand their base by doing that. The Muslims need this kind of reform in the country, right? Not just to win hearts for their religion, but to show that you're not blind by tribal, that your religion it's a national, at least.
I mean, they already tried. You know that Igbos have been saying they're trying to Islamitize the whole country. So it's like, just imagine one of their own, an Igbo man. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's a good Islamatize. This is the way you're supposed to Islamatize, right? You're supposed to open it up, appear modern, appear welcoming, right? Now let people voluntarily join you because you're open and you're doing that. You don't do it by having horsemen take over villages like you do in the north, in the Hausa places or the Benue places. No, but this you have to encourage it. If that's what they're doing. It's not gonna work with us because that is one thing that it doesn't go with us. It's like in Britain sometimes, who opens their arms for Muslims, but if you want to open a Sharia court or something like that, or even here in the United States, and they say, oh, no, that's going too far. We are open. It's a pluralistic society. Everybody should participate. You have freedoms, practice your religion, but don't come here trying to change our laws to where you're going to have your own kind of court. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's a good Islamatization, which this one is. Now, this guy, this professor, he changed his name. It's a prestigious role that they appointed him to, right? National Mosque, Abuja. So if he's dedicated and scholarly, they pick the right person to do something like that. It's not going to make anybody go in by force.
But don't you think it would have been beautiful if it's Professor Usman Nwachukwu?
Yes, but did they allow that? See, when it comes to Sharia, there are things that are mandatory. See, that's the bad part. There are things that you can do. You understand? There are things that are obligatory. Now, they have things they recommend a little, right? And have a little that they permit, I mean, even more little, right? There's tiny that they discourage, right? But there's a lot they forbid. You understand what I'm saying? So there are things that are obligatory. Maybe you don't have to change your name, for example. You're not in the Christianity. We don't have those kind of things. You come as you are. You love your neighbor like you love yourself. Now, how are you going to compete with that? Right? So when you have so many things that are obligatory, you got to change your name complete from your forefathers to your to something that sounds Arabic. Right? Now, but that's their thing. If somebody wants to do it voluntarily, they should be allowed to do that. So I pray for the guy,
I think
for the political, let him have wisdom, let him have strength, steadfastness to fulfill whatever it is they want. Let it be a sacred duty with them, do with diligence, integrity, and humility. Thank you.
It's mostly political. There's no other reason. You telling me they don't have other prominent professors or Muslim, northern or southwestern, people in Islam? No, this is just political. They don't want anyone bringing up Muslim ticket anymore. And this is just like, he's like one of our own. He's an Igbo man. So it's like Peter Obi has no, he has nothing to stand on at this point when it comes to religious politics. He can't play religious politics anymore. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are making sense.
So that's why I'm kind of shocked that you guys didn't really try to dig deep to really, analyze this. This is in all of it. He's a very intelligent man, and this goes to show all of us that we cannot underestimate him. He can do the unthinkable. This is a big move, a very bold move. Even for a Muslim man like Tinubu, is very bold move.
Choma, I had a question for you yesterday. One man didn't pass it over to you. Let me post it again.
Do
you know this girl?
Yeah, no, I saw he sent me the video.
He sent you. It sounds just like you.
Oh no, it's not me.
Is that who you are lusting after, Avansat?
No. Choma will be like Donald and me. I won't be interested.
No. I mean the girl in the
but when I hear Choma's voice, play the girl. Let's hear her voice. It sounds just like Choma now. I thought maybe it's her sister or something.
I don't
play the girl, one man. But the voice especially. We can hear it.
Can you not?
No.
All right. I'll play it in a moment. I probably have to grab it. But carry on.
Yeah.
Okay, Choma, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just very
She doesn't look anything like Choma though. You don't know what Choma looks like, do you, Pansat?
I don't. I'm just going by her voice. I know she's very beautiful. She's got an angelic voice.
Thank you.
Sorry, no. Paint a picture. How do you picture her?
There's something like we see on the screen.
It's the total opposite.
Is that right?
I don't rock natural hair. I don't have natural hair.
No, but the hair doesn't matter now.
No, that's not natural hair though. That's a wig. That's an Afro wig. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. But what about the face? Because she could wear any hair. I'm sure
She's
she
pretty,
wear.
but she does me and her.
You'll find out what Choma looks like over the weekend when we put out the poster for.
Oh, okay. But I know that Choma has to be a very beautiful girl. There's no way she's not gorgeous.
Thank you so much, Uncle Pans. You see why I call you Uncle Pansat? You're always rooting for me. So
that's the girl. I'm not sure if we can. Can you hear her? I can't hear a word.
No, we can't hear.
Let's compare the voice at least.
What?
I think
what's wrong with your thing?
No, I downloaded it and I'm playing it. I don't know why
it's not. To be Tinubu here, we'll have to turn down the television, right?
Oh my God, Uncle Pansat,
we'll have a beautiful girl. We can hear.
You're so funny. Oh my goodness. Literally, I'm always laughing so loud every time you're speaking.
Choma, I don't get the Pansat thing. I don't get what you guys get. To me, it's somewhat of a minor irritant to me.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear her now?
Yeah, we can hear her.
everybody.
She's gorgeous.
Over. Makes your perfume to last all day. Love, love, love. So, guys, I don't know if you've heard of the perfume primer. I was
You know what was striking
Sounds like
about
it's a bit, right?
No, because
Your
because
speaker crossed
her
everything.
accent sounds deliberate and Chomas does not. So it sounds like a deliberate accent.
Yeah, she's a Nigerian girl, by the way.
Yes, you
Yeah.
can tell. You know, there's always an underlayer of when people have a crossover accent, which
Yeah,
you don't
that's-
find with Choma, but
that's
you find with this girl. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. True.
So, one man, right? What is your opinion on this Igbo imam? Like, be honest, because
No,
I
no,
think I'm the only one that really.
like you, I think it's a political move because there's absolutely categorically nothing that places an Igbo man in as an imam in the preeminent mosque in Nigeria. There's nothing. Everything goes against that. Firstly, there cannot be more than 5, 7, no more than. I cannot imagine that there are 10% of the population in Igbo land that are Muslim. They are predominantly Catholic, some
91%.
Anglican, but 90-something% Christian. So even the catchment area is too small. If you look at Yoruba land, which is about 50-something, 51, 52% Muslim. If you look at the north, which is about 80% Muslim, and then the imam for the preeminent mosque in Nigeria is coming from a catchment area when less than 5% of them are Muslims, and most of them are like pretend Muslims like Nedun Oko and things like that. And then out of that tiny little pool, you then go and pick the preeminent imam for. So it's a political move. But
Yeah.
who is playing that politics is the thing. So you know that for him to become the imam in Abuja, he has to have the endorsement of. I saw you battling Aphrodamos, Mike. Have you stopped your fight there? You are those Aphrodamos people. Wow, you just like the screaming and shouting and all this crazy.
Yeah, I
people.
wasn't screaming, shouting. It's just, anyway,
No, I wasn't even listening. I just saw it in when I was passing through.
Aphrodamo is my guy. Yeah. Aphrodamo is my guy. Man.
That guy knows how to play you guys like a flute. He just say something. He will just play. He plays you like a symphony. All of you.
No,
people.
The guy is interesting. Very funny guy.
Yesterday, you had a guest that it's into the traditional thing, right?
What you're saying about this is very obvious. It's very obvious you haven't lived in northern Nigeria.
Don't want him. Hell, don't want him. I mean, this woman was dribbling Mike all over the place. I said, Mike, you know, where we the reject for heaven? Say, make we leave him for traditional thing. Then the traditional person they reject him too. So he's gonna find himself in purgatory. He's not in. It'd be like a bat. He's not on top. He's
No, that woman outed Mike 100%.
Oh man,
she pulled his trousers down and applied for Boko. Yeah.
In what sense? In what sense?
No, don't worry. You were just pulling your legs.
Cool.
And Mike started trying to fight you or one man. It was
yes, he tried to turn it. He turned it into a street fight, didn't it?
Yes.
I didn't into a street fight.
I thought it was Dupsy.
But Mike took it out on you. He took his frustration out on
No,
you.
I didn't take frustration. The only thing I thought she was accusing me of trying to recruit people here or something like that, and I was trying to clarify. I didn't think that's what she was saying, but people were typing in sections, so I'm trying to clarify that. Hey, I don't recruit people. I don't do that at all. I don't do anything like that, you know. And one man would not allow me. It's just, I think one man I think he was cool with what she was doing, but she didn't mention my name. She's just talking in general about people. Maybe she knows of people that are doing
she wasn't even talking
scams or
about
something.
She was talking
about people doing scams.
Yes.
And he was talking in a manner where she suspect I'm one of those or something like that.
No, she wasn't. Maybe that was how you understand. That was what I read.
Never near that.
You
Mike, she didn't go that way at all.
You know what she
So
was
that
actually
means,
doing?
that's what I said. But people are saying she's dragging people in it. She was talking about people doing this kind. Everybody is typing that she's talking to me. That she's dragging me. And that's what I'm saying. I know. Even Joma too was saying she's exposing Mike. She's exposing Mike. I'm like, she's not talking to me.
You know why? Because they know you are easily triggered. That's why they know you are easily triggered.
I don't get triggered. I pick one who I get off on. I don't get. I can trust me. I have emotional intelligence. I pick who I can explode on. Usually, if I don't like you, that's when I explode on you.
You said I was wrong.
If I don't have issue with you, I don't.
There's some things you don't want women to participate on. Say that say you not make mistake to allow women to get into this profession where she did. That's not nice to say.
I said what? What did I say?
You say that there are certain things women should not be doing. Right?
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said in the tradition there are some things they don't expose women to.
That's what I said. You said.
No,
you
not
participate.
No. I didn't say participate.
Oh, guys, let's not re-legislate yesterday.
Well, you took us there. Then you like let's.
I'm glad you call it one man.
Anyway, I don't. Okay, that's not what I'm.
Yesterday, I see the treatment when I did for platform, right? You know, once you call him out, you say once you have a guest, then you come put the guest like it be egg, right? It won't let anybody.
That's why I don't come when one man has a guest. I don't call in. I just listen to guests. I don't do that.
You are Frankenstein.
Whenever he has a guest, even when I didn't come in, I didn't want to come in when she came. Choma, I wasn't coming in. Literally, hold on. When she came, when the show was going, I wasn't coming in. One man was the one texting me, "Oh, come in, you come in." I even asked one man, I said, "Coming to do a co-host or what?" Or ask question. I didn't want to come in.
Yeah, because it was your territory, so I thought you would.
But what would I come to do now?
It's your territory now. You are the Babala on this.
Okay, so would I come to do what? Come and do what?
Yeah, to come and engage in a conversation.
Okay, then if I come to engage, why you? I can't. No. Here's the deal. You don't allow your panelists to engage your host. That's the thing.
Yeah, you don't.
Exactly. So that's why I knew you already. That's why I don't come in. That's why I knew you. Like you don't allow your panelists to engage your host. You just want your panelists to ask a short question and shut up.
No, not to attack them. I don't. No. I've not invited them to be attacked now. So
yeah, but no one is attacking now.
Yeah, Mike has a point there.
Even when people are not attacking, you don't allow your panelists to engage your host.
The guest too much.
Exactly. That's why I don't call in when you have a guest.
No, but Mike, this was made for you, but you do have a point. When these guests come, right, they have to be interrogated now, right?
Yeah, exactly. They have to ask questions.
If I'm here in the United States and you bring a guest in Nigeria, it should be an awe of me. I'm an American. I'm the one that has to get some respect from the guest.
Yeah, an American. When did you become an American?
Then I say I'm in America. I'm a Nigerian, but
all right.
I'm abroad. So
I thought you were Biafran.
This kind of nonsense with this. Mike, you have a point there. One man, this guest would appreciate you more if you let them. Let's mix it up with them, especially if somebody saying something.
No, you can mix it up with them. I'm not quite sure. I take criticism, but maybe not that one. You can mix it up with it. In fact, I like it when people get under the skin of the guest.
Really?
Yeah, of course I do.
Come on, stop lying, man. Please
don't accuse me of lying.
You went off on Emeka one time like this, man.
Can you let me speak, please?
That's what it does.
Sorry, can I speak? I like it when people get under the skin of the guests because they get the most out of them. Then I remember that Emeka one you were saying. I cannot remember who the guest was, but Ogbeni had a good push at that guy, and he pushed him hard.
It was in Genje now.
Yeah, it was in Genje. So Ogbeni had pushed him hard and had cornered him. So that was fine, but Emeka then wanted to launch at him out of off the back of Ogbeni pushing hard at him.
No, I didn't even allow Ogbeni to push you. Stop it, man. I was there. No. You were even said yourself. I don't want you guys to just push him to. Because you said it. Ogbeni was going to get him.
No, Ogbeni did get him. Ogbeni had.
Ogbeni was about to get him. You have to stop him. And then you said it yourself. I don't want you to push it, get him, open expose. You said, I'm like, why are you protecting your guest? That day, Ogbeni said, he said, allow us now, allow us. He always want to protect the guests too much, man.
Mike, I have an important question for you, right? So here you are with your traditional religion, right? Now we have one of what we call one of your bishops come, right? And then she is speaking from a spirit-filled thing, and that's supposed to have premonition, supposed to know what she's talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what she's talking about.
Okay, I'm saying her herself, but you disagree with her that she doesn't have what she's saying about you is wrong, right?
About me or about the
about you? He's
what
saying
did she say about
something-
me?
He's saying, for example, that you there's something somebody has actually said. He thinks that it's you who said it, right? So she was treating you harshly based on that. She wouldn't let you be friendly, right? So what I'm
don't
saying,
understand.
is that
Can you be
what
clear?
does
I'm
he
not sure what
say
you're saying.
about your religion that the bishop, the one who's anointed to disperse it,
the bishop
is wrong? In essence, he doesn't know what she's talking about as far as you're concerned. She shouldn't even be in the profession because it's a woman. So what I'm saying to you is like us, say you have a pope here or a minister who's filled with the Holy Spirit, and he doesn't, I'll come on as a Christian, right? And I say, hey, look, you got it wrong. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. So I'm saying your religion is false religion.
It's
right?
false. Okay, good.
False,
Okay.
she doesn't, as far as you're concerned. I'm not saying that, I'm not judging, I'm saying as far as you're
Also,
concerned.
we don't have a
Mike,
religion. It's not a
Mike
religion.
at the end of his submission, he acknowledged that the mama, she was very knowledgeable in what she was saying about the Ifa, practice. So he did acknowledge that. He didn't just say that she doesn't know what she's saying. He only said that there's just some things we don't expose women to, but she's very knowledgeable from what I heard.
It was quite clear that she was. I don't think there was any
No.
dispute
Let me
about
tell you, Oma. The part where I had to come was Baba was what I was concerned about. There was a question Baba asked her, and she gave him an answer. Maybe she didn't pay close attention to how she gave him the answer. And the thing she told him, even Ola came in at the background. I don't know if you listened when Ola came, right? When the background, I went to the background, we had the conversation. So Ola called him. Well, he said he didn't want to call him during the show, but he came to agree with me because Ola is from the tradition, that's his background. So there was something she said. Maybe she didn't, she said it, but maybe she didn't mean to say like that. And that thing she said, because of the danger of it, is why I came in to try to correct it real quick. So Baba doesn't, or whoever heard that thing doesn't make that mistake. Because there's Obi, the kola nuts, Obi Abata, right? They come in different eyes. Some will come in 5 eyes, right? So when they come in 5 eyes, normally there's supposed to be 4. There'll be 2 female, 2 male. And then there'll be 1 extra one we call Ufwa. That one has both male and female genital, like we call it genital. That one, we don't give it to the Orisha. That's a taboo. You understand? So when Baba asked that question, she didn't mean to say that. She just said, we can give Orisha as many Obi as you want. So I had to call him I thought Baba wanted to go do it. So in case he was about to go do it. So that's why I came in to quickly say, no. You don't give the Orisha all the 5 Obi. You have to take out that Ofwa because it's a real taboo.
I'm not sure if Baba is still with us or not, but
that's what I came to correct. Let me just get across. I'm not misunderstood.
No, you've made the point.
I haven't landed the point.
No, can you just hold on, Guy? Don't try and overrun him, by the way, Mike.
I'm not overrunning you now, but there's some important things.
Yeah, just hold. You said it yesterday. So when I say hold, that includes everybody on the platform. So hold. What I don't know if you recall the conversation from yesterday, Baba, but I think you were talking about if 2-eyed kola nuts was necessary or not. Do you recall what the lady said, Baba?
Yes, she was saying that it's not necessarily we use a butter, that banja, that is a red colored one, can also be used. And I realized that preferably, everybody who prefers Obia butter, because banja is just 2-faced. And when you have to maybe turn it into 4, you have to use knife, and knife is forbidden. The Igbos use knife to slice the kola, but in Yoruba divinity, you don't use knife to slice the kola. So that was where I disagree with her. But in most of these things, at times when they say use
But
the
Baba,
natural egg.
did you also ask
No, Mike, let me finish that one.
Okay.
You have to use the native fowl egg for something, but some other one will tell you can bring a Greek, and you start to think that why should I bring a Greek? Do you understand what I'm trying to say, one man, Mike?
Yeah, no, but I get your point, but you also asked. What I remember you asking was, "Would you make how many eyes of the OB can you use?"
Yeah.
Then she responded by saying, "You can use 3. You can use as many as eyes, And that information was where it quickly hit me. I'm like, oh, I have to correct that. Maybe she didn't mean it to say like that, but somebody may get that and get it wrong, thinking I can just use all the eyes. You understand? So, and it's a very dangerous thing. Even Allah came to say, Mike, you're right too. You understand? If you give the deity that part, that's very dangerous. So that's why I'm trying to really correct that information. But I guess when I said it, she took it as I'm insulting her and telling. I just people of the tradition don't like when somebody comes to make them look like they're not knowledgeable. So I was like, wow, maybe I should have thought of way to present it. Even today, I was asking myself, maybe I should have came in to just say, oh, Mama, can you clarify this thing? I was asking myself the question, like, maybe I should have thought of way to present my question than just say the way because I hate to offend people, especially women or people that, So where I said it, she felt like, oh, this guy just came to insult my knowledge and make me look bad, because you guys that know in tradition won't get how she felt, but someone in tradition would have said, how could she say that? It was kind of like she thought I was dead to embarrass her or something. That's why she really was upset. I believe. But then when she was going off and off and off and off, and I was started thinking, what did I say? I thought of it like, that's true. I shouldn't have had to put it out like that, Yeah, but my own intention was just to save somebody that was going to make that mistake. That was my intention.
But Mike, you see, people that are based abroad, you understand the native religion tradition. They try to at times align themselves with the rules of the environment. For instance, you can't take a fowl outside now in England or somewhere in Pennsylvania and just put your toe to the neck and pull it. You'll be arrested.
But that's how I do it too. I open my legs to the neck and pull it.
If they catch you for
I'm Jerry, and you're gonna get outside be looking for knife.
Mike, which means the ancestors didn't tell her anything about you, right? The ancestors did not tell them, hey, this Mike is a good guy. I want you, because Christians will have to always use this thing. We have to use apologetics all the time. And you always insult us. Right now, you have somebody who talks to the ancestors. He came here, and she could not be admonished in the background and say, okay, this is one of ours. This guy means well.
There's no one of ours in tradition.
Okay. If she doesn't have that kind of power, then what does she have? She doesn't have anything.
But Uncle Pastor,
ask me, I don't know.
No. The thing is, Mike came in. Mike's supposed to greet her traditionally. Mike make that mistake. If Mike had given her the hand, we call it the hand, she will have responded, and she will tone down, knowing that this Mike is not an Ogberry.
The point is
Mike,
this,
remember
right?
she told you to pour water on the ground. Did you pour the water on the ground?
What I'm saying is that
I gave homage to the
would worship or follow anything.
When I came in, I gave homage to the
they have some kind of knowledge about the future, about the past, about your present. They can affect you. They could spiritually, they could impact on your life. They could destroy your enemies for you, or uplift your family, give you good health. So now here you have a woman who I thought is qualified. She laid the foundation. She spoke historically. She spoke traditionally. She spoke professionally for that. But then she was attacking her own ally. She had no knowledge. She had no special knowledge above any human being, right? Who could make a mistake and do a circular firing squad. And then give away, and Mike was receiving friendly fire, right? Getting shot in the head by your friend,
by your
Oh no,
own pastor.
that's
Right?
not the
So
impression
what
that
I'm saying is that if you don't have any power, right? You're just a human being.
I don't
You don't
think
have any
she
power to
mentioned me.
say
She didn't address me directly though. She
no, but listen,
just
that's what I'm saying. It's from ignorance. She didn't know you're her own.
well, if you want to give
She
her a call and
knows.
talk, don't do that. Don't you know?
No. But what, Mike? I think you're missing my point. I really want you to get my point. I'm not just talking. I'm saying.
You sound like you're attacking her. You know, so
No, I'm not attacking her. I'm saying
you
that
want to do
she.
that, get her number and do that.
No,
So I'm
what
not
I'm saying is
trying
that I'm looking at the religion. Okay, let's say I'm a Christian. Okay, I'm
It's
open.
not a religion. Why you keep calling it religion?
What she's doing is religion.
It's not religion.
It's not Christianity. It's not Muslim. Anything that believes in any spiritual power is a religion, right?
It's not a religion.
It may not be organized religion, but I actually think it's an organized. It's a religion. Now, what do you talk? What do you think is a religion?
Well, that's
is?
your. Well, how do you define
So,
religion?
when it comes to Christianity, I saw you and I. We had it out a couple of days ago. You are attacking Christianity. You're attacking the Lord.
I didn't attack
The
you.
Lord Jesus Christ.
We're just having conversation. That's all.
Okay, now so we're having a conversation. I'm saying I'm trying to get it. Don't you want me to join it and get rid of Christianity? Convince me.
Okay, fine.
So you
I
have
don't know what
somebody
you're
here,
saying.
right?
Yeah.
Who's talking about our ancestors? He talks to deities, gods, whatnot, right? But she came without, number one, protection, number two, any kind of future premonition. Do you understand what I'm saying? She doesn't know who is an ally. She doesn't know who's a foe, which just makes her a human being.
We
all
don't do
have
that. We don't. Pastor, dude.
Yeah.
Not everybody reasoning. Dude, you gotta understand. We don't reason the way you reason. So just don't worry. We don't do ally, enemy, all those stuff. We don't do that, man.
Okay, well, I yield back. I'm just saying, when we're talking, then stay out of our own too, right? Stay out of it. You have no idea what you're talking about anyway. All right.
But that was good, interesting yesterday, one man. I really enjoyed the program.
Yes, it was very different, but I just feel like she just figured out Mike. It was, and she had a discernment. It's not like Mike was.
Chama, I was going to tell you something. Maybe someone you translate to you. When you're attacking me, you see the you know what that means? Maybe someone can translate to you. You're just talking. I'm like, okay, I don't think this. Well, anyway. I just
Should we
think
be bringing more people like that? Do you think, Mike? Not necessarily somebody. In fact, I want to explore that traditionalist space a lot more. But personalities outside of politics, you think it's because then we can all gather together for that sort of. So we don't have to be doing Obi and Tinubu.
Well, I can advise if you want to bring traditionally. If you're going to bring. I think if you're gonna bring a woman, I think you probably bring a man with her that's also a Babala or something, because let me not go there. But I'm just saying, like, the thing is, the knowledge of Ifa and all those things is more given to the male. Most of it, like the women will know, but there's not like the deeper part of it is more in the hands of the men, So, and the more of the taboos and the taboos is more, the men are more exposed to it. Because you understand?
One man.
So I just came to correct that will be part, because can you let me speak you back.
Mike.
Can you one man like so that's
we are program here, Pada, especially when Baba came in. Because the way I heard it is different from the way you're responding to it. So maybe I missed something, maybe you missed something. But
if people ask me certain question about the tradition regarding the practical part, I will not talk about it, because I don't want someone to get information and go and do that thing wrongly. I can only talk about the philosophy, but I want you take this, you mix with this, you do this. I will not give you. You need to go and become a trained person to start getting that kind of information, because if I start talking about, if you mix this and this, you do this, that person may hear and go and mix this and mix it the wrong way and do this, and you just mess yourself up, So that part, I don't even discuss it with ordinary people or even the world, or, so, that thing is not something, it's raw energy, man. You can't be making things the wrong way. You can make, so I just thought, I needed to quickly correct that would be part. That's why, because You know, it's not good. It's not good to do that. So.
All right. So yeah, Baba, did you want to speak to the politics a little bit? I think Chama was especially taken by this.
It's just the economy thing, actually, because we're impatient people. But I know, for instance, I mean, space I talk to every day, but those in at home and everything in Lagos, and yeah, it's tough out there. But if you use your head and cut your coat according to the cloth you are having, you can pull through until things ease a bit. Because, for instance, from Agbado to Oyingbo on the red line will take you 1,500. And I ask myself, suppose somebody who walks around Oyingbo and lives in Agbado to pay 1,500 and it's on minimum wage. Let's say his take home is even 100 plus housing and everything. So how will he manage that?
Sanwo-Olu was being tackled on that
which is 3,000 a day. That's about 60,000 5-day working week. 60,000 out of. But I realized also that the rent in Agbado would be almost next to nothing if he's staying in one room. But Sanwo-Olu said, okay, yeah, I can agree with you, but we are doing all these runs. We will do the arithmetic to see where we can come down a little bit as far as we are still making profit, which is highly commendable. But from a job, for instance, if you work like in the island, that's where you have your kiosk or your shed where you sell.
Should they even be making profit on it is the question.
Anywhere in the world, they don't make money on the British Rail and things like that, and states in America, they are making losses. They are making losses, but it's like public service. But in the case of Lagos State, I think they need to actually, because all those things are acquired on loan basis, so they have to be very, very careful and not be stampeded into making it becoming a charity business. So they have to be careful. But if you still run things reasonably, I think you can still get by. But I mean, for instance, when they want to talk, they say, oh, 10,000 cannot cook a pot of soup. And I disagree. I disagree vehemently. A 10,000 can still give you good pot of soup, which contains protein and everything, all the vitamins, you will get it in there. But if you are this type that's looking for bokoto, the innards of the cow and everything, then if you have the money, fine. Like I said, if you ride a Volkswagen, your problem is the size of the Volkswagen. If you ride a Mercedes, your problem is the size of a Mercedes. After all, a man who earns even 14 million a month will still complain that he's in trouble with his salary. And you'll be wondering, if you earn minimum wage, that how can this man tell me that 10 million a month salary is not enough? But that is his own headache. Your headache is as big as the size of your head. So if you earn 10 million, your problem is day 10 million. If you earn 100,000, your problem is if you know yourself. So that is the essence of the whole thing. Because lampooning the government every day about this and that every time, I don't know how they cope with it anyway, because I just think in my head, is this how you're going to continue for the next 3 years before the next election? Then you do a lot of damage to yourself, to your psyche, and to your well-being. You better roll your sleeve and plan and replan again. If you are taking 2 bottles of beer a day, then take 1 every 2 days. In that country we talk today, people still get drunk around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. People still get drunk. Breweries are not closing down. There are sachet whiskeys, sachet gin. Every time they put them in their pocket, they drink. So life to me is about knowing what you need and not what you want. particularly in a situation where we are now. It's not about want, but need. So when they keep on complaining every day, like the same thing, like broken record and things like that, I just shake my head, because it's just like, guy, wake up. No government is coming anywhere to help you. Even here we are, you know the process you have to tell the story of your life. How much was paid as your mother's diary before you can even access a charity here.
Woman, I was hearing you guys talking about this Igbo Imam or something like that.
Yes.
Like all shocked and stunned.
Is that not shocking?
It's because you never lived in the north. That's why.
Mike, sorry if I was a bit abrupt with you earlier on. I just wanted to get myself a call, but carry on. Yeah.
It's very obvious you guys haven't lived in northern Nigeria. you see Igbo Muslims in the north too. Usually, some of them, like maybe their mom or relative is Northerner. There are Igbos that have been living in the north since the 40s. Even, they've been married to Northerners, and if you go to the north, you see some Igbos in the mosque. It's because you guys haven't been to that north, and that's why a lot of you reason the way you reason.
But those are like 1% of Igbos. And
some of them are even more. There are some Igbos, I don't even know where they come from in Igbo land. They've been there so long.
Yeah, that's why some people call them like Efulefu. You get what I'm saying?
They call them what?
Yeah. Efulefu. Like lost beings. Lost, like you're lost.
They speak Igbo well. They are still Igbo. But they speak Hausa very well too.
I know.
Speak more.
I know, but that's like 1%, so it's not a normal thing for us.
Do you know most people
when they travel out, they actually come back. They travel out for business.
No. A lot of these people I'm talking about, they always go back to the east, to the village, everything. They are connected to their village, everything.
Yeah, so when you go there and you convert to Islam, I mean, you become an Efulefu.
No, usually maybe the mom. No, this is what it is. Like, in Nigeria, you're from your father's tribe. So one Igbo man might have one kid with a northern woman, you understand? But the child will be an Igbo guy, you understand? Grow around Igbo people, but he will still be visiting his mom's relatives. So he's connected to his cousins will be northerners. You understand?
Yeah.
So, but he's an Igbo guy, he's market guy, the same thing, his father's culture, everything. But he's also connected to his mother's culture, his mother's side. I've met many of them in the north. I thought you guys 100% Igbo. You say, my mother is a Nupe woman or Kanuri woman or something. Even in the southwest, there's some Igbos where their mother is Yoruba. You understand? But
no, that one is
until
different.
They tell you before you know.
Based on religion, that's like less than 1%, honestly. And if those people really converted,
all right, Choma, let me build. Michael shut it down. I think he may well have even run his course, but Michael shut it down maybe after your conversation now. But I thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry, I was a bit abrupt with you, Mike. But you've known me long enough. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. So those Igbos that migrated to the north and converted to Islam. No, that's like less than 1%. We don't really. That's not a factor to us.
Have you been to the north?
I don't have to be in the north to know. I just know my friends speak Hausa. Do you understand what I'm saying? But they've never converted to Islam. They wear like hijabs when they're in Katsina and all that. But they never converted. So it's not like becoming. It's not something that is a norm or will ever be a norm. So, yeah.
You'll be shocked when you go to the north. You'll be shocked how many Igbos are Muslims. I'm telling you.
Mike, Choma is right. Because what you're describing, right? Choma, just 1 second. I was going to tell him that if somebody goes to the north and they marry a Fulani woman or a Hausa woman or a Muslim, right? And you're still a Christian, which happens a lot. There's no difference between what you're describing and somebody did what I just said.
But the thing is, a lot of them, they are not like they won't become hardcore Muslims like Northerners. So they never get to that point. But they
what I'm
they're
saying,
exposed to Islam and they understand this. Some of them just like it and they just participate.
no, but a lot of people
But a
get
Southerner will
married.
always be a Southerner. They always have the Southerner.
Tribal marriages, it doesn't the preponderance, in essence, the ones who remain Christian and have their Hausa people convert to Christianity is a whole lot more. People like Zeke, all those who were born in the north. It's not a new phenomenon, right? It's been there. The Igbos are not new to Islam, right? There's a lot of Igbos here in the United States. I'm talking about millions of Igbos, right?
If you guys didn't have this, your what do you call it? Apprentice culture where you always bunch you guys together in one area together. Most Igbos in the north or other places would have just melted with that culture there. I'm telling you.
No, it's.
But you guys always bunch together. You always have one market space where you all hang out most of the time together among yourselves. You know, so that's what keeps you guys. That's what keeps
you don't want to get lost in the mist.
Yeah. Those are the same people that work together.
That's how I was
Those are
saying.
the same
Those
people
people
that
that
work together.
actually converted to Islam, they will consider them like Efulefu because it's like.
But
the
one
way-
thing I know though, man, those Southeasterners that like grew up in other, like lived in other side, maybe 2-3 generations, their mentality is completely different from you. Those of you from the east, like
That
they're
is true.
different.
Let
Those
me
ones are usually the
give you-
nicest human being you meet, man. They're usually very.
Yeah,
The
let me
thing is, they
give-
even practice other people's culture better than the people say.
Right, because you go to people's place, you go to Rome, you behave like the Romans, right? Their culture, they do that.
No, the ones
Let
from
me
the
answer now. Let me
Yeah.
answer. But because the other thing, as far as culture is concerned, when I look at it like an osmosis, right? When you have water or some solvent going through the semi-permeable membrane or something like that, the concentration is going to be going to us. We have the more modern culture. We have the more Nigerian culture. What they have is an Arabic kind of culture, Arabic alien religion, Islam, right? So now there'll be incidents here and there
where
what you're talking about, right? But as far as the more Nigerian culture, that's the Igbo culture.
the Catholic culture.
No, Igbo culture now. Catholics, you have Catholics. I'm not a Catholic. You have Catholics primarily in Anambra and Enugu, that kind of side. You have a lot of Catholics. There are Catholics in other areas as well. But where's
Well, in the north, most of them have their ethnic culture too, though. They have it, core ethnic culture. You go to the
I know,
north.
but let me ask you a question now, okay? I want you to answer honestly. Don't play to that gallery of what you want to do. When it comes to Igbo man's culture, you go to the village, you yank an Igbo man, right? And then you go to the north, right?
You said again, I didn't hear that part.
You go to the north, you go to southeast, you yank somebody from the village as an Igbo man, typical Igbo person that hasn't been to a town even, right? The Pamwa Etapa, for example. Then you go to Fulani and you yank one of them, right?
You say yank, what do you mean by yank? I'm trying to
yank, like just grab somebody out of random.
Oh, grab, okay.
Grab somebody, right?
That's what I thought, but I only-
Not beat him up or anything, just say, hey, come here. All right, so you which one of those is a Nigerian to you, culturally and otherwise? As a Yoruba man, right? You go, you pick
So me, there is no you define Nigeria first. So
no,
that way I
no,
can know.
no. This question I'm asking you is one that it's a spiritual question. You have to be honest. You have to answer it. Just from me opening my mouth.
I have to know the context, though.
Maybe I should. What I'm saying, in any context, I'm in Nigeria. Like for example, you're walking around, you see an Igbo man. Okay, let's use America. I don't know where the hell you are, but let's say you are in Texas, right? You're walking around the city and you see an Igbo man that was just yanked from the village and transported instantly to Texas, right? And then you have you walk another mile, you see a Yoruba man, a Fulani man or Hausa man. That's who would you say, without too much talking? So that's a Nigerian right there. Who would you say? Who would you say?
Nigeria, from what they speak, the way they speak, or the way they what? I don't get it.
Yeah, the way they speak, whatever they're doing.
I only know Nigeria from
traditional,
your accent or from how you interact, you know.
Yeah, but you know, you're not you.
But
won't
if
be
you're
able,
saying
if you have a mind of evasion, you won't
but
be able to answer
hold
this
on.
question.
Let me go to your. If I yank an Igbo guy from if I yank the Igbo guy that I yank from the village is completely different from Igbo guy from Lagos. To me, the only people that are real Nigerians are usually people that grew up in metropolitan environment like Lagos, Abuja.
Say that again. Say that again.
The
Say
only real people that behave Nigerian, they are
That
real
build-
to me. That
that
are
build
when
Nigeria.
and by the definition of a Nigerian, I mean you see other Nigerians, you see them as my guy, my people, my this and that. It's a Nigerian that grew up in either Lagos, Abuja, or
okay. All right.
or maybe Kanu, Jos,
Okay.
one of those
But that-
melting pots.
that's-
But
I
hold on, let me land. But a Nigerian, straight from his own ethnic environment, those village people, they even when they say that Nigerian, they don't relate. They can't relate. I'm
well,
sorry.
if you're right, then
Especially your people
hold
say
on
they are
now.
even probably worse
Hold
than
on.
anybody.
You change what I'm asking you. The answer you gave me
Because
is
those
also
people from
incorrect.
the village, those guys, I can't stand them. They just so.
I did not ask you.
Uncle Pastor. He's
I did not ask
Like
you.
Pastor, but you tell Pastor came straight from the village. The way he talks, like you can't relate to any other tribe.
Mike, you gave me two answers that I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you who built Nigeria. I didn't ask you who do you like. I'm saying normally when somebody, for example, right, if somebody, an African, is from South Africa or from Ghana, right, if I see them here in the United States, like I was in the beach the other day, I saw somebody playing Davido and they're walking by. They're not from Nigeria, right? If I see a Fulani guy in Nigeria, it's not really my brother or something like that. It's just that we're Africans, right? It's not like
No, if you meet a Fulani guy that grew up in Abuja or Lagos or this thing, there are a lot of Fulani.
no matter where they grew up,
you won't even know
right?
they are Fulanis there.
Oh my
They
God!
tell you. They will.
No, but what I'm saying, there's
Mike,
something.
you're overthinking his question.
He
His question
is.
was
But
very
maybe you can simplify it
You know
for me.
what I'm saying?
Maybe you can help me. You know how Pastor doesn't know how to ask questions.
I don't want anybody. If you put on, God, you know that song that goes "God Win," right?
Hold on. Let me
If you
explain
don't
it to
dance to
Mike.
it, you're not a Nigerian, right?
Well, let Chioma
I don't know where
ask the
you come
question for
from.
you.
So what Pastor was trying to say is more like it's like who gives you Niger vibes? Like who makes you feel like okay, this is a Niger man, you know? Like
And that's what I'm saying. The only people that give me Nigerian vibe are Nigerians that grew up in those metropolitan environments. They are the ones that always give me that vibe. I always know. Like even me, I literally cannot.
We're talking about like the way they walk, the swagger, the demeanor, everything.
You telling me a guy straight from village from the east?
You cannot say only people.
You're overthinking it. He gave you two examples.
He's being honest.
And that's what maybe based on the example, I can give you a good answer there. But if
He
it's
said
just
Igbo man, or he said an Hausa man, I mean Fulani man, and obviously you should lean towards the Igbo man because
you know, if, let's say I
no,
say
okay,
to
okay, you're
okay,
likely going to
Mike.
run into the only reason I maybe agree is that you're likely going to run into a southern Nigeria anywhere outside of Nigeria
No,
than you
don't
run to
worry.
a northern
It's
Nigeria.
invading
Maybe
the
in
whole-
Can I
that
make
context,
my own contribution? Can I make my own contribution?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think what Passat is saying that in terms of exposure, that is what is talking about. Is probably somebody from the southern part of Nigeria will relate better to you because probably he has mixed with a lot of people that has mixed with so many tribes and ethnic groups. You understand that person will be able to relate to you better.
and
as
that's
a
only when
Nigerian.
it depends on the environment. That
Than
person grew up in the
somebody
south
from the
also.
core north that did not even that they are almost uniform, no exposure, nothing. I
He
think
doesn't want to
that's
go to
my
a
own
restaurant,
understanding.
right?
Hold
You
on,
couldn't
but
just
Simba,
say,
Simba,
go to
don't,
some Tombo,
hold on,
let's
Pastor,
have
give me a
some beer.
second now.
You couldn't
But
say, let's go
Simba,
drink a beer with the person. I'll say, nah, make I
hold
tell
on now.
you know, make we go to
Hold on.
Chobisi, right?
Wait now. If you go to Simba, what I'm trying to say, it also depends on which environment that person grew up in the south or in the north.
No,
Because in northern,
he said
hold on now.
village.
Let
He
me.
said village. He said village. He said village. That's what he
If
said.
it's
He
village,
didn't say.
no, they are all no,
Exactly.
all village people in Nigeria. They are all. You can't get Nigeria vibe from them. I'm sorry, you
I
can't
see
get
this
it.
guy.
They
You know, be
can't.
Nigerian now.
You
This
go
guy
guy
don't be
from a
Nigerian.
village or any person from village, unless you are from his tribe, you get a vibe. I've been around Igbo people.
But
Like,
they
hold on,
don't need
even
to
Yoruba
live
people.
in the
Hold on,
city.
Simba, even Yoruba person that the village. The only reason I relate to him is because I'm Yoruba. You understand? But what I'm saying is, when I get around in Nigeria, whether it's Igbo, Yoruba, Ijaw, or any tribe, Northern, anywhere, if they are from Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, which other city? Maybe I can name Kanu, but I don't know. I don't know too much. But I know Kaduna, Abuja, Jos, Lagos. I can say Warri, Port Harcourt. Anyone that grew up in those environments, the moment they meet you, they will get that Niger vibe. They don't really ask you what tribe you're from or even trying to relate to you on a tribal level. They relate to you as a Niger person.
True.
You understand?
That's true because you don't amalgamate.
And I know that for sure. Like when I hang around, when I go around Igbo people, the ones that we automatically click with are the ones that go to one of those places. But those ones straight from village, I can't even go anywhere with them. Like
Mike, before Passat change the discussion, I thought you people were talking about Igbo Muslim and what have you earlier on.
Yeah,
we were talking about.
We were talking about that. Do you have a contribution?
Yes, because I know a lot of Igbos that are Muslim. I know, in fact, I even have 2 of them that are working with me where I'm working now, and they're Igbos.
Saudi Arabia.
And they are, yes, and they are the 2 of them.
That's what I'm saying. When I was in the north,
wait now. They came. They were Muslim before they left Nigeria. Don't forget about that. People worship.
They won't get visa now. They come turn Muslim.
No, wait. Stop all this now. Stop this. Stop all this. Please stop it. We have a lot of, in fact, majority of Nigerians that are working in Saudi Arabia are Igbos, and they are Christians, and they still worship. They do their worshiping every Friday. So forget about all those things that you carry about with your brain. Stop all this nonsense now.
Yeah, let me tell you, Choma, I'm telling you.
These people, in fact, our name is
Igbo people. They're very ambitious.
Okay,
you have
let me tell you
what I'm saying. This one are female. They came here. They were Muslim before they left Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. It's not as if they came here and become a Muslim. Okay, are you saying that you don't need to become a Muslim before you can work in Saudi Arabia? Forget about these things that you do around.
Okay, but you said something that I found interesting, right? You said the majority of Nigerians in Saudi Arabia are Igbos. Did you just say that?
No, they are working there, not living there. They are going to work.
Mike, hold your peace. He's here now. Make an ask.
Okay, let him answer.
I can play it back if he doesn't want to answer honestly on it.
Okay,
you said the majority of Nigerians in Saudi Arabia are Igbos. Did you say that?
That's me. Professionals I work with. You understand? Yes, majority of them are Igbos. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's also an interesting piece of data by itself. So, Mike, that's what I'm trying to tell you, that we have over 100 million Igbos.
So, because the way you people are talking, you and Chilma, you want to implicate them by saying because they are looking for jobs in Saudi Arabia. That's why they change their name. They are very smart. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. Let me
it's not true. It's not true. Don't be saying this kind of thing now. Somebody, you are their professionals. Wait. They are not people that are just looking for. It's not. Saudi Arabia is not a place like USA where people that can do factory job, can do odd jobs. You can't come to Saudi Arabia and come and be doing odd jobs. They cannot even allow you to come in if you are not a professional. That's it. They will verify your certificate, everything before they will employ you. So it's not all these kind of, forget about these baggages all these rubbish that people talk about.
Now, let me ask you a question. Simba, do you have freedom? I just want to ask my question. Do you have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, association, where
I just told you now that they worship every Friday. They have where they gather and do their worshiping as Christians.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying when it comes to freedom, the human rights.
I don't know what you mean by freedom because all these rubbish that I used to talk, I don't know what you mean by it.
Okay, then let me. This is a very important question. And here's somebody in Saudi Arabia, right? Can somebody, an Igbo man, right, get up and say, you know what, this Islamic country where they serve, maybe I need to go back home where I be closer to the Lord, the real Savior. Can somebody say that?
To who? Say it to who?
To everybody in that country, on the radio or like on a blog, like we're doing here, on a chat room.
So you're asking, you have freedom to go and insult their religion? That's what you're asking.
No, that's what he's pushing me to say now.
People like Pastor, what they call freedom is ability to insult.
Freedom of choice. Can I say I choose the Lord Jesus Christ over anybody?
Yeah, but why do you be saying that? That is your personal belief. Now, why do you need to be saying it?
Because I want to say it, so I cannot say it. Just answer the question honestly.
No, you can say what you want now, but they will frown. Yeah, we know that. The same reason the same reason if a northerner come to your village where you guys are predominantly whatever Christian or whatever, and he starts saying the real religion is Islam, you all will find it. Why are you talking as if? So there's no difference.
No, you could say that in our place. You could come,
but you will frown too. Like you will challenge him. I know your religion is not special. You do that.
Hold on. Even though
I don't even know. Well, is that how important is all these questions that I even asking?
That's what they regard as freedom, and freedom to disrespect you.
First of all, this question I'm asking you can be on its own, but it relates to what we're talking about. You saw a couple of Igbos at your workplace who are apparently worshiping Allah over there, right? So I'm saying they don't have that freedom, because from the last question I'm asking you, they don't have this freedom to say, I'm gonna worship the Lord Jesus Christ. So if you have to demonstrate
what do you mean? Do you need? I'm telling you that they worship, and you are still saying that you don't have freedom of worship. So what do you want to say?
They're worshiping under duress.
What do you say, Chairman? I don't think I want to listen to Passat again.
I was saying, do they have a church there in Saudi?
No, they don't call it. They call it a fellowship. They have a place like they have like like a hotel. They can rent a hotel, or they rent halls and all those things, and they do it there they even do their own every Friday. It's not even Sunday, because Sunday is a what is it called in Saudi Arabia? Is a working day. You understand? So they do it on Friday, the same day like the Muslim.
See,
look, right?
Let me tell you something. I want you to listen to me carefully.
Yeah,
right?
Because our own weekend here is Friday and Saturday, not Saturday and Sunday.
Listen to me. You don't determine anybody's weekend, right? Over here where I am,
the one that the English determines for you, that you do on Saturday and Sunday, who determine that one? How can you be talking like this? Who determines the Saturday and Sunday for you?
Let's see where it's going.
The point is,
hear me out now, because
fellowship publicly, they have to do it in secrecy.
Okay. What do you say?
You know what, Mike?
Chioma, you are making sense. This Passat, I don't even know what is. I don't even know what he's talking about.
I won't push it. Okay?
I think it's simple. What Passat is saying is, he believes that anything you do in the West, when you do anything Western, if you can't do it somewhere else, then you don't have freedom.
He say, how can somebody determine your weekend? The weekend that you are, who determined it for you? The one that you believe now.
That's colonial mentality. You believe anything Igbo master doesn't approve, then it's wrong. The Igbo man's way, the white man Anglo-Saxon way is the way.
You have that problem. I've told you that because Igbo left their place and came to other people's places, they are forever precluded from claiming anything. They don't have anything. They left their place. Oyibos now. British people, Americans, they have nothing, because they left their place and they went around other people's places, co-opting and corrupting people's ways, religion, language, right? So they have nothing. So what you don't want to do is to say there's science, for example, right? And you say, you both I see you drinking with a glass there. For our place, normally we drink with the horn of a
calabash.
Of calabash, or the horn of a ram, right? You clean it really good. You take and drink pan. It did different taste. You hear me? So, but you see in your avatar that you're drinking with a glass, right? You can't say it's Igbo. I see wear glasses where they take really something self. You have to.
First of all, don't even worry, because don't even consider going to those places, because first of all, you can't drink alcohol there. So you are alcoholic.
That's what I'm saying now. So Simba, let me tell you something. You shouldn't be contributing anything for us in that country, because we're even better than where you are. Nigeria is better than you. At least you have certain freedoms. Your weekend could be on a Monday in Nigeria if you don't want to go to work.
Passat, Saudi Arabia is not a topic of discussion. So
Let's alone. But anyway, let's go back.
If you allow him, he will go beyond what he's talking now. So just shut it down. You know, it doesn't have. It cannot have a break. He will just continue talking. Whatever.
So you don't think it's a political move that Igbo man is a imam?
He's not. These are the people that have been. If you look at their certificates, they bear this name right from birth. You understand? So it's not. They are not people. You can't forge certificates now
In Nigeria.
You don't know what I'm saying. Forget about this. Why are you talking as if you are not even a professional? These are not just people that are coming to work as a maid or work as a factory worker. They are not artisans. They are professionals.
No, I'm talking about
most of them. You see some of them migrating from here to Europe. So what are you talking with the same certificate? What are you talking?
I was talking about the imam, the topic, that imam that became.
The reason why I came, these people should forget there are a lot of Igbos that are Muslim, and what do you have against it? Anybody, and you are talking about freedom now, then you people don't want people to have freedom. You are talking about freedom of religion. So what is wrong for an Igbo man to be a Muslim? Why are you just talking against it?
You know, it's so funny how
I believe he's a genuine Muslim. But I just feel like it's rare.
You see, they talk from the two sides of their mouth. Now they don't want Igbos to become a Muslim, and they are talking about freedom.
No. Nobody
you
says
understand?
That. Somebody say this.
I say
it's a good political move. It's good.
Why are they contesting it? What is bad in having Igbo Muslim? What is so wrong in it? If you are talking about freedom.
I know you.
And you see the two of them now, they are looking for a reason why they should not be or they should be.
No, but I think Chama is just shocked. She's just read to her. That's what she's saying. I don't think Chama is against her.
I agree with Chama there.
But Chama, let me tell you something, man. Chama, hold on. Let me say this.
It's good politics.
We have Hausa Christians. So why did you want to have Igbo Muslims?
Hold on, that's how I was going. Simba, hold on. Do you know, like, one of the reasons why when people on this platform, they're always having conversation about the North. I always like, these people are, it's like they always are ignorant because that's the way, all this went in the South, when I was growing up in the South, the mentality I had about the North. But when I went there, what I saw, a lot of things just shocked me. Like things were just, I realized I was so ignorant. Because you begin to see like some people, like Southeastern, and they have been there for so long, generation, maybe born there, their mother was born there, they're like 3 generations. And you could tell they're Igbos, but they're Muslim. And then
you don't need to go there. Go to
you see Northerners that are Christians, like Hausas.
Okay, then Mike, take a question, right? Because I told you that what you're doing, you're just selecting the good part, right? When we use the North, maybe you don't know this, somebody like me, and a typical Igbo man, a Biafran, right? We're not talking geography. We know there's a lot of Northern Christians in the North. When those people are not Northerners to us. You understand?
Yeah, Northerners.
Just hold on. You go to Kaduna, over half are Christians, right? But if you go to the core North itself, or like Middle Belt, they call all those things North. We really don't consider those.
No, even core North, you find Christians there.
Yeah. When you go there, those people to us are not. Colloquially, when we say North, we're talking about your Northern Muslims. Now you hear me say that, and people don't like me, but that's the way you have to differentiate it. I'm the one who don't make that mistake you're talking about. But here's a question for you now, then, Mike. How many emirs, how many governors are Hausas? Let's just say any other tribe aside from Fulanis. How many? Or you go to mosque and
well, you're trying to tell me all the Northern governors are Fulanis? Is that what you're telling me?
Pretty much. In the past and now, right? It's not just now. You go and look at
this Fulani phenomenon. When I was in North, I didn't really notice Fulani like that.
You couldn't tell them apart. For example, if you saw Sanusi Lamido, right, you're gonna think he's just to me. I could say, look, El-Rufai is just any flat nose.
No, Passat. What are you trying to drive at now? What is
that you have the Hausas, right? You have the Hausas and other minorities, but they've been effeminated. They're not cut off.
That's not true. If you go to Nubian land,
a governor that or an emir or the leader of a mosque that is a Hausa,
Or what is the other time?
You know, forget about being. Let me educate you, Pansat.
Yeah, right.
Being anemia. Emia is not an Hausa language. Is like a name given to a king of Fulanis, and it's because those people are conquered. But when you talk about being an imam, wait.
Yeah.
There is no ethnic attachment to being an imam. In fact, you can even see a Yoruba man that can be an imam of a mosque in the north.
But
you understand?
I can
go.
He cannot lead the prayer though. With Fulani there, he cannot lead a Yoruba man.
He can. Anybody can lead prayer. Don't you know? Whatever. Passat, please, I beg you. Only talk about what you know.
I know
don't propagate falsehood on international platform.
No, talk.
You understand?
Talk, right? No, if I'm wrong, poke holes in it because I'm going to.
You are wrong. That's what I'm saying. There is no ethnicity.
He won't let me talk, right? If you and I shout at each other, I want to hear you out. I want you to hear me out. You don't claim anything.
Being an imam, is not technical. Is not attached to being a Fulani or Hausa or whatever. You understand?
Hold on. Even where you
are, the imam of Central Mosque.
Let me ask you a question now. You made a statement already. It's controversial. I don't agree with you because the Islamic religion is hierarchical. Okay, even a Fulani man who comes to Saudi Arabia, he cannot lead a prayer there. A Fulani man. Not to talk about a Hausa man and then a Yoruba man. If you're a Fulani man, you cannot lead a prayer with Arabs. You can't. Now, when you come to Nigeria, say, if I'm wrong, then you correct me, right? If you go to any mosque in Saudi Arabia, no African really can lead a prayer there. You can't. So now, when you come to Nigeria itself, a Yoruba person cannot lead prayer with.
Let me now tell you. That's what I'm saying. That you only talk about what you have knowledge about.
I know about this.
Do you believe that? Even me, as a Yoruba man, let me tell you. I'm telling you now. I've led a prayer here before.
Where?
In Saudi Arabia.
It's an event, right? It's one time you did it, right?
That's probably your community.
You just said I led.
No. Wait. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you this. When you are talking about being because they don't attach one imam, only one imam to a mosque.
You're just going on a long journey. This is if you do something one time, it's an event. Okay, it's not a process.
Hey, what do you mean by an event?
Hold on. Maybe you look in the window. Nobody's coming around there. You snuck in there and led a prayer run down to the field, right? I'm talking about something that everybody. You have all kinds of Muslims there from all kinds of countries. You have some Iranians, you have some Saudi people in Saudi.
The way one thing you don't know about Islam is this: the same way they pray in Saudi Arabia, they play everywhere in the world. The same language, the same.
I know, but
so it make it easy for anybody.
Mike, please have order here. This guy will not. Let's go back to Nigeria, right? You go to the north right now, Sokoto, Katsina, okay? You have all kinds of people from Nigeria come to a mosque. Have you ever in your life see a Yoruba person lead a prayer in a mosque like that? I'm not talking about a little thing you do in here, leading a prayer, maybe morning prayer or something. You go to a mosque and you have people from all over. Some are Hausa Muslims, some are Yoruba Muslims, some are apparently Igbo Muslims. Have you ever seen an Igbo person or Yoruba person get up and lead a prayer and the Fulanis will let you do it? Have you ever seen it?
Pastor, you remind me of one man, Mr. Okafor in the north. The guy looked like you, man. And he used to lead a prayer in the mosque, The guy looks so much.
Let's just laugh, right? Let's laugh all day.
That could be him.
The guy look like Pastor.
What Pastor usually do is this. Once you are talking about a topic, then you will start stretching the subject. We are talking about Igbo Muslim. Then now he's talking about, initially want to take me to Saudi Arabia. Now he's talking about being, I don't even know what we are talking about.
You got a point there, but you're evading my question. But I'll leave it alone. I don't think we should dabaru the session. There's only a few of us here. Prince, are you here to listen or you got something to say? Because we'll keep going if you don't want to talk.
Maybe he's fell asleep again. But Mike, what I'm saying to Simba before.
Fell asleep again. Whenever I fall asleep. That's that.
Oh, you have something to say about the man that by the way, Simba, let me correct something. Chioma and I disagree. Chioma and I disagree on this. Chioma believes
was trying to say something.
Okay. Were you talking, Chioma? I was saying that I disagree with Chioma in the sense that I believe I agree with him that it's political. I disagree that it's a bad political move. It's a very good political move. I believe that Muslims should open up like that.
I agree it's a good political move.
Yes. Pastor, do you think it's like an Islamic conquest?
I'm seeing it in a way to shut down.
Do you think it's Islamization agenda? Do you think that's what they are Islamizing Igbos? Do you think that's what
it is the proper way that if they have the goal of Islamizing anybody, that's the way to do it. You welcome people in, you let Yorubas lead in prayer. It should be an egalitarian religion. There shouldn't be a hierarchy, right, based on your tribe or something like that, or your color of your skin, right? Now the Hausas embraced them, they conquered them over there, they cut off their knots, effeminated them, right? Now these are our brothers, Hausas. I'm not happy about that, to be honest with you, because this
I don't know how all of a sudden Igbo people start loving Hausa people. Simba, I know for years it used to be Hausa that used to go after. All of a sudden they replaced Hausa with Fulani. It became Fulani. Hausa is their brother.
Yeah, Mike, here is what it is. These colonizers, for example, Britain, they studied it in the book. They know how to colonize, right? So the Fulanis are the same thing. They colonize with religion. Now the Kanuris didn't let them do it all the way like they did the other tribes, like the Hausa tribe. You understand? They fought them. So it's divide and conquer. They'll come in and it's like your own people there, Yorubas. You lost a lorry, right? It's by conquest. They do it by force. So if you go and you try to do like this guy here, this professor, Usman, right? And you make him, give him a responsibility, right? And then he does it with wisdom, with strength, steadfastness, right? Integrity, humility. It's going to attract other people, not other Igbos. And say, okay, hey, look, I've had it with white folks. I'm going to join Islam, right? So now that's the way you should be able to make people join your religion. You shouldn't do it by going to innocent villagers who are not defended.
Pastor, you know what I can assure you? If you spend time around Muslims and you actually read the Quran like the way you read the Bible really well, you will switch religion from Christianity.
We're not going to say don't do it, but I'm not going to do it.
You will convert to Islam.
So are we going to let Prince
Okay,
Daddy
let me chime in real quick. Pansachi, you know that in California, there are some neighborhoods used to be black, what you call black neighborhoods, that the Hispanic people have taken over. So do you call that conquest, or what do you call that, Pansat? And Sinbad don't want to acknowledge that, you know, there's in all religions, I would say, I guess mostly Christian or the Muslim religion, right? There's hierarchy, especially by race or tribe. Even I heard another politician, a Fulani guy that came on the television. It said it. It didn't want to say, but eventually it made it known that, look, the Northerners don't regard Tinubu as a Muslim. If anything, he's a second-rated Muslim. Okay, so Simba, don't pretend that it will be okay for anybody to go to Saudi Arabia or even here in the northern Nigeria and try to lead a prayer or be prominently recognized. Not at all. And if you guys even know the story of Mahatma Gandhi, I hope you know that. At one point in time, when it was dislodged in South Africa, right? He went to a church. Back then was really a white only church, so to speak. So they saw this dark skinned person walk into the church, and because why? He had read the Bible and he was super impressed by the work of our Lord Jesus Christ. So he went to a church wanting to really convert to be a Christian, and they discriminated upon him, and he left. We're talking about Mahatma Gandhi.
What religion do hierarchies? Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I just made my point. I talked about the Muslim and
Another
the Christian.
example would be why they keep refusing to make an African the Pope, you know. So, but Pansa will not agree. Pansa will only tell us that it's only Islam that they do the hierarchy thing. Like Christianity.
Yeah, well, Pansa is I know Pansa is trying to make it one-sided, but the Christian religion doesn't as much. Even maybe actually, I would say Christians probably do more than freaking Muslims do.
Even in Nigeria, like Nnamdi Kanu will tell Igbo people not to go to Yoruba.
You still have the floor, Prince Daddy, but let me say that there is no moral equivalency thing. I don't know why you guys do it. Yorubas do that in a lot. Christians don't have that kind of thing. We don't have a white guy has to be a pastor or get on talk to the lower ones in the pews, right? Look, first of all, let's look at it historically. North Africa was occupied by Arab Muslims, armies in the late 7th century. And then they grabbed our people, Black Africans, and traded them over the Sahara and bought. I mean, they were the chief and the first people who were doing this brutal slave trade. So I don't even know how anybody, even if I landed from Mars, right? I just landed. Say I landed in my village. And then they show me the Arabs and they show me white people. Why would I want to associate myself with these people? They were barbaric. They still up to this 20th century. Even now, they're still doing it. They have no respect for us. They have zero respect. And I could see why folk, at least they can make TV and has remote control and they build cars, they build planes, and they talk nonsense. And then maybe why would you do with an Arab? Why? Why would you do his religion that he just copied not long ago from the Igbo own, if you call that one Igbo now? So, Mike, the argument you make against Christianity doesn't hold water because the Arabs are worse. Up till now, they have no respect. You see Simba here, he couldn't, you know how he's always running smart at Peter Obi or this. He couldn't do that over there. For example, I could say that
he's saying I can go and talk bad about Peter Obi on like Rudolph channel where it's all Christians.
No, what I'm saying, you see,
you guys will bite my head off.
What he does with Peter Obi, he couldn't do with the prince, right? What's his name there? The prince of Saudi Arabia, the crown prince, right? Like me, I could yab him and say, look, you killed that guy in that embassy, right? That you're a son of a bitch, you're gonna pay for it. I could say that, right? Now you're gonna notice that when I start talking about that, somebody's gonna get out of here, right? Because you can't even be around where you're talking about a prince like that. You follow what I'm saying? So when these Arabs have no respect for human rights, for women, right?
What does that have to do with
women
somebody in that manner? What does it have to do with religion?
What it has to do with religion is that it's entangled with the religion. Remember when I was talking before, and I was saying, when it comes to Islam, right? There are things that are.
Hold on. Let me be clear. Okay, you're saying you're talking nasty about the prince, the leadership of the environment or something like that. Wouldn't it be the same thing when somebody talk bad about your own leader, maybe like Nnamdi Kanu? You guys get emotional too and get angry, right?
No, we of course now. But what I'm saying, if you criticize,
so there's no difference now.
No, there's a big difference because you can do it. We would defend it. We're never gonna kill you for doing something like that. You follow? You have freedom. You have the freedom to do that. Yeah, but Mike,
are you kidding me? You said there's no Igbo person that will buy someone for saying that?
No. I don't.
I thought like 9 people in the Southeast, anyone that has a saboteur that's against Nnamdi Kanu. So what are you talking about, man? I mean, there's no difference. It's not everyone, but you can't tell me it's all the people in the midst from Saudi that will want to kill you too. Some of them would not see you as, they may be angry but not kill you. But then there'll be some that may want to kill you. The same reason why, it's the same thing in your place too. There'll be some people that will say, okay, I don't like what you said, I'm angry, I will not kill me. But then there'll be some that will fight the person. So yeah, it's all different. It all depends on the individual, you know?
Yeah, but look, that's going too far from what we're talking about. What we're basically saying is that you yourself, it's actually because of you that I'm making this statement, not because of him. You say that Oyibo, you don't want to respect the Oyibo because of what they did in our religion when we were talking yesterday. He said, are you going to take what King James, right? Because you have the King James version of the Bible. So what I'm saying to you is that then why would you take what the Arabs did? How could you then be welcoming Islam when they were brutal to our people, disrespectful up to today? Do you understand? And in their religion, you have things that are obligatory. You have to do it. It's compulsory, right? All the way to the things that they recommend. They wouldn't let women show their face, behave, take positions, modernize, basically. Christianity used to be something like that. It wasn't that duplicitous, obviously. There wasn't that mendaciousness.
That depends on the. You think something compulsory? That depends on the country. If the country that's being governed by Islamic law, yeah, that's when it's compulsory. Because some countries are not governed by Islamic law. It's up to you.
Mike, it's not only in all the Islamic countries, it's in our country in 12 states. You have Zamfara, Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Niger, Sokoto, and Yobe, right? In those states, there are things that are obligatory. Now, they have things that are recommended. And then they have things that are permitted, right? And then they have things that are discouraged. But especially they have things that are forbidden. So as a citizen of Nigeria, a secular country, you have to be walking through these fine lines. You have no liberty. Now, this for a man. Forget about women or youngsters. They grab them, they give them a haircut. In our country. And by the way, when I come home, I'm going to stop that nonsense. That's one of the things I'm going to stop. Our youngsters have a right, inalienable rights given to them by God. And then there are some that are given to them by the Constitution. There are some that are given to them by the United Nations. But these Muslims, they go after even things that are given to them by God. And that's unacceptable. Now, I'm not one of those that's going to take like 5 states and say, okay, the rest, to hell with the rest of it, the Muslims could do whatever they want. No. It's our country, my forefathers,
Okay, guy. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We'll go back to the topic. Go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, if Chairman Steve listening, I was going to ask a question. What kind of women, especially young ones in Nigeria, want to have a chieftaincy title? And do they buy these titles, or who seek them out to have those titles?
Well, it's not. You can't. Well, we can't necessarily say like they're young women. They're like, of course they're young, but they're like maybe like in their mid 30s to 45-ish. So, and then they know people. They're highly connected. Like, chieftaincy title, like in the Yoruba land, is not. You just don't get it anyhow. You have to be somebody. You get what I'm saying? So they're very. I can say they're elite in that sense. They know the Oba in your state, Prince Daddy, actually. So yeah, I have a friend that has 2 titles. And you're asking why would they want such a thing?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
they're
what is the?
socialite. They're
Okay,
socialite, yeah. So it's like it's more of like to belong, to feel a sense of belonging in the community, to have a strong standing in the community, a name as well.
right, and okay, I see, and I think that lady really was trying to make it known to you that regardless of how you acquire the title, there's always a spiritual component to any title that you have or that's given to you. So back in the days, I can say I don't really know in details, but you have to be selected, chosen for a reason to get a title, to have a chieftaincy title. They just don't willy-nilly dole it out to anybody because they have wealthy or because they can buy or they're influential. It doesn't usually go that way.
But things have changed now. You know, most of I don't want to disrespect like any traditional rulers, but you know, it's all about the Benjamins, you know. You get my point. So I understand what you're saying, you know, traditionally, but you know, I mean, if you look at the kind of cars that the Oni is driving and all the Obama, you think they bought it themselves. These are gifts that are given to them by their people. You know, people that value them and love them, and you know, so the reward is chieftaincy titles most times, you know.
And that's wrong, just like the pastors that we talk about, right? Those are our constitution doesn't have any role for these people. They know that what they're doing is condemnable. You see, for example, what's happening to Palestinians, right? It's because
but
of this.
Daddy, you understand what I mean, right? Things have changed. Like people are now selfish and taking advantage of their position.
I don't understand, but yeah, even at 30 years old, it's quite young to be to have such a title.
Well,
And before
you know, the Ani is 50 years old, right? He just turned 50 like 2 days ago, right?
oh, really? You just turned 50? I thought it was actually younger than that.
Oh, I know, right? So just imagine if he's the whole Ani of Ife. Just imagine another younger person can have other titles, chieftaincy titles. Even though you both people from the UK, they have chieftaincy title in Yoruba land. Yes, they do. And even there's some Igbos that have chieftaincy titles in Yoruba land. Yeah, because they're friends with the Oba, and of course, you know, they've contributed to the community. You know, they donated to.
So essentially for sale. I have an Igbo schoolmate also. I went to school together. It has a Yoruba title, chieftaincy title,
Yeah,
somewhere in the Yoruba land.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it was interesting. And to quickly chime in, your question earlier to Mike, even though you had a predetermined answer or outcome in your mind when you asked the question, and I thought Mike was going a longer route to answer the question, but actually, Mike actually answered the question in the right way, because because the way you asked the question right. See, you said if you just yank an Igbo person from the village, and you did likewise to also a Fulani person who is more Nigerian in that regards. The reality is that an Igbo person in the village that's so disconnected from the reality of what Nigeria is, that goes up and down shouting Biafra like yourself, is far from being a Nigerian than a cosmopolitan person that lives in Lagos and Abuja, just like Mike said. That kind of a person is more of a Nigerian than somebody in a deep village that has no clue what is going on beyond that village.
But he wasn't talking about Lagos. He was talking about like our
No. He said Lagos. He said Lagos, and he said Abuja. I heard him clearly in the background. He can say it, repeat himself.
Because I heard he said Fulani man from the village.
Yeah, he said a Fulani person from the village, and also an Igbo person from the village.
So
if you yank both of them,
it could be a Fulani man from Kano, right?
Well, no.
Yeah, you're doing good. I don't know. So what is your question? What's wrong? What are you talking about? What happened? Mike, can you answer that question, by the way? Go
in hindsight, Mike actually answered the question correctly, because I just said it. A village person from Kano or anywhere in the north or on the Igbo land is less of a Nigerian than somebody that grew up in Lagos or Abuja that's actually more exposed to a lot of things about Nigeria, had the opportunity to interact with different people, different parts of the country. Like myself, and I've always said it, grew up in Lagos. I pretty much went to school with everybody. So it's kind of hard for me to discriminate against any tribe.
It's not about discrimination. Okay, go ahead.
You guys were overthinking it. He was saying, like, if you just look at them, you don't really have to even have a conversation with them. If you look at them, and like, who do you feel is more like Nigerian? Because
Well,
let's
okay,
be
no.
honest, like the Fulani people, they're very peculiar. They have their own ways of even the way they
You know what I'm
walk, the way
saying?
they eat.
And trust me, Chioma, hold on, Chioma, trust me. When those Igbo people come from the straight from the village to Lagos, they look quite peculiar too. They do. So
No. I don't
don't make
think.
it a bad.
I don't see
That's
that's
not the
what
issue,
you
though.
guys
You
are
just
always.
want to talk about Igbos. That's all. You don't want to
Prince
discuss
Daddy,
what we're talking about.
listen, Prince Daddy,
But
though.
Chioma is not
You
going to let
guys
you get
are
away.
overthinking it. The point is like okay, just see like Oyibo person. Oyibo person is having to seeing like Fulani, Igbo, Hausa, you know. Who do you think they would think is Nigerian? They would think is us from the south because we have the Nigerian attitude. We have the Niger swag. I don't know if I'm making sense. The Fulanis are very different.
Chioma, based on what you just said, I
If
absolutely agree with
Fulani
what you're
gotta
saying.
grow up in Lagos, trust me.
Hold on. I agree with what you just said based on the way you frame your question. But
That's what I said.
earlier,
That's what I said.
no. Hold on. Earlier, you said yank. You used the word yank. And Mike asked you, what do you mean by yank? And you're trying to explain it. If you yank a villager from an Igbo village and a villager from the north, okay, and try to determine who's more Nigerian, you can't get it from neither of those two.
You
They
can.
can't.
Even if it's a Yoruba person, you can because the South people, they're
Yeah, I
so
mean,
different from
yeah.
the.
The thing is that I'm not gonna belabor it because these people, like I said,
Okay.
they're not trying to get to the truth, right? What we're talking about is that if our boys, Nigerian, you go to a wedding, they put on their video and you start dancing with your girl. After that plays, maybe you're gonna hear somebody like Flavor play. These are Nigerian youngsters, right? Getting married, wedding. These are Nigerians. Now, if you go there and you pop in one of these Muslim songs over there, right? The dance floor is gonna empty and nobody's over there dancing that thing they play, right? So it's not. You go to a restaurant, you're gonna see your fellow youngsters, you know.
They won't even associate it with Niger, you know. They associate like Afro beats with like us.
Yeah, if you go to Ghana, you go to South Africa, they know people now.
That's the example.
Of course, based on that,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying that.
This is a second version of your question, Pastor. This is a second version of the question. Based on what you just said, absolutely.
You know what we're talking about? Here's the origin of the whole thing, the genesis. Mike is saying that some Igbos go to the north and get married, turn into their religion, in essence, Islamic religion, right? So that's where we started making the discussion. I was telling him that by osmosis, which deals more with the low concentration and everything, right? You have a solvent moving through a semi-permeable membrane, right? It's going to go from the region of high concentration to a region of low concentration. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you come to Nigeria, most times it will be the Hausas coming into the mainstream by dilute, just as exemplified by the fact that the Fulanis were able to come there and conquer them, right? The Fulanis cannot do that with us, even though we went to war with them for 3 years.
Passat, so you just move through length stuff now. It's not osmosis, is not from higher concentration to low concentration. Stop moving rubbish.
What are you talking about? I'm saying when it's going through, when you have water. Or
you say osmosis, semi-permeable membrane.
I'm talking about
let me just correct you. You just made an error.
I did not make an error. Osmosis is the process by which water or other solvents move through a semi-permeable membrane from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration. You understand?
That is wrong. That is not osmosis. Osmosis is from area of higher concentration to area of lower concentration.
That's what I said.
And lower concentration to higher concentration through a semi. It
I
is
said from
that
high concentration to low.
There must be a high gradient is from the low gradient to high gradient that absorb.
Okay, hold on.
Unless you're about to rule, let me make it clear to him because we're talking about the goal.
It's rubbish that you are moving.
No, let me land now. It's the process by which water or other solvents, listen to what's moving, right? It's water or the solvent itself moves through a semi-permeable membrane from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration.
It's
So
from
what's
a region
moving
of low concentration to higher concentration.
no,
That's
no,
what I'm
no,
telling you.
no. Okay, then somebody can rule, because the goal of osmosis is to equalize the concentration.
I will put it
of
for
the
you.
solute.
So
Maybe you're talking the solute, but let me finish.
Okay, so we just did, okay. I just Googled it right now. Essentially, I guess I'm afraid Pansat might be right. Is right.
I'm always right when I'm talking. I don't.
You're not always right, Pansat.
When he challenges me.
But anyway, it's the process by which water molecules move through a semi-permeable membrane from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration.
Thank you very much. By the way, let me tell you, Simba, right?
Simba, did you hear that?
You are wrong. 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 Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy, you are wrong. Please, I don't know what you are checking. Area of low concentration to area of high concentration. Low concentration. Read it. You read it very well. Low concentration to high concentration. That is osmosis.
No, Simba, I told you every time you have.
I'm not a doctor. Let me read what I googled. Okay, unless it's wrong, which is fine. It said osmosis is the process by which water molecules move through a semi-permeable membrane from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration.
That's what it is.
That is diffusion. That is diffusion.
No,
okay.
Stop arguing with a computer and a calculator.
That is diffusion.
He said he googled it. Okay, but I tell you,
let's look. Let's Google diffusion.
You know what? Let me give you an example. I'm speaking pidgin English, right?
Mr. Simba, we have to be humble. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong. It's not about Pansat. You know,
I'm like, let me tell you, I'm not arguing based. Hey, Shelma, I know you always support Pansat. He's your man. So I'm telling you what I know.
Hold on. Okay, hold on, Dr. Simba. Say diffusion, right? It is a process by which particles, it says, move from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration.
It's the same thing that you said now. It's the same thing that you just said.
But the difference is a particle. One is particle, the other one is a molecule.
It's not a particle. No. There's a different ingredient. There's a different ingredient. There's a different ingredient. I don't know what you are Googling, Prince Daddy.
Doctor, I'm sorry.
Let's be humble. This is your integrity.
Diffusion and osmosis are not the same. They are not the same. Please, it's not being humble. Believe me. They are not the same.
The next patient, I beg. Heal them with low concentration going to high concentration. But let me say this, Simba, make us speak for pidgin English, because some of the things that create a paradox. You see, in your head, there's a paradox. That's when people get things wrong. When you think it should be this way, but it's really that way. You see what I'm saying? See, when we say we're going to be doing a program in pidgin English, people think pidgin English for people who no go to school. You hear me? So we take, for example, in biology, since you're a doctor, you have coordination, right? And we know, say, coordination are the process where the central nervous system, so you get the sort out the various impulses for the harmonious working of the body as a unit. So you understand? That's pidgin English. That's talking about coordination. That's biology. You hear me? So it doesn't mean that when somebody they speak pidgin English, say you never go to school again. You always have to go to school. That's why I'm telling Muslims, Northern Muslims, going to school is very important. As you did Saudi Arabia now, when we talk about free speech, when I mention MBS, you know talk for a long time. Now, when I talk about osmosis, you come in again, come dabarua. You hear me? So all this is tying together. What we're talking about is somebody go marry for North, an Igbo man. We've been doing it for a long time. There's never been a time that the Igbo person then converts.
Exactly.
That is a crazy stuff. But they can do it now because Nigeria don't change. For example, the politics they're playing here now with this doctor. I mean, it's a doctor, right? Doctor, what's his name again? Musa. Is that Musa? The new mosque. The new mosque. What's the name again?
Professor
Usman.
Yeah, Professor.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the kind of things they would do, and maybe they will get to where Igbos will come comfortable enough to do those kind of things. But as far as culture clash, when it clashes, it's always going to have to be the Northerner going to the Igbos, being a Christian or secular, because in the Igbo case, you don't have to be practicing anything. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to do anything. You could just be a pure Nigerian. You can be a traditionalist. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the Muslims made their own to where they have obligatory stuff. In order for you to be a Muslim, you have to do these things. Yeah, as a woman, you have to cover your head and cover your eyes and cover everything, right? They have things that are recommended. They have things that are permitted. They have things that are discouraged. But they also have things that are forbidden. We don't have anything like that. That's why modernity, light, when light come in, when an Igbo man come over there to the north, he brings light. Sometimes he's going to get himself in trouble because chances are he's going to rub off one of these things that are forbidden, haram, right? He's already somebody they're looking at as what the hell they call it? When you're a non-believer. What is the name again? There's something they call people who are non-believers, right? So they have those things. What is it?
For Christians, it's atheists, right?
No. There's a name Muslims have for anybody who doesn't believe. A non-believer. Infidel, right? So I was making the case yesterday. Let me tie it and I'm done. I listen to others talk. I won't talk for at least an hour, right? If we're here that long. I'm saying that in our courts, Muslims should no longer be judges unless they went to a law school that's accredited, like Harvard, Oxford.
I'm happy you bringing this up because I really wanted to expatiate on this topic.
Okay, so we had it yesterday. I was telling Mike didn't know that they have what they call Sharia judges. They study the Islamic book, right? They're scholars, but they're scholars in the book, that religion. But if you're gonna be in the Western jurisprudence, in order for you to be a lawyer, you're gonna specialize at some point. But before you specialize, you're gonna have some things that you have to know. Contracts, this and that and that. Then you're gonna to civil law, you're gonna go to criminal law, you're gonna go. There are all kinds of things that you have to learn and study. So we cannot mix it up to where Obasanjo was there and they talked him into having some Sharia things put into our constitution, whereby he's going to just deal with marriage, customary kind of court, right? So while that's going on, there's something happening simultaneously. You have that judge moving through our system. He now exits that courtroom where he was a customary judge and gets appointed by his governor to be in our federal system. Outside of that courtroom, I have no problem with that courtroom. That is a Sharia court for their people. Just deal with you. You guys want to go through the two of you agree, you go do that. But that jurist, that judge, should not now exit from that courtroom and then permeate into the larger society and then become a chief judge like we had in the last case, right? That's the one that replaced Onagan was a chief judge. They didn't even pass the bar. They didn't even take the bar. So and then they start sitting as judges in a country that has no jury system. You know, here in America, you could say if it's a criminal case, you could say, look, I just don't want my fate in the hands of one man. And this man is going to determine my fate. I'd rather have a jury of my peers.
Exactly.
So you have the right to say, I'm going jury trial for what? We don't have that right in Nigeria. But then if there'll be a judge there who's going to make rulings on legal issues, right? Case law, things like that. The judge is just there to rule on anything that pertains to the law. But he does not render that verdict or the judgment. But you also can challenge that you don't even want that person there, right? Now, when it comes down to select the jurors, here in California, it's 12. You have to have 12 jurors of your peers, not your enemies. So when they're assembling that's a process. These things take a long time just to protect your due process rights. So when they're choosing that 12, there'll be a period that they call Vodaya process. That is to because they're going to bring more than 12, obviously. They may bring dozens, maybe a score. And then you and your lawyer, your legal counsel, will sit there and keep looking them eyeball to eyeball, listening to their background. The court will be asking them, oh, where are you from? What kind of stuff do you do? Have you been to court before? Have you been a defendant in a criminal case? So that you could see the things that could make them become, have emotional stuff that will affect your case. So when you go through there and you and your judges during the peremptory period, right, you could just say, okay, I don't want this guy. I don't want this woman for cause. They're not gonna say, why don't you want him? You could remove like 5 like that, or 7 or whatever the court allows you to do. So that's what I'm saying. In the case of, let's say I'm a defendant now, and you have a judge, first of all, that is a Sharia, or now how do you know a Sharia judge? If somebody's a Muslim, they're Sharia judge, right? That's how you know it. It comes with the religion. Else, you cannot be a Muslim. Like I said, there are things that are obligatory. You have to do it, right? There are things that are forbidden. So once somebody's like that, shouldn't sit to judge a Christian. That's just true, because you're an infidel. If you come in that courtroom and you have an afro, for example, it's not part of the case. He could rule against you just because of that. Or you have a cornrow, or you have an earring. And those people, men who wear earring, deserve that. But that's just my opinion. It's not in the law. You understand? So now, when it comes to this United States, you select jury of your peers. Now, if I come in there and I see a Muslim, now I've been on the internet talking about Muslims in our country who are returning our country, right? If a juror knows that, do you think he's gonna rule for me? No matter how innocent I am, right? So I also concluded, and I'll conclude with it again, is that when you go to, it's like you go to Hamas and the Israelis. It's the same thing like a Southeasterner and a Fulani guy. We're in a state of war, right? So if you grab an Israeli and have Hamas be the judge over his case, he's not gonna get out of that. He's gonna go in just because of external stuff. So it's the same thing with Shia Muslims should not be judged by Sunni Muslims. If you're a Sunni judge, just recuse yourself and get the hell out of that case. But especially Southeasterners, we can barely even survive Yorubas as a judge for us. It's only the Igbo judges that go out there and release Showore, for example. They've done it twice now. You're not going to have a Yoruba guy release Nnamdi Kanu or something like that. We have to deal with it, but at least we deal with that.
No, it's possible, though. It's possible.
It's possible, for example, if you made Dele Fara to me a judge. But if you're going to say Mike, right? Mike here. If you make Mike a judge, is there any innocent Igbo person, no matter, even if you have a photograph of them or a videotape of them in Switzerland when the crime was committed in Nigeria? Of course, you're going to find them guilty. So now we can at least deal with that. We can solve that later, because it's something.
True, Mike? Mike?
Anyway, I yield on that, but that case will need to be made. Muslims should only judge their people, go to Sharia court, do their thing. If we do an election, every single Muslim should recuse themselves. They ruined our courts. All right, you have to understand that our INEC is ruined, right? No matter what agency you give them responsibility, instead of doing the right thing, they don't want to do the right thing. And the only reason is because they believe that Western education is haram. So that was my case I was making yesterday, Mike. I'll keep making it until we have to force it on that. We have to do it by force. All right, thank you.
What was Pastor saying? He said, if I'm what?
He said if you rule against an Igbo person, if you were a judge.
If you're a judge, you don't make your own rule. You rule according to the book. The only thing you probably have power to do is maybe you, as they say in this guilty verdict, the judge has a choice to give the person between this amount of sentence to this amount of sentence. The only thing a judge has power to do is to maybe, if he doesn't like that person or a group where that person comes from, it's okay, I'll give you the maximum or something.
Like IPOB, right? Like IPOB.
Someone like me, like it won't be because if I'm going to make maximum judgment just to teach people a lesson or something like that, like maybe I don't want people to stop doing certain things. Like people like IPOB, like if I like someone like a young misled member of IPOB, I probably will pardon him. But the actual leaders, the people that have misled them, those people will get maximum sentence. I'm telling you. Like people, someone like Kanu, you just gotta get a maximum sentence, man. So the next guy will not come out and be behaving like that, you know. He's just misleading people for money and they are losing their lives. I mean, I don't feel, even if it's a Yoruba man, it's got nothing to do with which tribe you come from. Even if it's a Yoruba man, I will give you the same maximum sentence.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Mike, you're a Superman or something. I mean, we're all human beings who have only the law can make something, can determine things. We are all.
That's what I said. Now the
law
law
flawed, right? All of us, we have our prejudices. Every single human being. So every time we rely on, let's say, an individual, a doctrine, or a religion, then we get it wrong. It has to be by law. The law has to be equally applied to everybody.
Right? Is that not what I said?
No, because you're saying you still the decision to give somebody anything, you bring it into the human. For example, in the federal system here, we have the mandatory sentencing guideline. You have that judge has to adhere to that sentencing. Do you understand? Because before that law,
that's what I said. Well, which part of my point is are you arguing against?
Well, I really don't have to understand what you said to disagree with you because I know what you're going to say.
You don't understand.
I have an idea of what you could say.
So
there is no way you're going to come here and
what I said when you responded to what you assume.
There's no way you're going to just come here and say the right thing. You understand? Else, why do you argue with me all the time? You wouldn't touch. I just told you that what you normally emphasize is what we have in common with the Northerners, right? Northern Muslims. We have things in common with them, right? There are a lot of, for example, our governors, our politicians are corrupt, just like their own.
You see, let me tell you something, man. If a Yoruba man commit a crime and a Igbo man commit a crime, I will likely give that Yoruba man more sentence than the Igbo guy. You don't know why?
Because
the Yoruba guy made me look bad. You understand?
Exactly. You cannot do that. But that's what I'm saying now. That
so someone
is wrong.
like you probably say you probably free that Igbo guy. Just say,
listen to me. Both will
that's
be
the
wrong.
way you reason. That's the difference between me and
you. You just expose yourself now. This is not a joke now. What you said there is what I'm talking about. Right? Listen to what I'm saying. You should not be able to do that because always you have to look at that person as an individual. That individual who
no. What I'm saying is, hold on. I think you're mistaking. You're mistaking it.
I heard what you said. You're gonna punish the Yoruba guy more because he embarrassed you, right? That's not
what the law allows me to. That's what I'm saying.
No, but still, none of your own emotions should come in there. You have to look at the law and see what the right thing to do according to the law. Now, that's sometimes.
But that is not what I said. What are you arguing against? You want me to repeat my view?
No. That's not. I know what you said. The spirit and everything about what you said. I'm saying that it's wrong, right? When you judge a case, you have to always look at that individual as an individual. That is one thing that is not common in Nigeria. The individual is more important than the society, because sometimes you also have.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Tyranny of the majority. Let me just land now. This is an important thing. It's definitely more important than anything you have to say, Mike. Right? So
there's nothing.
You have to look at somebody as an individual.
You're so long-winded, boy. Just to make it simple.
You talk all you want.
The problem with you is you want to land a simple point and you spend like 5 minutes explaining bunch of relevant stuff. And
I will use 30 seconds to make my point.
That's why it's so hard to engage you. You spend like 5 minutes just to land one simple point.
All right. So I'm saying that an individual's right is more important than that of the society. Like me, I'm an individualist, right? So what that causes, to conclude everything, is to say, this is why you always say the Igbo man, the Igbos, the Southeasterners, right? Because you're showing your ignorance about individuality. What an individual does, you have so many Igbos, they come in all kinds of hues, especially the Igbos.
You know what you don't understand there? See, when you ever heard it's all fair in love and war? Have you ever heard that?
Yeah. Plus, I've heard you made the case. I heard you made the case.
Wait. If you have people from your ethnic group declaring a propaganda war, internet war against my ethnic group, right? Like the internet warfare is more like it's a propaganda warfare, psychological warfare, where your goal is to destroy the image of this ethnic group through online attacks, all those things. That's a declaration, and I'm responding. Because when you're doing it, you're not trying to be fair, because that's what war is. You're not attacking people and trying to be fair in the way you attack it, because attack is attack. The goal is to destroy the image of those people. Now, if I'm going to respond, I'm not going to be saying, oh, it's not all Igbos, so let me try to attack just the guy that's like, no, you're attacking my ethnic group. It's kind of like you're launching bomb into my and unfortunately, someone like is even saying it. You always support Israel, saying that they launch rocket into Israel. Israel has right to launch it back at them, right? But then, when it comes to your own ethnic group, when your ethnic group members are online, their goal is to go to play propaganda war to destroy the image of an entire ethnic group, other ethnic group. And when people respond, you're expecting the people to be trying to be fair. It's not possible. There's no way if you are saying Yorubas are this, Yorubas are that. And if I go to respond, I'm not going to say Pansa. No, I'm going to say Igbos are this, Igbos are that. So you can feel the same thing I'm feeling. You understand? That's what war is all about. So if I'm going to talk about maybe we have a conversation in general about maybe Ogoni people or Hausa people, then I will talk about the individual, because we are not discussing a war-like situation. It's just a general conversation. Or if we are just having a conversation about individuals and Igbo, yeah, I'll talk about the individual. But if I'm trying to launch my own ethnic attack in response to an ethnic attack against my people, I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, it's not all of them. Because you that you're launching an attack against my people, you're not saying it's not all Yorubas. You're out there. When I are talking about Yoruba people, even when they can just say Yorubas. All Yorubas are bastard. I'm okay. And no Igbo person ever say, come on, guy, I can't talk like that. And everybody's like, oh, our leader, our supreme leader. You think when I will respond, I will now be saying, it's not Igbo. So all of that go collect. That's it's called war, my friend.
All right. So I
agree with
understand what
Mike
you're
in
saying.
that sense. Everybody will answer their father's last name, Abby.
Exactly. That's what war is, man. You collect. I'm not going to see and say because I have Igbo friends, and I say, guy, and I war. Sorry, after war is over, I come and hug you. Go and hang out.
Okay, well, Mike, that but you have to understand that is ignorance, right? Which is okay. We have ignorant Igbos, we have ignorant Yorubas, right? That hostility between Igbos and Yorubas, it's been there. It's going to be there for a while until it gets better. So but it's wrong what you're doing, right? Because you can have somebody who goes and initiate hostility, because it doesn't have to a hot war, where there's a battle or conflict. You have just hostilities. A lot of people do it now. One thing you have to understand, though, you cannot have linear thinking when you're online. You have to understand that a mischievous Yoruba person or a mischievous Igbo, whatever the case may be, could assume the opposite name and identity, right? And go and start mouthing off. Let's say an Igbo person could go and assume a Yoruba name and start mouthing off against the Igbos. Let me land now. Let me land. No, you don't. Others don't. I'm trying to say that why is ignorant and it's allowed.
Can you send a link to Ms. Dupsy? She's trying to
send the link to her. My baby doll, Dupsy. Anyway, Mike. So you have to always be cognizant of that. Now remember, there's nothing wrong with an ignorant person coming and mouthing off, talking the way you did, right? And say, you know what, whether you like or not, I'm gonna do this for my ethnic group.
Hold on, but you're mistaken. I'm not stupid enough where I'm responding to somebody unknown face that's typing comments. That's not my response. I just give you examples now.
I know, but what I'm saying,
it's not like I just give you examples. Hold on. You can't say I'm some random person is typing comments and because his name is Igbo and I'm not responding to all. No, that's not what I'm saying. First of all, if Nnamdi Kanu was just one individual Igbo guy, right, or IPOB, and the Igbo people don't support him, or I see a lot of Igbo community saying that guy, we're not with him, doesn't speak for us, or Igbo leadership condemn him, I would never have seen it as Igbo people attacking Yoruba people. In fact, when the guy first came out, I was seeing me as an individual. You understand? But then when he got to a point where the Igbo leadership, the population, they all support. Not a single person even say, guy, this guy here, he said he's attacking the entire Yoruba tribe, and listen to Biafra, just denigrating Yoruba people, just saying nasty things. And every Igbo person I know is just like defending them, supporting them, to the point where your leadership is supporting them. Oh boy! Now,
okay.
That's the declaration of war right there.
If you know exactly who did it, right? You know that person is an able person. Then you should, of course, do that. But you cannot, in essence, carry over, because when you're making a fool of yourself talking about the Igbos here, they don't know what preceded that. Why you're doing that, right? Like, let's say you come on this platform and you're carrying a grudge from maybe December. Some Igbo guy abused your tribe, of which you should, of course, give it back to whoever it was, right?
I don't think you're listening to me. I don't think you're listening to me.
I'm listening to you, but you're not listening to me.
You're not listening because your response is obvious, suggests that you don't listen to me at all.
No. You corrected it by saying, you said to me that you're not a dunce, right? You're not a dunce not to know that person is Igbo, for example, right? I said, what if they assumed some kind of identity? Because it's done online all the time. People get online.
Well, is that what I respond? Am I responding to unknown online person? I gave you a name, like your leader, your supreme leader, and
I know. Then I'm saying to you, even if you know the name, my supreme leader, let's say P2B, that's what you call him, my supreme leader. Okay, fine. All right. If P2B does anything to you in that sense, you have to take it to him. Because
that's not the way war works, my friend.
Hold on.
Let me explain something. Okay, let me ask you this.
War, right? You never been to war.
Let me ask you this.
The whole tribe has never been to war. So you're gonna be telling me about war. I've been to the Biafran War, my friend. Your tribe has never been to war.
No, there's a difference. Physical, the warfare comes in different shape or forms. Online propaganda war. Like, for example, I'm not gonna. It's not a physical war that's been launched at my people. So I'm not going to advocate. I'm not going to advocate physical.
Mike, it's futile because he's not going to listen, right? So we'll leave it at that. No problem.
You are doing long.
I will leave it at that. Let others talk. But the only
did you actually fight in a war?
Yes, I did.
Pastor is a liar now. Pastor was a.
With Ojukwu? With Ojukwu?
I was in Okigwe sector, right?
How old were you, Pastor?
I have my, by the way, I could put my camera and put on my uniform.
Pastor can lie.
I still have my uniform, right?
Pastor was probably 3 years old.
Let me tell you something. But you know, very soon the war's coming. We're gonna fight it again.
So tell us your war experience. What did Benjamin ransack your platform?
You don't want to do the democracy, do the right thing. If you don't do it again, we're going to come back. This time, you know, we almost we could capture the entire Yoruba, all those minorities between us and them in a day.
Pastor, I think you need to go and study Yoruba. All these things you are saying is ridiculous.
Because Britain is not going to help you at this time because they did it. They wanted that oil. This time they really don't.
So Pastor, what will he use to do this capturing? What? Is
everything?
Because last time you told me
and we've tamed the neutrinos. There's like right now, if I order let's say I'm in commander, I order the nonsense. Stop making that nonsense you're making and make some tanks. He's gonna do it.
Well,
right? You don't have anybody.
You make one rubbish tank
and then make bullets and make helicopters. He's gonna do it, and he could do it very easily.
You don't have
anything like that.
He's gonna make a helicopter.
If I destroy that refineries of all that oil fields over there, destroy it. We got coal there. Right?
Do you know Nigeria may have Apache helicopter?
Let me tell you something.
Can you not make anything like that?
If you even think about it, right? We're gonna free Scotland. We're gonna free Wales. We're gonna free nothing like that. They're not gonna even try. The last war we were fighting Britain. They got away with it. We in a day 2 battalions took over the entire Benin and made them a republic, right? Republic of Benin. It's in the books as the shortest.
That's what I'm bragging about.
So what you don't know is that we came to already. That's true, but our eyes not even in the Yoruba. We could take over the Yorubas in a day or two. That's it, right? 1 or 2 days they're done taking over.
Well, tell us how you do it now.
All the people with big mouth like you in the concentration camp, right, Mike? Ojukwu made a mistake because he's going to go fight the Fulanis. I don't know for what.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If President Tinubu makes you a minister in his administration, would you take it?
No, I would not.
He will take it now. This person I love
Are
money.
you sure? Are you sure? Don't you want to make a difference?
He will start buying down to quick.
You know, I'm like sure, you know, he cannot make someone like me. He's an illegal thing he's got there. Anybody who takes a post there with him, he's an illegal guy, right? He's not even close. This guy is well. Let me tell you something. I'm not praying for him, but I don't think he's coming back to that country. I don't even think he's alive by now. I'm telling you, because Tinubu. Because he's, of course, I mean, nobody alive behaves like that. Your country is going to hell. The conversion rate is like $1 to like $16.90 or more than $16.90, and going to $1,700, right? People are paying $100,000 something for gasoline. There's no hope. People are out of school. The inflation is hyperinflation by now, but at least they admit to 30-40%, right? And he's no way. That's not a human. That's not Tinubu. As bad as he is, he won't be that kind of person, right? So, but I'm telling you, it's over 2 weeks now. He's on vacation. He's playing little stupid games. He goes. He's in intrusive surgery. They pad him with all kinds of stuff. He comes back and he buys airplanes. He does something controversial, distracts, and he's gone again. But the point is this: hopefully, we pray nothing is wrong. We don't want anything to happen to him. So, an African to wish somebody dead. But we still have to be realistic now, right? You got him gone. You got what's the other guy's name? The vice president is gone. What's his name? Shetima gone, right? So now technically Fabio is in charge of our country, right? Somebody like that. So that's why, like we say, we come here, we talk about stuff. We're not even allowed to raise issues like that. Say, where is this guy? What is he at? Instead, we're talking about nonsense about him and all that. If he's going to put me in his administration, he wouldn't dare put me in his administration because, first of all, when someone like me coming to office in Nigeria in any capacity, one of the people I'm going to deal with are the Brits. They're going to pack up and go home and we'll do business over the phone, right? So that we could get the country united. We don't want people dividing us. We have to look into the country and find out what the solutions are, because I have a lot of smart people in that country, a lot of leaders. I see somebody else say, we don't have leaders. Africans don't have leaders, right? A lot to the leader. Is there a leader better than somebody like Dele Farah to me, for example? Peter Obi, right? Baba Ahmed, that. Wait, no country's ever produced a Peter Obi since mankind. He's incorruptible. He has Baba
Ahmed that rigged an election. He's a good leader.
He did not rig an election, right? Even if he did it, they deserve him. Not rigging a Senate election. That's all. That you can tell somebody by just looking at their demeanor. That is a very honest man. Right? You see what they do in the north.
So all the money he collected after he was removed, did he return the money?
When somebody's honest,
he rigged an election, he was removed.
Okay. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm trying to tell you how it's going to go down, and it's going to go down like that. Simba. When it starts, people like you are not even going to talk, because that country, we brought it about.
Why did you like to lie every time, for God's sake?
How am I lying?
You just lie. You said you participated in Biafra War. How old are you? At what age did you?
I did. Just take it for a while. I wouldn't lie about something like that.
You're a liar. It's only a fool that believe that kind of gibberish.
Because you're here abusing me now. That's why you're abusing me. So I'm on here talking to you.
Where were you posted? And who did you?
Kilma, you always agree with him now. Why are you asking him questions now?
I was all over, but my main sector was Okigwe. I moved around a lot during the war as well. But what I claim is my main sector is Okigwe sector. But let me tell you something, right? It wasn't a long time ago. It was 67, 68.
And you were still alive.
70. January 70, that war was over. And prematurely. Because they made a deal. They made a deal. Hold on. They made a deal that no victor, no vanquished.
He will not, Chioma, he will not answer your question because you know that it's lying.
Said, okay, you know what? No Igbo man.
They said, how old are you when you participated in the war? They asked you.
Surrender to these people, so we let the Calabas do it. Right?
Pansat, they said, how old are you? How old were you then? Answer the question.
If I tell you that I have to kill you, right? I said the war's not over, so I don't have to divulge all things to you. All I'm saying,
you don't want to tell us
man surrendered in the war. We let the Calabas do it because they kind of neutral, right? So it was a deal.
Did you get to meet
no fight again? But Nigeria has violated that no victor, no vanquish. They're treating us like they defeated us in the war, but they cannot defeat us.
Did you
a country that will run over any day. We as now okra to carry Korea. We brought the country. Okra cannot grow taller than whoever planted it, right? We planted the country. That's why we're all over the place, and we're ready to take it over any day. That
if you were 18 years during the war, then now you're 80. You're lying, man.
You see, DJ Dodal or whatever his name is.
He was recruited as a child soldier then.
It was probably
you yourself, you've been in the war too. If you don't get it right here, make this democracy work.
Answer, did you experience Kwashoko during the war?
No, that's not a joke now. A lot of people close to me experienced that. Right? It was Britain blockading us. And
tell us now.
Britain blockading us.
No wonder.
Come on, did you have big tummies?
A lot of our relatives, a lot of our the soldiers were well fed, but a lot of our relatives, suffered that. The civilians, terrorists were fighting. See, in those days, they didn't know about terrorism, right? Nigerians didn't know about
terrorism. See your brother. See your brother this morning.
We were fighting terrorists. Islamic terrorists. That's who we're fighting. So they were killing civilians while we're killing them. Right? The Sadwana, the big mouth Sadwana.
You were busy nursing your Kwashoko during the war. Stop lying.
We were fighting soldiers and we were fighting civilians.
Probably was still wearing pants there, running around.
I just did hear me on the yab me. I don't blame you. In real life, I would have you wouldn't be saying anything like that to me. But let me tell you, Simba, you guys, if you don't want to go to war, right? Because you cannot keep doing what you're doing in that country. You cannot. You have to get that constitution right. Get the country, when people go to the polls and vote, whoever they voted for should be elected into that office. You cannot have Muslims take over our judiciary, take over our INEC. They're given a responsibility. It's in there, what you're supposed to do. Transmit the election from polling unit. Whoever wins the election, let them win. Everywhere, Muslims are given responsibility with others, like Christians, be them Jews, be them Hindi. They want to cheat them. Why? It's not fair. If I'm a Muslim, I'll be more forceful about what I'm saying. I'm going to make sure that they respect the rule of law. You don't want to, if somebody comes to defend you, you want to say, look, I'm a Muslim, and you're gonna say, okay, then you don't get along with Jews, you don't get along with Hindus.
Hey, Pastor, let me ask you a question. What do you because you always the way you talk, what do you have against Islam?
I just told you. Nothing else but distance, not the tenets of the religion. Here's what I have against Northern Muslim, not Islam.
Forget about Northern Muslim. I'm just asking you because you have extended even beyond the Northerners. What do you have against Islam?
I do not have anything against Islam itself. I don't know anything about it, and I don't give a damn. Right? What I'm talking about is in our country, the governance of our country. We have to be upon as one polity. We have a constitution. That constitution must be respected. Right? If we go to the polls, or if a government is being formed, you have what they call there's a doctrine that's supposed to make everybody feel like they're Nigerians. You understand what I'm saying? So they cannot covet everything. They want to be in charge of immigration. They want to be in charge of INEC, even when you have a Christian president. Do you understand? And Christians do that, like Obasanjo, who appointed the premier EFCC chairmanship, for example, right? this is Obasanjo that I'm against the EFCC, but at least he got it done. But then he made Ribadu the chairman. And ever since until Tinubu came in, that's when he broke the jinx, whereby every EFCC chairman is a Muslim. Then you go to immigration, every immigration boss is a Muslim. You go to customs, every custom boss is a Muslim. Then you come to chief of army staff, it's only one or two that they're able to break away because somebody died, somebody come in. And then everything, you want to be in charge. Now, we've gone from having a president, a vice president, one from each tradition, to now we have a Muslim ticket. Then you go to court, is a Muslim.
So what's the relation of I just want to ask you a question. What you just said now, what's the relation of what you just said with Islam?
That's what
is it Islam that said that they should meet them?
I have no problem with Islam.
Give them all this position.
I have no problem with Islam. Dupsy, I know you want to speak, so let me land this way. Simba, don't twist my words. I have no problem with Islam. I don't know anything about it.
I have to learn how to land too, because you're an rational man. I don't know.
But what I'm saying, he's my line. He doesn't. I'm trying to land a key point that is good for all of us. What we need to have is a secular country that is not Christian, not Islamic, for sure, right? We want a country where everybody feels like they're part of that country, whether they like it or not. I'm not begging them to do it. In essence, that's the difference between me and say, who's here? I don't know, Prince Daddy, right? The difference between us is that I'm not begging them to do it. They have to do it, right? If they don't do it, we're gonna make them do it. We have to have a country that is completely secular. We have to have everybody feel like they're part of that country. They haven't conquered anybody.
So when you're in your South, don't you feel like you're a Christian? Is anybody forcing anything on you in your space, in your territory?
No, I just told you, if you come into it, for example, if we had a Christian, we are the first to begin it. Do you think these Muslims will put up with that? They will not put up with it. But we endured it. It's part of the provocation.
The same way you two are not putting up with it now.
Pardon?
We're
not putting up with it, but I'm sounding a warning to them to say that we're not going to be doing this, right? We have to either live in peace there, have a constitution that they respect, other people's stuff, put their religion in their pockets and their households, and stay out of our constitution, and let the country be fair, especially in the courts. You understand? You cannot be treating people like people who could conquer you. You treat them like you conquered them. What is a recipe for disaster? Because we know we could defeat them any day that we choose to do so. They don't make anything. They don't go to school. So you're gonna come and take over the country and then dumb it down. Since 2015, that it took over everything. Chased out our
Mike, you better call on other people to talk.
I know.
So that you are not allowed to continue.
Are you to Dupsy?
Pastor, you let other people talk, please.
Yeah, I'm letting my baby doll Dupsy talk. Dupsy, I'm hearing you. Go ahead, Dupsy.
It's a baby. Who's your baby?
Choma, why are you like this now? You should know that Pansat is my boyfriend. Why are you saying who is?
Yeah, Lucy, you are a very lucky woman for having Pansat as a boyfriend. Very lucky.
Are you jealous? Simba, which one is I'm very lucky? Why are you jealous?
The luckiest woman in this world.
Which one is that one? Why are you talking like that? What's wrong with Pansat? Somebody
I wonder how you are cooking. I wonder how you are cooking.
Somebody that fought in the war. Have you ever seen anybody that fought in the war?
You come and tell us about the war, Dupsy. Maybe you are with him that time. You are the one giving him food.
I don't like the way you guys are talking about my boyfriend.
Tell us about the war that your husband on the platform.
You are not even
I go come out so that they handle you well. I don't
yes, I'm here to defend you. What do they mean? Including Choma. You've been making fun of him since. What's all that for? I don't even like it at all. You guys are just jealous. You don't know anybody that fought in the war. Me, I have a boyfriend that fought in the war. Why are you guys so jealous? No.
You believe Pastor fought in the war?
Yes, Mike. I believe him. He doesn't lie to me anyway. I always believe him. Yes, I believe him.
But Mike, you know women, we like soldiers. So I think that's
we do actually.
Lucy, you see what you have just done to him. He has run away because he couldn't cope with what you are saying. He left you.
No, he yielded for me. You know, my boyfriend doesn't argue with me.
He knows that you are mocking him. He ran away from you.
How can I mock Pastor? You guys are not nice. How can I mock Pastor? I'm disappointed. You are here too. They are making fun of my boyfriend. You couldn't even defend him. That's not fair now. I believe him.
I just wanted to know what age he was shooting the gun.
No. Now if you add the one ended 57 years ago, Abby. I think 57 years ago, Abby. Simba, confirm now. When he ended 57 years ago, so if he joined at the age of 10, now it will be 67 right now. What do you mean? Somebody that you call uncle?
Mike asked him, does he have kwashiorkor?
No. He never. He answered Mike that he knew people that had kwashiorkor, but he didn't have kwashiorkor. What's wrong with you people? He answered you very well. Why are you guys like this? I'm disappointed though. You can't even protect my interests. I'm disappointed. How can you be saying that to Uncle Pansat? Uncle Pansat joined. He told me before he joined when he was 10. Now I think he should be around 67. That's why he's always telling all of you that he's older than you. Yes. But he
was a child soldier, me.
So child soldier, yeah, there were a lot of child soldiers now. Don't you guys know? There were a lot of child soldiers in the war.
Pastor was carrying gun with big stomach.
No,
Wanda is very bitter about this Biafra thing, honestly.
Maybe that time you received some bullet on his head. That's why he used to talk like that.
Maybe they shot him in the head. That's true.
This is not funny.
Maybe some of them are still lodged there. They have to remove them.
This is not funny.
No.
No. You guys are mocking my boyfriend. Choma, no. Choma, we are going to fight for a long time. How can you allow people to be mocking Uncle Pansat like this? It's not even funny.
It's not funny. Uncle Pansat is shy and he just ran away from the studio.
Yes, I has to be shy now. You know we're boyfriend and girlfriend. It's my boyfriend. He has to be shy now. He's shy because these guys are mocking him, especially Simba. Simba is not just a nice guy, he's just a jealous guy. I don't know why he's always like this. Why are you behaving like this, Simba? What was the big deal? He joined
I don't even know. I don't know. You see, I don't even know why I'm behaving like this.
No. It's not funny. He joined at the age of 10. There were a lot of child soldiers in that war. And you guys know this for a fact. Yes.
Try educate us on behalf of Pansat.
No. You know for a fact. All of you know that. You know that. So he joined at the age of 10. He's now 67. And he's always warning you guys that any of you here is older than all of you. And that's why Chema is always respecting him. Uncle Pansat. Somebody that you call uncle, he's supposed to be a young guy. No, Pansat is around 67 now. And you, Simba, please watch it. Pansat is my boyfriend. Nobody should be rude to him here. I'm serious about that. You people should just take it easy. And Mike, don't be rude to Pansat. I tell my dad. Let me borrow Mike. Ìyá rẹ̀ ló wá lánàá ń sìn ó bu títí kò lè sọ nǹkan kan. Tó bá ti ráwọ̀ ọmọ àmà lẹ̀dí mọ́ wa ń bí báyìí. Ẹni ló wá bu lánàá kó sọ̀rọ̀ throughout tán fi bu. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ti ráwọ̀ ọmọ àmà.
Special guest, Jan.
Lọ́nà ni yóò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tí wọn kò bẹ̀rù Ọbàtálá ò bẹ̀rù gbogbo ẹ̀ torí ẹ̀ ló ṣe ra dákẹ́ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀.
I think we should have
Where is he?
as our special guest to explain to us how he, fought the war, the Biafra war.
Choma is going back again.
Maybe one man should host Pansat to come and talk to us about the war.
Yes, that makes sense. Because he was there.
Somebody who experienced it live and participated.
Yeah.
Simba, what's your problem tonight?
No, you have to be there that day to give him moral support.
The same passion you're showing.
I'll make sure I come inside the studio with him that day.
Yeah.
So that you guys should just leave him alone now. He joined at the age of 10. And he's always telling all of you. Oh, Choma, I don't understand you tonight at all. He joined at the age of 10. He's now 67. Is he from your own destiny? Is he a young guy? He's not young now.
No.
Passat is not young. He's older than Simba. Simba's age put together with Mike's age.
He's 57 years.
60. Yeah. Even my son is even talking about it to me.
Hey, look,
Pastor is 48 years old.
He's old enough to be our father.
Because he's stressed out.
But from his looks, he looked like a 67-year-old guy. Just check out anytime Pastor.
67. American has stressed him out. Guy is young.
67. 67. I said he joined at the age of 10. And the now ended 1967, right?
So that means he was born in 1963.
He was born in 1963? Is that what he said?
No, you say he's 67 and you said he joined at the age of 10. If he joined at the age of 10, so he should be born around 1960. 60.
No, the war started in 1967. He was born in 1957.
57.
No, I thought the war ended in 1967, right? Or it started?
It started in 1967.
So the guy
is that correct?
70 plus now.
Is that correct, Simba? The war started 1967.
The war started in 1967 and ended in 1970.
Okay, now yes, it started the war.
That is 70 plus guy.
No. 57 years in 1967. 1967 to this place is 57 years ago now. With 10 years old, they're 67 years old. 67 ni. She boyfriend there ni. Would they saw a boyfriend me? They want me argue. She was only boyfriend ni. 1967.
No, you do say no more birth certificate or kwewa.
Calculate. All right, 67 years old. Look,
67 years to check my baby argue.
Don't try go to be frank. I come on Kuruko, no. Can it bam ye to my mama suiting ye? Aboniki uncle to my friend Palarada.
Can you call I see them? I will look like Silale Gungono.
You call me can't say no,
I will look like
change the topic. I change the topic.
They change the topic. Sorry, you should back. I change the topic here. Don't there is only more about shut up a parallel.
Wait, tell your son or Johnny soon for the 9 hours. Oh, go. One more in the next 10 hours. Non stop talking, blah blah blah.
And you know, you people should stop it and leave him alone.
Me, I'm not even here to.
Should be the same mathematics. The Dukemba Shirog mathematics in 2067. You get 10 years. To get 10 years, 1967, then it will be 67 years.
No, 10 years, only 57 years ago, you were buried. 1967, that's 57 years ago. Plus 10.
1967 to date, is that many years? 1967 to date, is that many years?
57 years ago, 57. 57 years, 57.
Okay.
57 years ago. Money 10 years, low join as a child soldier. That's what I explained now. 10 years, so he's 67 today.
You know why you are doing this? Because you are used to lies. So Lara.
Hello, verify now. Go and verify. Kilo be man so pirobi. And go and verify. Hello, verify now.
You know, when you have somebody that talk too much, that's what you get from such a person. You will not know when you'll be talking rubbish.
Oh, good down. Okay, change the topic, Remy. You can go ahead. Change the topic. This is very sad, Simba. When you might get a lot of
Mike, change the topic.
Mike will change topic because anyway, what will I know battery lude? On kaloloni. Because think of controversy change the topic. On kaloloni. So topic will change lane. Mike, let's talk about religion. I don't want to talk about politics. I don't have time for politics. Mike, are you there? Let's talk about religion. I don't want to talk about politics. I'm not religious, but I want to attack you on your own religion. I want to attack you on your own religion. Let's talk about it. Because you've been pretending. I will say something, your skull will spill into two. I will do this. Now the woman says, shut up! Don't use it to do this. You couldn't talk, you couldn't defend yourself.
Mike is just trying to be civil and polite. He can't be fighting with a woman now.
He wasn't fighting. He was trying to explain himself. It was all a misunderstanding, honestly.
Oh, okay. So he was trying to explain himself to the woman. I didn't realize that. But I saw when the woman shut him up. He couldn't talk. I said, hey,
because
this boy.
I think in her spirit, she has figured out Mike. You know, these they have spiritual discernment. You know.
I beg, hey, Choma, stop that. Choma, you want to start your own lie, Abi? Pastor that left. Which spirituality? What can she see? You can't see anything. You know when Choma was asking her question yesterday, Choma was very sharp. Your question that you're asking about if you want to get married, that she was talking to you that those of me don't open your don't remove your pants. Don't remove your pants.
Maybe she saw that you were already.
And Choma has already surrendered before.
She saw you too.
She was a little bit panicking, but she was panicking. What did you say?
Maybe she picked out Choma out too. She already knew what you were doing.
No, she picked you out. No, she figured you out and she called you out on your own.
You're telling you about opening your leg.
First of all, there was no one like for me to really like consult her for. You get my point? I was just asking in general, just to know, you know.
And so, from there now, like
I don't think you are asking in general. You want to deduce something from me.
But that's what I'm saying. But there's no guide.
Did you get what you are looking for spiritually from the woman?
What's your business with that one, Remy? Why are you so concerned?
I was just inquisitive. I
wasn't. Why are you so concerned about Choma's?
You know, but I can see that you are a little bit panicking, Choma.
Yeah. Yeah, because she said after you have like get physical with the guy, you can no longer
that the guy owns you, that the guy already owns you. Yeah, you are looking at yourself and say, okay, how many men will owns me now like this? Now, how many men will owns me?
I wanted her to be realistic. Simba, I wanted her to be realistic. I mean, does everyone that come to her, is that person a virgin? Is every woman that comes to her a virgin? You understand? So it's not like you sleep with every guy, you know, but it's just more like you can still answer a freaking question. Is this the right one for me or not? You know?
And eventually she answered you now. Eventually she answered you that.
That's why I can't start religion. They will be behaving as if they own the world. No, have one kind of superiority complex and start talking to people anyhow. Who gave bad authority to be saying that if you sleep with a man owns you? Yeah, I believe in good values. But who gave anybody the authority?
No, I just don't like the part she said, if you've already surrendered yourself to him, she can't answer any more questions. To
what
me,
kind of nonsense is that?
It's
not 419 so your mama larry mo 419 ni won tó bá larry mo wo lo mo má larry mo 419 ló bá dé o àwọn mic àti gbogbo wọn wọ́n mo ko Yorùbá mo má sọ sin gbogbo gba má ko Yorùbá má larry mo ṣé o má ṣó gbọ́ ba wọn larry mo o àwọn mic 419 ni won o.
Just say I totally agree with you on that, because at the end of the day, you came to this world by yourself, and sometimes you have to use your intuition and your mind and what you feel good about, and then you pursue it by yourself. Because most time when that's the problem with the African world, when you continue to like looking for solution to your problem, and you are going from church to mosque and from mosque to the traditional religious worshiper to look for solution. Sometimes you will be confused and everybody will be using, at the end of the day, it's all about money. I'm not saying that what they are doing is not right sometimes. We have some of them that are truly good, that they can help you. But most time, it's your hand that will help you, that will propel you in your life, in your lifetime. It is how you put everything in your own hand. Should I work hard or should I be lazy? This is the path for me. This is the rules and regulation. Should I follow the rules and regulation, or should I bypass it? This is the fast way. This is the end result. This is the slow way. This will be the end result. So you yourself, when you sit down and you put everything on the table, you already know which one is good for you. But if you are looking, okay, I want the fast life, I want the fast one, you know that once the law caught up with you, then you will have to do the time. So sometimes, like you said, that is why I like what you said, that your intuition, your life, you have to hold it, because at the end of the day, we have seen what is pandering all over the world. Everybody will support their own religion and their religion to do whatever. Most time it's in a negative way at the end of the day. So at the
I can't even stand religion. I can't stand religion. I'm so sorry.
At the end of the day, to me, I see two evil most time. One on the left, one on the right. Anywhere you go, it's the same result. So if you stay in the middle and focus on your life, and probably if you have a family, focus with your family and then try to find a way to make it in life. But no matter what you look at, if you have traveled wide and have been to so many places, you will see that the color is just a color. At the end of the day, the way they do their thing is just a little bit different. Nothing is perfect in this world, okay? So, but unfortunately, in a lot of people, they don't look at it that way. They always look at, for example, I always say, president come, president will go. Whether you like it or not, Obasanjo will be your former president, and this guy that is there now, whether he's going to spend 4 years or 8 years, is going to come and go. Another president will come, and people that will complain will still continue to complain, and people that will make it, they will continue to make it. So it's as simple as ABC. The way you lay your bed, that is the way you lie on it or whatever.
I agree, Jerry. Nobody should come and come with their own. Well, how do they say it? That you
always come with superiority that my
exactly
or that one is
delusions with their delusions as well. Most of them are deluded in their minds. They are not okay. Most of these religious people, so I can't stand them.
When you ask yourself a question, they will tell you that religion is good. Why are the leaders prospering? Why are the followers in abject poverty? Is it not that the people that are following their life should also change? Why are they driving all these private jets, all these limousine, Rolls Royce, and
Rolls Royce?
Rest of them, followers of them, majority in thousands, in general, in millions, and they continue to stay in that poverty, and the little money they have, they still continue to give it to you. Where is their conscience, for God's sake?
No, I can't stand that. I'm so sorry. Religion. Mike, now you are running away. Talk about your religion. Let's hear about it tonight, because it's all fake. Chioma is a Christian. You are a Babalawo. It's still fake. Both you and Chioma. Fake like because it's so true. Remy, which one are you?
It's good to you believe in God. You do.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't. It's dicey.
You guys want to go to the background so you don't offend people. This one you're insulting people's.
You are insulting your own religion. Why are you not talking?
Do you want to go to the background? I want to stay alive. Which one?
Okay, we can go to the back. What do you think, Chairman? Do we stay here for a while?
Yeah, I think we can stay here.
Mike,
are you busy?
Mike, we
Mike,
are
are
not
you busy?
instructing anybody. Anybody is free to take any religion he or she wishes. But what I am talking about is this. If the leadership of a religious sect, they are prospering and their life is better, why are the millions that follow them, their life still remain the same? Why are they not even improving that? Okay, I'm your leader. I moved from 1 bedroom. I'm now living in 3-bedroom apartment, or I have my own house. I have my own car. And it is this job I'm doing. I am serving you, these people. Why are these rest of people? Why are they not getting a better job? Why are you not creating
all 5 fingers are not equal. Everybody.
No. Don't tell me that, please. This is. I'm sorry. A lot of people are just gullible, to be frank. It's not good. You are just using their weakness because you make them believe in you. They trust you as their papa and mama, as the alpha and imam, everything, as their chief priest. Why they continue to live in that opulence? Live in this good life, and their followers continue to live in that terrible manner. It's unfair. If truly you are a man of God and you worship God, I also worship God. I believe in God, and I have my own conscience. I think, I don't know. Well, everybody have a soul. I think everybody knows the truth. Okay, it's unbelievable.
Well, to each.
So, Chairman, you're about to say something. Let's hear you.
No, I was saying that to each his own. I feel like religion is still good. It keeps us all grounded. So that
That's
we
a
can.
lie, Chairman. It's making us to be deluded, especially in Africa. It's not helping us to grow. We are not thinking properly. Yeah, the frontal lobe is not developing well. Yeah, religion is like an opioid.
You said the frontal
help with the brain development. No, I won't lie. It doesn't help with the development of the brain. It doesn't help with the the way the frontal lobe will develop fully. It stunts the growth of the frontal lobe. So it doesn't help people. People believe in magic. They believe in miracle. They believe that God is going to do something that they're supposed to do for them. So you continue to pray, you continue to hope for something that you're supposed to do for yourself. So it doesn't make any
sense. There's nothing wrong with that, because sometimes
you have to actually
we lose hope. So
you have to actually stand up and do things for yourself. That's why the brain is being given to you. So you think critically about what is going to be the solution in 10, 20 years time. People start developing it from today. So that's why people are doing things that me and you are enjoying. We are talking to each other now in real time. You are in Houston, I am in Canada here. So people develop this kind of technology by thinking critically to be able to bring this kind of thing up. They're not going to any mountain to pray. They're not going to anywhere to pray. They devoted their time to bring this kind of technology to our time now. That's why me and you, we're using it. So it's about making humanity to be more developed. People are moving forward in what they believe in. They're trying their hands on different things. They're not staying in the church to pray.
Yeah. Do you think that if the two Abrahamic religion did not come to Africa, will have developed more than the way we are?
More seriously than that. More seriously.
I don't think religion. Because let me tell you, spirituality, our own spirituality, it has nothing to do with the true popular religion. Even with our own traditional religion also, it has the same mentality. Actually, there is something wrong with us genetically. It's not about religion.
I agree with Simba.
Simba, a quick question for you. Let's say those two religions did not come to Africa, and the world witnessed modernity, and you will be taught in your own local language. No matter what happened, the African people would.
No, forget about language. Don't bring in language and religion together.
My question I want to ask is this: you are trying to say that without that religion or whatever, maybe Africa would not have developed on their own. So my question to you is that if the world can witness modernity, don't you think at this age, we also in Africa, we develop our own language. We use our own language as a means of educational instructional to use our own language as a mode of educational instruction. Don't you think we will also have evolved in our own way? In our own way, who knows? Because most of these scientists they are also black men, even the so-called taking black slaves. They are also scientists. I mean, they come up with a lot of inventors, and some of them also are into a lot of innovations. So don't you think we will also have evolved in our own way, use our own language, and moreover, maybe today, Hausa Fulani will be a country, Igbo will be a country, Yoruba will be a country, because there will not be that amalgamation of forcing the.
No, don't mix colonization with religion. Now we are talking about religion here.
No, but you said something. You said if that two religions.
But colonization and religion is the same now.
You said
the religion
for us, we wouldn't have developed. That's what you said. That's what I tell you that.
Colonization and religion goes hand in hand.
Okay, in what? Let me tell you, the way we practice the two popular religion. How is it different from the way we practice our own traditional religion? Based on the way we how is it different?
It's not that different. I support
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But do you know, if
it's the same mentality that you know, I know, Bruce, I know what you are speaking about. It makes us to be lazy because what you're supposed to do, provide physical solution to, you'll be looking for spiritual solution to it. You understand? It's the same thing with our traditional religion. That's what I'm saying. The mentality is the issue.
No, what I want to say about let me say this, please. What I want to say about what Simba said is that you see, human brain would have evolved past that traditional religion. You know, we evolved past it. That's why we joined this new religion. Do you understand? Human being would have evolved. This Shango, this thing that they are talking about is a lie. They came as human being like Jesus Christ. They came to this world and they died the way, but they will lie. But people's brain have evolved past. We know they are lying about it. So we would have moved on. So there won't be anything to go to. People would have moved on to science and all other things, technology, and they would have developed more. So this our traditional this thing we would have seen already. That they would tell you that.
So you mean that we'll have abandoned it?
We would have, actually. We would have. So if there's nothing to move on to, we would have moved on to science and technology.
But you know our nature, we're always looking for something to hang.
I know that. But when we see that traditional religion is fake as well, we won't bother to look for any other thing.
But if we don't have these two, we will not see it as being fake because we don't have any alternative. It's because we have alternative. That's why we are saying that they are fake.
Different angle, Simba. Look, we have our own culture, and from our own culture, we have our own traditional religion from day one. Before these people came to Africa, because of this, our own way of doing things. Even our forefathers. When you look at the history books. How the Benin Kingdom or your kingdom, from what we read, how they are able to fence off the aggressors, how they are able to expand. There is division of
even medicine, all those things. You were making things now.
And people respect the traditional religion. When they want to do something, they will go to the oracle. That means the Ifa. The Ifa will tell them what to do, and their life will be better. So, but when these two religions came, because they make it more simplified, they make it more like it's more refined, it's better, it's good than you go and sitting down pouring red oil on something or doing this or sacrifice of that. That is, and moreover, they also came with something that our forefathers have not seen before, a mirror or something like that. They cajole us because I don't know. So this kind of thing okay. Christianity is simple. I can do any Islam is also simple. I can do a lot of bad things. What I need to do is just go and kneel down, pray to God for forgiveness, and it's done. It's forgiven. Even if I'm the one that stole all the money of that country, once I just need to be in front of one big pastor or go to one big afar and they pray for me, all what I've done is over. Come on, man. And we've seen a lot of people dying in abject poverty. And our
Simba, let me say something. Simba, let me quickly say this. I said we would have evolved past this our traditional religion, just the way the British, the Caucasians, they moved past the Christian religion. You know, Christianity is a minority religion in Europe now, and Christianity is a minority religion in America now. So they moved past
No.
actually.
Don't say that. So don't say, because if
No.
America has
Google it
over
now.
400,000 churches, so
Google
who
it.
goes there?
Nobody goes there. It's empty. Google it. It's a minority religion.
They still consider majority of America.
It's not, no,
Excuse me.
because nobody, Miss Dupsy, just because people are not attending church doesn't mean that they're not.
Exactly. In fact, America has the largest population of
It's a minority religion. Google it. It is a minority religion.
No, it's majority. No,
it's a lie.
No,
It's a minority.
Google the dominant religion in the United States.
Google the fact.
Even in every coins and dollar bills, it says, "In God we trust."
It doesn't matter. Choma, we are talking about evolution. We are talking about evolution of human brain. We are not talking about what happened when they printed the dollar. We are not talking about that. We are talking about evolution now. They've evolved fastly.
Christianity is still a dominant religion in the United States.
Let me ask you a very good question. Choma, let me ask you a very good question. You have several presidents in America.
Mm-hmm.
How many of them go to church every Sunday?
Well, I don't.
Or maybe once or twice in a month.
I don't look into their personal. I don't look into their personal.
No. These are public figures. Once they go to that kind of church, maybe once in a month or twice in a month, you will know. Everybody in your country will know.
Not necessarily. Some people have a church in their, their compound.
Which compound? I'm asking you about the president of America.
Some people have a church.
Choma, I think the problem that they have is the practice that the way we practice the religion is different. The way we carried everything. If you go out there, ask an American which religion, they will tell you is Christianity. They might not be going to church every time and be doing the way we are doing it. They cannot be going for night vigil and be wasting their time on those things. But they will still profess to you that they are Christian. Am I wrong, Choma?
No, you're not wrong. No, Simba is absolutely right.
Let me tell you why.
Most of these rich people, right? They have a chapel in their mansions. They have a prayer room.
Let me tell you something, Choma. If you Google the fact, you know that people are no more Christians. They are no more Christians. It is. I'm not saying people are not still practicing. I say it's a minority religion.
It's not a
That's what I'm
minority.
saying.
Which one is the dominant? Which one is the dominant religion? Then?
They don't have any religion that is dominant. Just Google it now. There's no religion. So that's all the things.
Maybe you can say Presbyterian. Presbyterian might be, but it's still Christianity. So either way, Christianity is a dominant religion in the United States, Mr.
Really? Maybe among black people.
No. In fact, over almost 300 million population of US are Christian.
Exactly. It's true.
Google it now. It's there. They might not be practicing it the way we practice it in Africa. But they will still profess to you.
Do you know how many mega churches we have in the US?
That's what I'm saying. America has the largest number of churches in the world. They have over 400,000 churches in US. So is it ghost that is attending those churches?
Tell me,
they dumped it silently and they moved on.
Even Joel Osteen. You've heard about Joel Osteen Church, Abby?
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Choma. You are a church member, right?
Yeah.
And practically, you probably know 50% of your church goer. They always go to your church, maybe every Sunday.
Yeah.
Let's assume I am a member of your church. You only see me once, maybe 20 years ago. Are you still going to call me a Christian? And you never see me go to your church anymore, and I do not go to any church anymore.
Church attendance is not what makes you a Christian now. Church attendance is not what makes you a Christian. Church attendance is not what makes you a Christian.
I will assume you're still a Christian because I saw you in my church. Yes. That's
saw
what
me in your church when you are a toddler, right?
No, when you were a
when you are 4
member.
years old.
When you were a member. When you were.
When I was a member, when you were 4 and I'm also
So
4.
a Christian that doesn't go to church is not a Christian. Is that what you are telling us?
No. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I also live
Church
in.
going to church is tantamount to being a Christian.
No. Let me tell you something. These people, they are far, far gone. They don't believe in that religion anymore. You will see categorically that even here in Finland, people that also go to church, majority of these people, they don't want to have any association with that. They don't want to have any association with these people. What are we talking about? Unless you are.
So what happened in Europe? Simba that is making. What happened in Europe?
What I'm trying to tell.
What happened in Europe?
What I'm trying
It's not true what you're saying, because many families attend Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday, many
people
families
here know
attend
what is
church.
Easter Sunday.
They still celebrate Christmas, so Chioma.
Exactly.
There is not
They do Easter, they do all those things. So for the fact that you don't go to church.
They don't. It's not paramount anymore. And Nordic countries are still a little bit religious. You cannot compare them with Western Europe. Here, you can count how many people that believe in that or maybe go to church. They're no more interested. That's what we are telling you. They just live their life. Most of them, they don't believe in anything.
So the core of the matter is that I was saying to Simba is that we would have moved past it just the way this developed world moved past Christianity. Yeah. We would have moved past our traditional religion and we would have moved to science and technology. That's the core of the matter. So this one that you are arguing that Americans, they go to church. They go to church. That's why they're building all the sophisticated technologies. You people that their brain is not working well. Anybody that is religion, do you think anybody that is religion is okay? You think so?
But
so
you have to understand, Americans work like 12-hour shifts, and even to attend church is very difficult for them.
You are now talking 12-hour shift, and you want him to go and die in church.
Nigeria, they don't even work night shift. Do they have?
They go to church from Monday to Sunday.
Nigerians, they work. If I say what I want to say now, they say I'm very mean. Do we work in Nigeria? Do we really work in Nigeria? That's it. Even the 8 hours. The 8 hours. How many hours do we work actively within that 8 hours that we claim that we work? And that's why we have time to do all these things. Exactly. So people even abandon their work to go to yes.
Yes. It's true, just so they can sit in the front of the church. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. So Nigerians, they have time. The people here in the US, they're always working 12 hours.
Simba, you have to understand human nature.
So sometimes
most human beings, they are born to look for someone to lead them or something to lead them. You understand? So when you live in a society where you don't have your fellow man, because there are some people that are born, natural born leaders, that are supposed to lead the rest. So in this country, you're calling advanced country, they have leadership. People, the best minds are leading the rest. They're creating opportunity things for the rest to follow, to live on. So they count on their natural born leaders to lead them. When I say leader, I'm not talking about government too. I'm talking about just people like they're make things happen for everybody else to survive on, right? Like the innovators, all those kind of people. So when they innovate, they create industry, they create jobs. So now people see them like, oh, okay, let me now follow these people, follow their line. They lead everybody to their
mentorship.
Exactly, to their place of survival. Like you guys said, people that have a job, they go to job, work. So now they have people that are already creating things for them to survive on. So they follow that line. So they don't now look to any external thing. But in our society where the people that are born to make things happen for others are just not doing it. I don't, for whatever reason, whether it's laziness or just, fuckery or whatever it is, because I do notice a lot of gifted people in our society, when they use their talent to make a little bit for themselves, they don't care about the rest or making things happen, expand to. They don't believe that their job in this world is to create for their society to lift those that don't have the gift. Understand that God give them they're supposed to use their own gift to help their society to advance, and the rest can follow them. So those rest that don't have that gift and don't see people that are supposed to lead them. They now look for what can possibly lead them. So they now look to the external thing to lead them. That's why they all run to. That's why they will follow pastor now. They run to pastor, or run to religion, run to something, looking for something.
Mike, don't you think that our upbringing,
followers, so they look for something.
our upbringing, that's the way they brought us up now. They always say, okay, you have to.
No. Those people that are naturally born, trust me, the people that are born with gift, talent, they don't follow religion like that.
No, that's not what Simba was saying. Like the way our family, how a Nigerian families they function, how the upbringing. Like in the morning, they will do morning devotion.
Exactly.
Praise and worship.
Anytime they are going to church or mosque, they will carry you along. So it's the way we are nurtured.
Simba, there are some human beings, and one of them, in fact, you can raise them in church all you want. When they grow up, they are just natural born good doer. I'm telling you, they will go and make it in life. They will not even count on it. I was my whole life, and when I want something, I never pray about it. I'm usually the laziest. I don't even growing up. I don't pray. I just go and look for it and make it happen. I just always that kind of person. I never believe that I have to pray for something to happen for me. I just always think and figure out. I always go look for, dig for the solution and go get it done for myself. Whereas my siblings, whenever we are talking about, once they say go and pray, go and fast, go and do this. Growing up, I'm telling you, I was just that guy. I was just looking for a solution to my problem. So there are human beings that are born to just lead, make things happen, and others are just not born gifted like that. They are all, and so many people in the society, you see them, people like Dangote, all those people. Growing up, he will never go to mosque to go and pray for his success. He's just going to make it happen.
How did you
There are some human beings that are just born like that.
Mike, everybody, we were all born with a blank slate. We were all born with a blank slate. So the society, environment, the family, and what you encounter in life shapes your behavior and how how you're successful, how you make it in life. So nobody is born with any leadership. So we are all born, just go and read the psychology book. We are all born black. That's the way. So it depends on what you instill on kids. So if you are brainwashed to be a Christian, you'll be one. If you are brainwashed to be a Muslim, you'll be one. And if you are brainwashed to be a traditionalist like you'll be one. It's brainwashing. It's brainwashing.
Hold on. I'm telling you that I was born. In fact, I was born into Christianity. Though my grandfather and everybody were traditional and whatever, but my father converted. And when I was born, I was literally born in the church. And I left because it was just never me. Out of curiosity, out of whatever is what got me back into the old tradition thing. Because the old tradition thing is more like science, so it's more like digging. It's not. That's why I say it's not a religion. That's why I'm more. Mike, hold on. Even with my hold on. Before you start saying, he's being religious. Even till today, when I want something, I still go get it done. I don't rely on my, this thing, except when something is critical and I divine about it. But I still believe I have to get things.
I don't understand. What are you supposed to rely on?
Mike, somebody wants to come in. There's somebody on the top bus.
And that's why I'm telling you that.
What are you supposed to rely on?
The ultimate point I'm trying to make to you is this. There are some people, even if you born
them into,
hold on, yes,
what are you supposed to rely on?
What are you supposed to rely on? Inner gift. Your gift.
Because you're saying you're not relying on anything. Are you supposed to rely on something before you get something done? That's the question I'm asking. Because you're making math now that you don't rely on anything.
Well, Ms. Dupsy, how do you think we got here? Do you think you made your own self? Like, you think it's only your mom and dad that created you? Don't you know there's a higher being, there's a higher spirit?
No, I'm not saying I don't know for Choma.
No, the fact of the matter is Choma, the fact of the matter is
not only you Waka come onto this earth.
No. Sometimes I believe that it's God, sometimes I believe there is no God.
Sometimes
it depends.
It's convenience for you, right?
Yeah, it depends on the situation of things.
When you have witnessed a miracle in your life, that's when you believe, right?
Probably sometimes, maybe miracle or magic, anyhow. You just know that this God exists somewhere. But sometimes I will say, I don't think so. I don't, it depends on my mood. Yeah, it's not all the time. Mike, you can go ahead.
The point I'm making is there's some human being, even if you give birth to them in a church, mosque, or whatever, and you brainwash them that this is the way. As they are growing older, they will just find their way. I'm telling you, there are just some human being like that. And I'm telling you, I'm one of those people. Literally,
yeah, that's how we're supposed to live. That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, but it's not all human. But it's not all human
being brainwashed. That's what we're
no matter how you brainwash me. Listen now, I was brainwashed into. I was born into brainwashed into it. But I just as a kid, I was always asking questions. They used to beat me because I always ask questions. I ask my parents questions. Everything I ask questions, and they'll pick. Wait, my parents, you ask questions too much. To the point where I'm asking questions. Even see, some people will say these guys, they usually answer and I'm asking question. I will always ask questions. Even the tradition, I got it. So I was asking, it was question that led me to even the discovery of so many of the things that even it was question that led me to discovering that my great grandfather was the one of the highest priests in where I come from. I was always asking questions. Even within tradition, they ask questions. Even yesterday, that's why I got in trouble. I'm asking questions. I'm a person, I question everything. Dulcie, that's me. I'm not that person that just submits or since I've been like that since I was a child.
So that's good.
My parents literally don't get along with me.
You have the act of questioning, which is good, which is very good.
Not all human beings are created like that. Those kind of people.
I agree.
And those kind of people, they are the ones that are born to lead.
No, it's not about creation. It's about critical thinking. You are getting it mixed up. It's not about creation. You are created blank. So people have to instill some values in you. Your mom, your school, your leaders, things like that. So that's the way it is. No, nobody is born with any leadership. Stop saying that. It's about critical mind. When you start thinking about things true, they say Jesus Christ came through Mary, through Immaculate Conception. Is this right? No, it is wrong. They said Allah came. You start questioning things like that's called critical thinking. So you start thinking about things like that. You say, oh, this thing is fallacy, it's false, it's not true. So there's nothing inborn in it. You came to the world, what they introduced to you, you agreed at some point. After a while, you said, no, this is not true because you have a critical mind.
Lucy, you that you believe Pansat, you don't believe Bible, eh? You need deliverance.
And you know, Uncle Pastor is a believer. You know he's a believer.
This is an unconditional love.
Just a joke. It's just a joke.
It's an unconditional love, Chioma. There is an unconditional love, just regardless of our religion. We don't even take that into consideration. We love each other. It's an absolute love.
Simba. Sorry, Pansa. Simba. Let me tell you something. You made a statement earlier. You say there's no difference between traditional, it's not even religion stuff and.
No, I think our mentality towards religion, both traditional, is not different. It's not different. That's what I said.
I agree with you and also disagree. Like in society, you have the normal people, and then you have the priesthood, right? The normal people is just actually a mystery to them. So that's why they come to the priest to say, okay, show me whatever. But in the priesthood, everything is about uncovering mystery. You understand? It's fact. That's why it's not a belief. This is the way. Go on. No. It's mystery. You uncover it. And the most gifted people become more powerful. Just like they uncover herbs, about medicine solution. So it's really science itself. You understand? It's science. So it's about uncovering, and no one human being can learn in one lifetime. It's a continuous learning, and it's uncovering mystery. That's what it is. So it's really a science. It's really a more of scientific thing. But the only difference is, a lot of our people, we don't have that discipline to not turn into material creation, to now make it into societal advancement, because that part requires some extra kind of work and dedication and discipline, and the black man just doesn't have
this is still
okay, for example,
the way you say you have a critical mind now to think about
that's what I'm saying. Like
this thing you're still talking about now, you heard it from somebody that heard it from it's still like you're not even having the critical thinking that you're talking about. This is not critical thinking about talking about if I see Woloda or Dufale. You don't know anything about it like that now. That woman challenged you yesterday. You couldn't talk much. But when you come now, you say you brought leadership from heaven. You are not even showing the critical mind here. If you're really deep in how you think, you won't be talking about if I is all in all. That's one thing I don't like.
Who would you consider between me and Dusi? Let's take a verdict. Let's take a verdict. Let's vote.
I will report you. I will report you to your radio. Just watch out. I will report you. Continue. There's somebody here, Mike. Let that person talk now. Okay.
And Dupsy, this daddy is listening to you, and I think he will get that.
Prince Daddy, how are you, my love? You know I love Prince Daddy now. He doesn't like to attack me.
How many people do you even love, for God's sake?
No, Prince Daddy is not my boyfriend. Boyfriend. Rational mind that pants, but rational mind is now my ex.
Why do you like controversial people?
No, you know I'm a psychiatric nurse, so.
So you'll be able to manage them. You'll be able to manage them. You see, kai. I
also the mental problem. You see, you are healer too. You are a natural born.
People don't let my boyfriend be annoyed.
You see, you two are a spiritualist.
Shoma, can you listen to your friend?
I'm listening to him. You know, actually, I knew that, when she said that she's a psychiatric, I knew there's just something off with Miss Dupsy, when she said yesterday, Chama is my sister. She should not consult anyone. As long as I'm her sister, she should not consult anyone except for me. I said, hey.
I know, that's the truth, now, Chama. I don't want anybody to collect your money. Nobody should collect Chama's money. Oh my God! Let other people talk now.
So Dupsy, you have already diagnosed your lovers before you fall in love with them.
Simba, Shwala. My boyfriend will be annoyed now if he's listening. Sure, don't put Sansa in my diary.
We thank you for managing them. We thank you for managing them for us.
I just told you my profession. You know,
I said that you're a psychiatrist.
I just told Simba my profession. That's why. Oh my God. Let other people talk. Oh, there's some other people here. They're just keeping quiet. Where are they here when they don't want to talk? You guys should unmute now and let's hear your contribution.
Ola just came in now. Ola, what do you have to say to your...
Oh, okay. She don't like it. You're my rude. Mama, come on,
Lucy, for God's sake. They are not ready to talk now.
Kí ni Màmá Dupsy tún sọ nípa mi nísìnyí báyìí? Mò ń gbọ́ láti mo ṣe ń bọ̀ láti orí
sẹ́kì. Gbogbo ẹni Dupsy máa ń bù náà, everybody.
Initially ni mi ò understand the Dupsy, but later mo ti understand. Eléyìí tó tiẹ̀ sọ nípa rational mind àti. Okay, because no, very interesting. So. Religion, so the thing,
Dupsy came in and she said that it's the religion that is not making us to have critical thinking, that is affecting our development. And I said, she said that if we didn't actually adopted the true Abramovic religion, probably will have developed. And I said no, that it's the same mentality that we attach to that one that we also attach to our own traditional religion. But she didn't agree with me.
Okay. The thing is that
that is sorry, Ola, that is half story. She also mentioned that we will have evolved just like the Western world also evolved with their religion.
We will have abandoned our traditional religion.
Putting their religion aside and going for technology and sciences. And if you look at
the Western the Japanese world, never abandoned their Shintoism.
Chinese as a secular society. No. Chinese abandoned it. In their, you can never see them worship nothing. They only believe in
what does this thing they do, man? They are rituals. This thing they do.
They don't do any rituals now.
No. The Chinese have their.
They have
listen. They have Buddhism, but they don't go to their place and worship like me. Everybody
they have it now. They abandon it. I never live in China, but live in Japan. They don't joke with their Shintoism.
Maybe Japan is that, but in China, you go to work. People that work 7 days.
Ancestral connection. They don't joke.
They don't have time for religion, Jerry. They just go and work.
You see, my own response is this. There is no right or wrong answer here. To some extent, I would say Dupsy was right. And to some extent, I would say I do not agree. Because the thing is this, the religion brought to us, even if we didn't notice before, more than anything than ever, people use religion to control the masses. They use religion to stop people to the benefit of the practitioners. Good. In every situation, as you have a positive, you have the negative. It's impossible not to have negative because that's intended and unintended consequences. So look at it from religion itself is for the purification of your soul, to make you have connection with your creator or with your source. But when people start introducing some kind of doctrine that will cause you depression, or that will they will start using that one to your advantage. Now, I don't know whether this was true, but look at this thing about America. I would like to, because of Shoma, when they took our people as slaves, you know what they did? Some of the evil they did, they started separating our women, took them to the bush, and you can figure out what was happening there. You understand? And now someone will now be telling you, I'm not saying the people that some will now be hiding under religion and they are doing you evil, but they will be telling you that just believe in God, God will be the only one that will save you. No, my friend, I keep saying this thing. You can't sand my right ear and I will look at you. Man, if you sand my right ear, I will reply twice, 4 times. Make it harder. My response will be my reaction will be more than your actions. So the thing is, religion is not supposed to make us dogmatic. It's supposed to make us be at peace with our creator and with our neighbors. That is why I say love your God with the whole of your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. There's no way you will love your neighbor. You will love your neighbor that will be looking at something evil before your neighbor. So if you can just abide by the rules. But the way we practice now is not the real way. Now, going back to our own tradition, even if we are practicing our own traditional belief, it doesn't mean that we won't still get it wrong. That is why Yoruba will say, Ori yeye ni mogun ta ise lopo. You see, it's just today that some people, those days, they were judged, and even some of them faced capital punishment for what they knew nothing about. And some of these things we are talking about too were still tried in the traditional way. So that tells you that no system is perfect. We just have to find a balance between the extreme and what is not extreme. So that's just the way it is. So religion totally is not really
Ola, sorry to interject you. Can you give us one example how to find that balance? because you are making a good narration, Professor. Give us a very good example to find that balance between all those you have set up.
Okay, let me tell you one thing now. Like I live in Canada, I quoted the Uma Shatter yesterday. You understand? We say we are asked. Okay, let me say we are asked. Canada is founded upon principle that recognize the supremacy of God, right? Because everybody believe that. Okay, if you believe that you are accountable to God, they did not say and the rule of law. You know how to? Do you understand how to strike balance now? Now look at it this way. You believe that God can do some things, right, for you, something that is out of your control. But the one that is within your control, you apply law. Now, for example, now, how can you, okay, someone came to my house, for example, you stole my good. How you not say I should forgive? Man, tell me, if I forgive, am I not encouraging stealing? Am I not encouraging robbery? No, don't forgive. Don't forgive. When you see a criminal, deal with that person as a criminal. Don't just say, okay, do that. So don't use religion to just pardon a criminal till that criminal now become a menace to your society. That is how to strike a balance. Oh, maybe you're a reverend father in the church now, and your member of church went to somewhere and pie someone. I told you that, say, reverend father, I just pie someone. It's okay, go and sin no more. Like, seriously? That is like an example of how to find balance. But today, you have people covering up some kind of crimes, you know, just accepting some kind of crimes in the name of trying to be religious, in the name of trying to be protective. So that's what we're saying. So it is true that we could have evolved, or we will have evolved differently from the Western, but will our system be as perfect? No, it won't. But the only thing we fell for is this: we fell for something very outside. You know, like the percentage of our falling was like 75% to 80% out of common sense, and we now keep common sense as like 20%. That's exactly what is happening to us.
So Ola, sorry. So what you are trying to say is that even when we evolve, we don't have the intelligence, we don't have the brain to compete with these people. That's exactly what you are trying to say. Because you said, is that what you are?
You know, Yoruba will say, but if you speak, I'm not totally responsible for how you interpret me. You understand? What I'm just telling you is,
dodge the question. We're done.
I'm not avoiding your question, but you are just telling me that I'm saying that my people are not.
No, because you said we have evolved.
I'm not Buhari and Igiagbon, so I can't say my people. That's that. No, sir. You are the one saying that, not me. You are the one thinking.
Highly manipulative. What better could answer?
Ola is a diplomatic person. You pick what you want to pick and you interpret the way he has said it. Whether you want to say it the way you want to say it, that's your problem. And everybody understood what he said. So don't push him too much, please.
Yeah,
thank you, Simba. Thank you. So what I'm saying, principally saying, Remin, is this: the nature has provide us with guidelines, rules, and guidelines. Let me tell you one thing. Jesus was a carpenter. Did that ring bell to you? Jesus was a carpenter. All the apostles and the disciples.
Ola, is there anybody that, even both Quran and Bible, is there any of those people that we look up to that doesn't work?
Exactly.
So where would we get our own interpretation that, okay, you can pray to God and God will bring food for you?
You understand?
Would that work?
When people talk of full-time ministry today, it depends on how you interpret now. Okay, if I was a pastor, for example, being a pastor doesn't mean I should not be a banker and do my job. I should not be sitting upon the church money and be shopping. You understand? That's where we got something strong.
I think what Remy and Dupsy refuse to understand is that it's we that we put our our own way of life and then incorporated into the religion. Religion is not the problem. We are the problem.
Because we have the same religion here. You understand? We have religion here, we have the same religion here, and churches here are even richer than churches back in Nigeria. I've never seen, okay, there's a community here that I attend now. I attended a particular Oyibo church here now.
Let me interject you a bit. Okay. Let me interject you. So, Simba, have you heard about Jobstown? So, you think all this 419 started from Nigeria? So, who do you think trained all those people in Nigeria? In your own thinking, who trained them? All these pastors in Nigeria, all the ones that are using private jets. Who taught them all those things that they are doing? Who trained them? I'm asking you, Simba.
So people like even with all their training, they cannot get somebody like me. You understand? So yes,
get some other people. That's why we're not talking about one particular, and a particular person cannot develop a nation. So
what I'm saying is let me tell you, whatever you believe, whatever you abide to, it depends on your own. You are not talking about critical thinking. I can't take responsibility for your own action. If you believe them,
and I told you earlier on, I said religion is the opium of the people. What does opium do in the brain? You're a doctor. How does it affect the brain? How does opium work in the brain? Tell me.
Let me tell you, I'm a Muslim, but what I believe is what I believe.
How does opium works in the brain, in a human brain? How does the opium works in a human brain? That's what I'm asking you. Dr. Deko, question away down. How does it work? Do you understand what I mean? So when you're thinking about it that way, people's brain are not working properly because of this thing magic they believe in. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you're arguing, let this boy that is coming here to come alive with his religion.
Let me tell you,
nobody knows what is written about Bible. If you come to this platform, stop quoting Bible. Talk from the fact.
Wait. What I'm trying to say, get my own point also. Dupsy. Kotoma Kabu.
Jesus was a carpenter.
What I'm saying is this. Let me give you, for example, what is happening in Islam and Christianity, the way you say that, okay, they are brainwashing people. Our own traditional religious people also brainwash people.
I agreed with you now. I agreed. I said we would have moved past it. We would have moved past it.
There are so many people. You go there for you go.
Can I ask?
Okay, let's Ola continue, please.
Okay, now the way I see here is this: like when I mention Canada now, I can say Canada law and whatever. Whether you want to talk of the criminal code, you want to talk of the civil law, whatever, is based on the principle of Christianity, their sources. So they use religion to build the environment. But where problems started is when we start having this Protestants. You know, some people that call themselves, let me say, Pentecostalists or Pentecostalism. Where we have that. You know, they were going extreme. Because when you look at the United Kingdom structure, when you look at the Canada structure, the principle around the law is based on Christianity. Even the King James, that's the author of a King James version, for example, when you look at everything there, you can infer that the basis of UK administration is on Christianity. Now, when you go to Saudi Arabia too, look at what they accept in Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia now is going to hold beauty pageant, for example, now. Whereas back like almost 20 years ago, when they said they wanted to hold something like that in Nigeria, you see them started burning everything, started buying themselves. You know, so it depends on, you know, the consequence of religious law is that how we receive that. And I partly blame, mostly, not even partly, is the government I blame. Because in Yoruba, we had this saying that or to bad delay. You understand? Look at it this way. If those days when our factory, NCM, Nigerian Textile Mill, all those Dunlop everywhere was okay, that people were looking for how to pay their landlord, not because they were depending on their one brother or sister there that will help them. When people, if someone that will run like we'll be doing 2 shifts now, for example, you won't have time for any pastor to give you hope. It's when we lost all those that you see people started telling you, go and do this. Why do people go and do Ogunwo, for example, now? Because when they don't have money. But if you put something in place to help people, you understand, to get themselves, to maximize the inbuilt value in itself, because every human being has inbuilt value. Like Dupsy said something the other time that, man, we were black. That's the truth. When we were born, we were black. We didn't know anything. If I was born into the family of an idol worshiper, I'd be an idol worshiper. If I was born in the family of those people that don't believe anything, I won't believe anything too, because that would be my value.
So Ms. Dupsy, do you believe you came from monkeys? Apes?
That's not what Dupsy is talking about.
Why are you calling him?
No, because it is asking because Dupsy believe in science and technology. So
Yeah, I
that's
don't
why.
believe in the
Come from a
evolution.
monkey?
No, okay, but from all the evolutionary theories, or from all the theories that we have from the Bible, from the scientists, I believe more in the science evolution than all the ones in the Bible. Yeah, I believe more in that. It's not if I believe in totality, but I will choose. If you tell me tonight that you have to choose one, so I will choose the one from evolution. So I will choose.
Darwin's theory has been proven beyond doubt now.
Which one? The evolutional.
Yes, Darwin's evolutionary theory has been proven beyond doubt just not by Darwin, by other scientists that came before him, that came after him.
Yeah,
I don't believe
that's what I
came
said.
from a
I would prefer
monkey.
to pick that. Yeah, I prefer to pick that rather than pick in the
I
beginning God created the heaven and the earth. And
I
the
believe
one that
God
Quran
created
wrote,
the
I don't know
heavens and
whatever
earth,
I
but
don't
God
believe
didn't create
that.
me to come from a
I'll pick
monkey.
the evolutionary theory rather than picking the Bible or the Quran. Yeah, okay, you can go ahead.
The thing about Darwin's that evolution theory is not conclusive. You understand? I don't see, because look at it this way. When you use radioactive elements, carbon dating machine to do when you do the research about I think this earth, if let someone correct me if I got it wrong, I said this earth we have has existed for 2 billion years. So within those 2 billion years, by now we should have had a situation whereby people arrive from nowhere that just evolved from water, that or maybe evolved from a bush that are now living with us. So if I can't find that one in our modern day, so to me it's enough fact to tell me that Darwin's evolution theory to me is nowhere to go.
No, it's supposed to even be online. It's supposed to even be happening every day because
I'm telling you.
Can I help you to understand can I help you to understand the lapse that you can't explain?
Honestly,
it has been terminated. Maybe the theory has been terminated, or there is a stop to it now.
Whom?
That we are not having another species. If you believe in another species, supposed to be at least we're supposed to have new generation of human being from monkeys or chimpanzee. That's supposed to be yes now.
They say we have aliens. So they say we have aliens. I be AI.
The fact that humans can speak and you and I can talk, and the fact that we actually have the genetic functionalities we have, is actually a matter of chance. You see, so there might be an evolutionary progression in the future, but it does not mean that evolutionary progression would actually, show itself in the same way humans have shown themselves, or the same way dogs, The fact that we are here is a matter of chance that happened over several billion years. So I mean,
let me tell you something. As I speak today, Darwin's evolution theory is false, is null and void. See, look at it this way. This is hypothesis, and this is my belief now. I look at human being as AI in the hand of God. Exactly. Okay, get me right. The fact that we cannot comprehend God, like I said before, maybe on this earth we are living now presently, some people are living with us, but our senses cannot comprehend them. So we may not be the only people living on the surface of this earth. So we only function within our limitation. So the limitation that Darwin was taking us, if it was happening, it should be a continuous thing, just like you planted corn yesterday. People modify corn, as we see have corn today. Even some animals that extincted, that went extinct, you understand? You can still see their fossil, just to prove that okay, this animal existed several years ago. That is what science will prove to you. Now, so the way AI is going now, I said it here before. If you create a robot well functional, it's a matter of time. If you give robots resources to recreate itself, it is going to recreate, it's going to multiply. You put robots that can handle a Jakuta, refine the iron there, create some components and replicate itself. It's going to do that. So God created human being. We don't know. The only thing is that our concept about God is limited. We can only say what we know.
Exactly. So, and he also created animals as well.
Exactly.
Different kinds of animals.
So God created us. When God created us, he put a system in place for us to multiply. He puts a system in place for us to administer ourselves. Now, when you look at AI today, AI you create today, yesterday maybe he knows about this phone. Now, AI has known so many things. AI can, okay, it's going to get to a stage where you have self-driving car. If you are driving, AI will be able to recognize a drunkard that want to cross the road. It's as that bad. It's as that bad. Okay. So so this theory of evolution, to me, is like baby. You understand? It's the kind of magic that it has never repeated itself. But look at if you look at periodic table now, for example.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. In the beginning.
Don't see. Human being.
The two, let me tell you, both science in terms of evolution and religion, the two of them are found wanting. Nobody can actually say anything that's actually, because you can put forth in so many things when it comes to all those theory of creation in Bible and Quran also. So
I agree. In the beginning, no, the audacity for me, Simba. Is the audacity for me. In the beginning, God created. Were you there in the beginning? That person writing in the beginning. Why you guys so proud?
That one is more valid. It's more valid. Like I said, it is how we can comprehend God. Okay, look at AI. Look at AI now. Look at the situation whereby AI and robots see human being as their own God. Can robots and AI really comprehend human being that created them? I doubt it.
Exactly. Thank you. So that's a very strong
point. The system of heaven and earth, someone put it in place. Exactly. When you look around you, nothing just exists.
Where's the way to heaven?
Human being name everything now. Human being name everything.
Where is the heaven? Where is the heaven?
Okay, where's the heaven? Where's the heaven?
Miss Oopsie, do you have a ladder?
Oh, you fly by plane. You fly by plane.
Our Lord Jesus is our ladder.
Oh, really? No, Christians do not today proud though. That's why I know they don't like now. Not today proud. Imagine that.
Follow the ladder. Follow the ladder.
Oh, okay. Follow.
Yeah, follow the ladder to heaven.
But you know, there's also an alternative theory that both the scientists and the religious individuals deny vehemently. I can't remember what it's called now, but it's premised on a higher being, okay, that created humans. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a controversial theorem that supports. It doesn't take it. It's premised on a different idea of that essentially puts humans humans as a biological artificial intelligence, essentially. Let me put it that way.
Can we conclude that the way we arrive in this world, even about this world, is still a mystery that both science and religion needs to investigate more?
Yes, that's what that theorem is based on. I'll actually go. I used to follow it. It's kind of controversial. I read about it, but then I dropped it because it was trying to get into a bit of some of the adherents are essentially all these people that did, some theories and some of the things they're wackos essentially. So I stopped reading about it, so I wouldn't fall into their trap. But I'll go read again about it and I'll come back.
If you put a date to the what even is in the books of the religion, is actually not, because if you put the date to it, it's too early for the kind of carbon
they are
data.
younger than the earth itself.
Exactly. Yes.
Billion. And, okay. So how old is Quran? Quran is younger than Bible, and Bible itself is how old? How old is Bible? So the thing is this. Like Simba said, I woke up in the morning, I look at myself in the mirror, I raise my hand, I name myself Allah, Allah. How did you even exist? It's still a mystery. I cannot explain. But for someone to be now telling me that I came from monkey, that I've not seen anybody that just arrived somewhere. I say, okay, I've you seen the next person that say, okay, I just arrived from monkey. So see, that way.
I think you are looking at it as the diversification of Homo erectus and Homo sapiens from orangutan. It's even more recent. Do you know that you are related to fish? And in fact, you are related to Ambo.
I'm related to fish again, and yet I cannot.
From inception, divergent from a single cell organism.
Okay, let me give you this. Okay, if you say everybody evolved from a single cell organism, okay, let us agree with you. Now, what about the animals that have gone extinct? Why are we not having a new one being emerged from the new single cell? New ones that
It depends on what caused the extinction, because you will find out that when you look at extinction, usually it's not caused by any biological event. It's usually caused by interventions of some sorts. You look at the dinosaurs. You look at dinosaurs. You look at it's caused by natural events, catastrophic natural events, or interventions by other organisms of some sort, other organisms. So be they human, be they animals that maybe target a particular organism and hunt it. So that, or it could be a situation where flooding, extreme heat. The world has experienced several things. And some people suggest that global warming is only a cyclical event. So we are just stressing ourselves about global warming. It will come and it will go. We might all freeze to death at some stage in the near 100 years, but so the science is actually quite interesting. I wouldn't want us
to see, our knowledge is to the extent of preserving our existence, just to make us live. Now, okay, human being naturally, that responds to external factors, like external threat, like that freezing, for example. Now, the way we are behaving in Nigeria, do you know that if we find ourselves in Canada, probably 90% of us must have piped, because the money we're supposed to put, we used to put infrastructure in place, someone will just sit down on it, and during the winter, everybody will just get frozen, right? So the thing is, we are, whether Darwin's evolution theory, all those science, that is just within the space for us to survive. But our creator knows better, like you, that we create, like AI is my major thing today. Like we that we are creating AI cannot be better than us. Exactly. Even though we have like, they say computer now that we use today as human brain has 2.5 gigabytes, right, of memory, 2.5 million gigabytes of memory. Whereas human being has capacity of even creating computer that surpasses even the memory of a human brain. So now the computer you are creating, no matter what, cannot know more than you. Even though a single human being a computer may seem to know more than a single human being. But when you do the congregation of human being, computer cannot know more than you.
Exactly.
You understand? So the same way, we human beings, no matter how we try, we cannot find God. We can't know more that we can't find that God we are trying to find. Exactly. We just use our own interpretation. Wait, let me just make this statement so we can continue.
Okay.
Bible, I'm a Christian. I just wanted to make this one. Bible is not the word of God. Bible is I agree that Bible is inspired by God. But Bible, we have the authors. Moses wrote his own. We have the one of Apostle Paul, and we have different people wrote Bible. So it's just like it's just like Parishioner today. If they are talking about Shogun now, if they are experiencing what they know about Shogun, they write it down. You understand? So for someone to call Bible the word of God, I can tell you it's an insult. It's an insult because nobody knows God the way we are trying to have monopoly of God. And as long as we accept that, then we know peace. So let us just function within our own. And let everybody do to our belief. Like I said, I create AI, I create robots, so I'm the creator of that robot. So God created us. He is our creator. Whether you accept, it's just a way to acknowledge God. Because you cannot just exist, because everything in the nature proves that nothing just exists. You just wake up in the morning now and you maybe phone just grew up in your presence. How possible? Someone manufacture phone. Because you see trees growing, that you put the seed and you plant that seed and you see the tree growing, crop growing, that you think, no, someone put that system in place for it to work. So to me, let's forget about all this theory. We just, if I'm able to convince you today that, Arogidigba, I'm the one that created all of you, and I put some kind of theory in place, over time, if there's nobody to come and just trash whatever I put there, some silly people might just believe that in the future, that Allah created you. So we don't know God. That is why we call Olodumare. You can never know the end. You can never know the beginning. You keep wondering how. So let's forget about this human being. We are fish. I cannot even swim. I cannot even swim in a swimming pool for 1 hour.
I was telling Pastor the other day, Ola, I say, according to us, God is not interested in you knowing him, like knowing what he looks like. Like because our tradition, your Lord is not interested in you knowing it. Like they say you have to find it, seek him. I'm like, no, he's not interested. He's just interested in you living your life, interacting and getting things done. Just having your experience.
Exactly. He has put the system in place. It's just like someone will be praying and pray, God, for me no more. God has put the system in place for you to have children.
Mike and Ola, sorry, a quick question. When we are born to this world, we came with a soul, and that soul, nobody have ever seen it. And when people die, it is that soul that goes away. Can you explain?
Why did you believe in the existence of soul? What is soul to you?
What people call soul is just conscience. That's what people call soul.
Soul is part of your brain.
Let me finish with my question.
Soul is part of your brain.
Exactly. Okay. That's just a conscience. It's nothing.
So the question to you guys, you know better. When people die, they stop breathing. So how does that come into being? Why?
How did you not believe their soul existed somewhere? How did you know that their soul existed somewhere after death?
Of what I read, and because I've seen in my front when my grandfather goes away, it's just within a twinkle of a second, it's like he's dead. I was so little and I was like, what's dead? What is going on?
And you saw his soul moving away.
I did not see it. That is why I'm asking you the question. You are
And how did you know that something like that existed? That's what I'm saying. Can you prove it?
That is what my parents told me. They said that is a soul, and that soul goes away. Okay, so if you have a better theory, or if you know things about that, you can explain to the. We are here to learn.
Let me. When I was a child, right? When they were telling us about the folk tales, about how tortoise used to be the wisest of all animals, and the way he used rope to take his mother to heaven when there was a famine, all those stuff. Did you believe that? Even up to the age of 10, I believe all those stories. To the point that the first time I saw tortoise, I was expecting some kind of wisdom from that tortoise. It took me up to like 13, like when I was 14 to 15 to believe that, oh, all these things were real folk tales just for us to learn, nothing more. Because tortoise could not, when I saw the tortoise in the market, could not even do all those things I was expecting the tortoise to do. That's the way I want you to see some of these stories. When they tell you soul, tell me that person that went away with his witness that came that, okay, when I died, this is where I go.
So you, Allah, what's your name? Allah, you came here tonight now. You started saying that God did not write the Bible. When did you start talking like that? That God did not write the Bible.
You see one thing. You see one thing.
Allah, sorry. Take this question along with it. I don't know. I'm Yoruba. You're also Yoruba. And there's a lot of Yoruba on this platform. We have had a lot of cases that people died and they go and see them in another environment within the same country. And there are so many confirmed.
We are talking about Kudaya, eh?
Yes, exactly. Is that true, or is that also Tales by the Moonlight?
No, believe me, no, really. So I cannot believe what I'm saying.
Simba, I think Kudaya is more believable than some of the story. But like I said, we cannot know God. You understand? To the extent that I wish Kudaya exists, you understand? I cannot explain it. That it doesn't exist. Of course, it exists. From a very, there's a way that you say, okay, I saw something, and people start cross-examining you, and they ask someone, okay, someone say, I saw Lagbaja A. And so they describe the person. And people went to that place and they asked questions from people from the environment. Do you know? Yes, we know him now. We know him. People started saying, this person.
You watch too much of African magic.
No. It's not the not African magic. No, forget it. See, Simba, this is the way it is. You and I, we have reality show now. You understand? We have reality show. You have events somewhere. Someone said something existed somewhere at a particular point in time. You argue with that person. So if you're an investigator, maybe you're a journalist. You went to that environment to go and ask Lagbaja, and you documented the evidences from people. That means it will take about 10 people to conspire together to lie, to reach something that is almost common. So that's what I'm saying. Now, okay, look at the way it is now. If I want to know what is happening within your environment, I've never been within your environment before. And I went to that environment, I asked about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, and they explained exactly the same thing. That's okay. I said, okay, this is environment symbolic because everything points to the environment that Simba lives. So that is why I believe that Akudaya thing appears. I've seen my from my language too that it appears that Akudaya concept exists. So I'm not committing myself 100%, but it appears that it exists.
So that means duplication of that human being. That's what we're talking about. Somebody that is already dead, buried, then reincarnate.
So Allah said something just now that how to gather data. You go or gather evidence. You go into a particular community to ask like 10 people what happened, and they give you the same account, right? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
So have you heard that? Sorry. Let me talk, Gary, my brother. Have you ever heard about mass hysteria before? Have you heard about mass hysteria? I want you to sing with pop. Have you ever heard it? Mass hysteria. I want you to sing with pop. So they continue to.
I beg, give me that spelling. Let me add it to my dish of vocabulary. I beg.
Mass hysteria. I want your man sing with pop where there's no critical mind. People don't think things through. I get to Folano. Do you know how long they gave us that false narrative about Ajeto Manfo? You know how long we believed in that thing? A lot of people said it over and over again. Does that make it to be true? No, it's a lie. It never happened. So it doesn't matter. People just they pass that information down. So you know, oh, Hakudaya, we saw that person. If you ask that person, Uncle, what uncle must have told that story to that person passed it down to another niece or nephew. So that's the way those false narratives, you know, they first start on. It doesn't mean that that is the truth, and that doesn't mean it's the fact of the matter. Aaron can continue.
I know that's what they call collective ignorance, right? I know that possible, but then it's like I cannot. If like we are here now, if like maybe about 8 of us now are saying the same thing, it's difficult for me when I never experienced it to say it is false. I agree with some of your own view though. But it's àwọn àgbà yẹn ó really o pé àwọn àgbà tó ń fò yẹn ìbá yín àgbà o ẹbí ò fọwọ́ padà yín lójú o.
Exactly. That was Madam Dupsy. I think you used the perfect words to describe what I was intending to say as well. I think you actually knocked it, hit the nail on the head. Mass hysteria and a false narrative that is, that people have concluded on, and they would always repeat because they've been told about it. They've never seen it, but they are convinced of what they've never seen. The same reason why many of us read the Bible and, like Ola said, are convinced that it is the word of God, even though we understand very clearly that it's impossible for him to have written the text of the Bible. But I can't even remember what I was going to say. Okay, Professor, like Mr. Ola said, I want to be very, very categorical because I come from a household that, if I want to work, what I find is, it won't every day. So, I believe in metaphysical. I do not want to dismiss the metaphysical, absolutely. Because I believe in science. And because I'm from the sciences, it doesn't mean that I would dismiss the metaphysical ultimately. I wouldn't. So I went yao, mogbe for you, oshuwaire so please mogbe the fact yanyo because it has come yesterday now. So I just want to be very clear about that. I do not dismiss the metaphysical.
Arogirigba, you know one thing is I live in a village and I said this thing and I think there's nothing of shame there. Like my both grandparents, we got grandfathers, they were traditionalists, even though they later converted to and like they started going to the church. Growing up in the village, nobody one fight for me. You understand? One feel part of me is what I know. Shame Modori. Yeah. So I don't have to pay Modori. You understand? So you know that those things that when people say those things do not exist. So that's why.
So before you go on, Mr. Ola, Professor Ola, that make
Mr. No.
Okay, what I want to say is if we come back to you, you can still do it, you can still remember. Combination, yeah.
Me o sọ pé mi mo ṣe don't mark cross mi lẹ́nu mi ò kì í ṣe babaláwo mi ò dẹ̀ ṣe.
Okay, continue. I like
you understand because that's another thing.
Remi ṣo fẹ́ consult ni.
Remi Christian ni Ọláwọ́n parọ́ jù.
Oh my goodness. No, the thing is this. When I was young, I'm Anthony, right? You understand? So àwọn àgbà níbi eégún bá kú fún ogún ọdún ìgbàlẹ̀ náà la máa fi gbé dìde àbí. So the thing is, gbogbo àwọn kan tó máa ń ṣe ní village yẹn tó bá sọ pé ká máa wo orò. Try those traditionalists. Ìwọ kan ra lọ yí cotton lásán sí kíní. Wọ́n rí ẹ o tán náà owó. Wàá mọ̀. Má dẹjà. So the thing is, when you see all those core, where those core Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is, when they tell you, please don't try it. In those villages, wọ́n máa ń ṣe àwọn oògùn kan tó yẹ kí wọ́n á fi gbálẹ̀, wọ́n á fi sí ẹnu ọ̀nà, wọ́n á ṣílẹ̀kùnlẹ̀, wọ́n á jáde. Ìwọ wọ ọbẹ̀ kó lọ jí nǹkan wọ́n bẹ̀, wọ́n á gbálẹ̀ kú ni torí ilé àfidé. Those things were happening in the village. So okay, now èèyàn kan dédé wọnú ilé nílé ṣe ó kì gbálẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ òun gbálẹ̀. Wọ́n wá sọ pé okay, wọ́n ti ṣe nǹkan síbẹ̀ o. Ó wá ń gbálẹ̀ náà sọ pé a kò jẹ́.
Olabe, those things they are useful part of our culture now. So why are people not doing it now?
Because want to demonize. Want to demonize everything.
Yeah, it's to demonize it now.
Want to demonize everything. Nǹkan tó dẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé I think Mike can talk better about it, and Erelu was saying just it, because some of those traditionalists, nǹkan tó máa ṣe ni pé I think there are some of them. I may not be correct in this one. This is just my opinion based on the people like Erelu, Tuwashe, and some those called traditionalists. Now, the thing is this: some of them, you are not supposed to think of self-gratification when you are doing all those things. The first point is not to think of what you are going to benefit when you are doing it. But now, when many people were doing those things for people, maybe out of like 100, 200, won't remember to give you something. Some people, when they were not making enough there, so they are looking for a way to find solution to their own life. And the solution to their own life is that they don't want to stay with what they believe didn't give their parent money. You understand? They look at those values. They want to replace those values with money making. You understand? Some people will run away. For example, now, if we are supposed to be the head of the priest, the chief priest in your village now, I think you can run away. Go and try it now. Okay, you know the best way to try it is there are some professions that for sure you must get job. You see some people in that profession, they will be doing it and they will never progress until they go back to that source. So what people do is this: they avoid learning. They avoid learning all those things. So if you don't learn enough now, if the Baba that was doing the thing before, if they that Baba pie, nobody will even look at you say, come and take over. So those are the things. So over time, people refuse to learn. So the knowledge, they refuse to get the knowledge transferred to them. We started losing. But I tell you today, where they see out that thing, call, especially all those villages that you will be seeing that hamlet, that be seeing 20 houses, like 30 houses. You don't just go there and tell people rubbish there. They have some of those things they want to test. And that person will be the specimen they were going to use to test the effectiveness of the shark. Those things, you would think it never existed. Okay, don't just try. That's just my own advice.
I agree with you. Without a doubt, there are secrets to this world. There are secrets to this world that the human cannot explain. But I think I would like to add that I think the reason that the knowledge and the interest was lost was also because when education was presented, it was presented with religion. Some of the first schools were missionary schools. So if you are the child of Benito, if they take one of the children, they say, they take him and they send him away to a boarding school or missionary school somewhere, because in those hamlet schools, so the nearest missionary school is maybe in the major town somewhere far away. So he has to go there. He goes there, he learns, gains education, but he also gains religion. He comes back and he now is not interested in what his parents are doing anymore, because he has been convinced at a relatively young age, when he's impressionable, that what his parents are doing for So I think that's very important. And I think that's where, and like I said, I don't know how people say in Yoruba, so I think that's also there. So that is one thing that's affected us as a people.
See, Arogiriba, I will tell you something. Okay, I don't think it's too dangerous to say, even if the person that is above can hear. So I don't think you will know. Eléyìí kì í ṣe pé dem say, eléyìí kì í ṣe dem say kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n sọ fún mi. I'm a witness of what I'm talking to you. Ó ṣe nǹkan fún yàn báyìí pé ẹnìyẹn náà wọ̀ fún ní 21 days. Pé 21 days pé kò ní jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ó tún sọ àwọn kankan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí lọ́jọ́ iwájú sẹ́ni lọ́jọ́ iwájú. 21 days yẹn ò yẹ ẹni ẹ gbà kọ́. Ìyí tí yẹn rí tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí lọ́jọ́ iwájú yẹn ọdún kan péré ló fi miss. But ó ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀. How do you explain that? Okay, look at it this way now. I don't know whether you're in America or wherever you are. You don't know, you know the spiritualist, so you just call him that. And that person started telling you what is happening in your life. Please, can you just reconcile it? You don't know anything. The person you are consulting may be in India, it may be someone that knows you at all, it may be in China, it may be something. You are talking to a spiritualist. And that person, without even explaining, is telling you what is happening to you now. So the question is this: how did that person manage? How can someone that knows nothing about you start telling you about the story of your life? So if that is not enough evidence to believe that metaphysical exists, well, I don't know what to say. The problem is some of them want to buy the solution, but she won't read.
Yeah, I don't even doubt it. I don't doubt the metaphysical and the mystical the mystics in this world that we are in. I don't doubt it.
Maybe 2024 àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ń ṣe robot wọ́n ṣe AI ó kàn sọ̀rọ̀ ìrun kí ló fẹ́ fi ṣe ní 2024? How does that move you forward?
No, if I have that
àwọn tó ní kọ́ kù ṣẹ́kù ni àwọn tó ní gift ìran yẹn kù ṣẹ́kù ni. Why are you promoting something that you're not supposed to promote in 2024? What's wrong with you guys?
Àtìláwọ̀ àríyàn tó jẹ́ pé àtìláwọ̀ àríyàn tó jẹ́ pé oríran sí yàn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fi bẹ́ǹsì ta lọ́rẹ̀ nísìnyí náà fi bẹ́ǹsì ta lọ́rẹ̀.
Ẹgbẹ́ báyẹn kò máa ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà. Bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe yahoo náà. Ìwọ náà lè ríran.
Tí mo bá ní gift yẹn máa ṣe.
Gift ìyàwó náà ní.
Just imagine nísìnyí.
Wọ́n ní gift technology, wọ́n ní gift science.
So by tomorrow we are going to win $50 million. And if you want it, maybe you say that's my aburo somewhere. Say I'm going to win $50 million. Okay.
Imagine that.
By $1 million.
Èmi ò ní gbà torí mi ò fowó bàràǹdà tẹ̀ ń wá káàkiri. Mi ò kàn jíjà yé.
Believe that owó bàràǹdà wà bí?
Mi ò mọ̀, mi ò believe, mi ò wá magic, mi ò wá miracle. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò ṣe kankan nù ẹ̀. Mi ò wá magic, mi ò wá miracle. I don't believe in things like that, sincerely.
No, you may not. No, that's not your value. I agree. That's not your value, but we are even saying whether it exists or not. It exists. That's what we are saying. Those power exists.
There are people who will just have like vision to you. They will see what you will become. They will see what will happen to you. Then how does that help anybody? Then somebody will see what I will become tomorrow or the kind of clothes I have in my closet. All these things, don't go backward now. They can move away from it. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help humanity. Some people are doing great things. Let's promote that. You've been talking about AI. Some people brought that initiative. They talked about it and they brought it forward. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I situate artificial intelligence? I work in technology, and I can say that the capacity for artificial intelligence is something that that we develop in terms of the mechanisms, the computing power, and whatnot. So that's what I work in. Artificial intelligence is actually not as intelligent as it does. It's just the name, artificial intelligence. The name that's all it is. It's all in the name, and the name is just a brand. Okay. Someone I have personal interactions with, I can describe him as a global leader in artificial intelligence. The man, let's just say, he knows his stuff. He has a doctorate in artificial intelligence, and he's a lecturer. He's lectured, in a top university in, teaching artificial intelligence. So this is someone that has a good understanding. Artificial intelligence is really just, it's really not as intelligent as it's actually all it is a model that you have to teach. All it is a model that you feed information. That's all. All it is a compiler of information that then uses a model to put the information together and then presents it. That's all it is. It's really, artificial intelligence cannot teach itself. It still requires humans to actually teach the model. And you know the thing about the model has to be redone every so often. And I think there's a bit of fear amongst people that don't understand the system that it can never supplant humans. So far as is at the moment, it doesn't have the capacity to supplant humans. And it's been put to me. I've been assured that I don't think it will anytime in the near future supplant humans. It's really not as intelligent as people put it. It's really all it is a compiler of information.
Oh, Arogidigba, what happened? I was enjoying your conversation because I really want to take you up on that AI. You see, one thing about human being is this: you don't reach the you don't cross the chasm the same day, and you don't reach plate 2. You don't reach plate 2 of that solution almost immediately. Let me tell you one thing. There was a time that some people, they thought blankly that email, nothing like email will exist, that email will never replace blah blah blah. Some people, there were so many great scientists that just misyan in the past, but over time we have machines that took over all those responsibilities. The thing about AI is this: AI has been in existence as far back as 1950s, if I remember the story very well. They've used AI in aircraft for so long. They've used AI in the military for so long. But why is the thing not released to the in commercial quantities? Just because the model and what we are doing today is just because that time they've not developed enough capacity. There was a time now that a storage of 2 megabytes can be a site of building. There was a time that that a storage of just 5 gig will be as big as car. But today we have a pen drive that is as much as 1 terabyte. Today there was a time where you using just only one processor. Then it became dual. It became quad. Now inside the small processor, now you will now have like about 24 core, 40 core, 64 core. So as we are developing those capacity, you are able to do a lot. So human being himself is trained by another human being. So no human being just arrived this world and no thing. Human being came to this world blank. The only thing that human being that was born came with is that all the basic functionality. If you give birth to a kid today, that kid knows how to eat, knows how to raise his hand, and do all basic things. But every other thing will be a function of the environment that we start learning from the environment going forward. The same way, look at artificial intelligence that way too. As they keep improving, like when we talk of ChatGPT now, if you build a model for ChatGPT today now, everything in the past up to date will be in his database. May not know what is going to happen tomorrow. But now they are now building some model now that as you are even doing something now, it's even going to integrate it immediately. So over time, when human beings start building all those stuff, it keeps gathering capacity. When we're watching all this robot, all this in Terminator, and all those fiction movie we used to watch in the 80s, we believe that they cannot happen, and they are happening today. It used to be fiction, like in the 80s, but it's reality today. So the thing is, it is true that the current AI we have is we call it a rational machine. Okay, rational machine is what we actually call AI, rational, not the one that we behave rationally, not the one that we compare with human being directly, but it is going to use the information available to work, right? So AI today, no self-awareness, but any day AI can have self-awareness, then there's a problem for human being. Do we think that AI will have emotion? Honestly, I don't take anything beyond science. You understand? So it's just a matter of time. Because human being can conclude, okay, look at when people wanted to provide solution to diabetes and some other things. Human being went as far as looking at how to use something in animal to benefit human. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time for science. You won't need someone to donate kidney and all those stuff. They will find a way to generate all those kidney or use that of animal. It's just a matter of time. That's science. That's science for you. So in this our world we have, the thing may not be existing today, but that will not exist tomorrow. Forget it. Anything is possible in this world. That we are not getting it now doesn't eliminate that far tomorrow. We are just where we are. Some people, now, for example, some people were so primitive, right? Those days that they were living on top of the tree. And later some people came, they started building huts. They started living in the cave. From the cave, they started building huts, even on top of the tree. Today, we are building high-rising. Today, people were even doing tunnel, where for transportation under the water. So there's nothing like, see, in this world we are, there's nothing like impossibility. It's just a function of time. We don't have the capacity for it. Now we have quantum computing now. Quantum computing is a concept. It's going to be a very odd concept. Watch out for it. It's already existing, though. Watch out for it in the next 5 to 10 years. So when you have that advanced capacity, I tell you, AI you are talking about, we get more capacity. There was a time that we were just using the 50 gig will be okay for us to build some kind of .NET application and all those small business. If you use the same system today, it can't even withstand the type of application we are going to design today. Right where I say with you here, you understand? I say 5 terabytes is nothing. 5 terabytes. And meanwhile, like 10, 20 years ago, if I needed something like 10 terabytes, if I wrote my boss for a day, for example, they will be just laughing at you, because that was when they were even saying something like 5 gig as too expensive to put the server in the data center. So we keep growing, we keep increasing in knowledge, right? And look at one thing now, because for those people that doesn't want to believe a Bible, it said Bible says something what will happen toward at the end of the world, that your children will increase in knowledge, that people will increase in knowledge. The question is this: if someone wrote that thing like several years ago and it's happening now, the question is this: how did the person come to that point that at the particular state that people will increase in knowledge? Are we not increasing in knowledge?
But we're not always increasing in knowledge. I mean, come on.
Exactly. I know. Yeah, we always increase in
So
Mike.
the person that was increasing knowledge at that point, was it already increased in knowledge? Didn't know knowledge increases? So
no, we know. That's what I'm saying. No, you know what I'm saying, that some of us two ways to read. Some people, they have the gift to be able to say what is going to happen.
Is Dupsy and Choma still here? I mean, they fell asleep.
I think they are. Okay, maybe let's ask them. Is Simba still here? I be like saying I only mean they talk here.
No, I'm around though.
Okay. Dupsy don't go. That about guy don't go Arogiliba. So to me, if you don't believe in the forces of this nation, and if you don't believe in our Agba and the metaphysical, I beg, just try and believe. No go try. Because there are some people that even
my own conclusion to everything is that there's still a lot of things that we still don't understand. So
I'm telling
so
you.
that's why I cannot dispute some certain knowledge that I don't have much knowledge about. So there's still a lot to learn in this world.
Exactly. Damn you, wait till you talk now. The ability to have a long monologue without realizing how boring you sound is the special bit of confidence. Damn, what are you talking about now? So, oh my goodness.
In the early 90s, when I entered university, Ola, one of our anatomy professor was telling us that a time will come that people will be doing in vitro fertilization, that people will be having children without having sexual intercourse. We are looking at him as if he's saying something that is not possible. But today, what can we say about that?
In fact, in I did a class called creativity. When some great inventors, they just spoke blankly that, oh, this thing will never exist. When we were just analyzing, we were just laughing because
Ola.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You said they wrote in your Bible that sharing boys, a man disappointing you, but you just stop sometimes. People will be wondering. So let me tell you how the human brain is designed. It's designed to evolve. That's why when you were born, you couldn't talk. After a while, you could babble. You could say some words. Then after some time, you could read, write. It evolves. That's the way it is designed. It evolves. So people, where we are, just the way you argued about AI and all those things, that things will still be more, sophisticated than what we're saying now. So that's human brain. It evolves. It's not going to be stagnant. It might be stagnant for years, but it will move from that point. So that's the way the brain is designed to evolve. So even the person that wrote in that Bible that the people, human beings will increase in knowledge, or people of God, I don't know how they wrote it, knows already.
That's what I was wondering.
It's designed. It's going to evolve. And that's why you grew up from somewhere, you're now here in Canada, you know a lot about things you did not know when you were in Nigeria right now, because your brain evolved past what you know in Nigeria. Do you understand? So that's the way it's designed. There's no big deal on what that person wrote in the Bible. Do you get that? So there's
your opinion. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying. No. Look at it this way. Now, when we didn't even have aircraft, when we're using horses and cats, And someone already said, okay, at a particular point in time, we'll be flying in the sky. I'm just saying. I would just say, how did the person know? Did this just talk randomly, or it has some kind of inspiration? Whereas we started flying the
critical
sky.
thinking. It's called critical thinking. You know, people think about things deeply. It's not on the surface the way you're talking now. Some people are listening to us now. They're thinking about what we're saying, but their knowledge is deeper than what we're saying right now because they could think deeply. It's just something you can acquire as well. You think deeply about certain issues, so you come to conclusions that this is what is happening here. So it's about deep thinking, and that is what I said religion did not allow human brain in Africa to do, to move as fast as it could move, because it has affected the brain. That's why I said that in the first place. So it's about critical
I
thinking.
think the problem with Africa is more of investment. That's what it is, man. Like
Yeah, it's still the
people
same
don't
too.
invest in people. That's all. We are not investing. That's all.
Human capital development. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's just all these things we are saying, religion, this and that and that. You know, it's not.
Why do you think people?
In the
Why do you think people are not investing in people? Because they lack that thinking to be able to think deeply. That if I invest in A or B or C, they are going to be like this. They will yield more fruit. So they're selfish by nature because they're not thinking deeply. How are they not thinking deeply? Because somebody has said you are the chosen one. You are the God sent. God chose you. You are a Christian. I'm going to be the head of my family and not the tail. If they don't see me, they won't be able to start the family meeting. You won't kill yourself.
Yeah,
If they don't see you, do you understand?
Just let me say, I would say our issue is more of what we desire, because when you interact with African Nigerians, let's say Nigerians, for example, like you will see that an average person, their main interest in life is just, okay, I want to make money, get married, and show people that look at me, I've achieved more than you. You understand? The things we have more with desire for is more like.
Where do you think that selfishness is coming from? Where do you think so?
No, we just have to create just like when you go to companies in America, where they will say, we want to create company culture. And the reason why they will create that company culture is to promote, to achieve certain things. Like maybe they'll say, let's promote safety culture, or let's promote this productivity culture, something where now they will now say, okay, this is the way you must relate, or this is where you must address, or let's say safety meeting every morning. It's in the form of culture. You understand? So you constantly discussing safety, and you say, okay, anyone that does something safety, we encourage that, we credit them, or a culture of productivity in the sense that when company give award whenever you perform well. What does that mean? That means you want to keep performing well. You know that in this company, for me to get this award, for you recognized, I have to work hard and be very productive, right? So you create, those are things you put in place to create that culture of doing things that way. Now in our society, we create culture, we value somebody that has many children, or the more children you have, the more they respect you. Like, man, Ruby, can you understand? We create culture where we value somebody that has money, even if we don't know how you make the money. We create culture where we celebrate somebody that comes drive to the neighborhood with a nice car, even though we don't know how he made it. But we don't celebrate culture of this person there is very creative, is very sharp. You understand? Or is basically we don't celebrate people with that have or a person is a genius, but he doesn't have anything. Nobody cares about you. You understand? For us, among Oyimbos, they celebrate, when someone is a genius, they talk about that person. Oh, this person is gifted in this and this and this. Even though that person may be nobody, a child of nobody, or just broke and poor, but they celebrate the fact that you have this ability. So it's what we celebrate or what we promote is what becomes a culture, become what everybody wants to prove. Because human being by nature have that desire to be praised and recognized. So we wake up every day to do certain things because we want to be praised and recognized. Why do you wake up? You want to dress very nice because you know that people will look at you and give you that compliment, or give you they will look at you in an elevated height or something. You know, you'll be elevated. Why do you wake up why do you want to drive a nice car sometime? It's not really because you want to enjoy it, because you know when you come by your people, they will celebrate you. For example, in America, when I used to live among blacks, I used to want to buy a nice car and go around them because I know they will start hailing me. But then when I started living around white people, I realized that when I call a nice car, they don't care. So eventually, I didn't even care about nice cars anymore because I know that no one cares because these people I live around don't care. So it's more of creating culture of things that we celebrating things that we advance us. So we begin to celebrate people for what they contribute to society rather than what they possess. Then everybody who is striving to figure out how to contribute to society. So that's what I think the area is. It's just to create a culture of something, or create a culture of celebrating somebody that's not corrupt, where we award them for not being corrupt, or we award people for doing community service. How about the government every year? They start doing award where this person here did this community service or did this thing for his community, and we give that person award. We celebrate that person. Guess what? The next person wants to do the same thing. So I think it's a matter of creating a culture. To me, or create a culture of awarding someone that invested in the next person. So everybody will start saying, oh, let me invest in somebody because I'll be recognized for it. So to me, I just think those are ways we have to start thinking, to be honest. I don't know if you agree with me, Shamina.
No, I'm just because people don't realize that people start from somewhere. So you get your values from somewhere when you were born. So you're born into a particular family. So that's the first contact to this world. Or you're born probably into a foster care. That will be your first contact. So that's how people develop their values. So how are people introduced to certain things? That's how you ask. So Rome wasn't built in a day. So people build their character to their interaction with their family first, school, church, mosque, or wherever they go to. So that's what influences people. So if you are talking that the way we are supposed to build our society is instilling good values in people, so you're going to question where people get the values from. And that's why I always hammer on religion, that it's affected a lot of people's brain. That's why we are still underdeveloped. Because the way they categorize countries is about the brain.
Yeah.
So it depends on where the brain is at in that country. That's why they will say developing, underdeveloped, developed. It's about the brain. So if you know that you instill a good value into some people to be able to think properly, they will carry on that kind of values. So people grew up somewhere, and we are the people that are going to build the society and the nation at large. So how were you brought up? So it's not really about things happen when you're an adult. There's some things that happened to you, Mike, when you were young that you're still carrying up till now. You use it to behave as well, or it's in your values that it's not changed up to today.
You
So
know,
that's how we look at it.
If you notice countries that advance, if you notice what they do, they invest a lot in their children. They protect their children a lot. Where you understand? And they invest
because they are thinking critically about the future, right?
The future,
they could actually project into the future.
Their mind create rules because they know that that's their future asset right there. But I to be honest, look into that Nigerian society, man. If you don't have parents, your society as a child, I don't think there's a measure in place that is for you. It's just even within family. If you don't have mother, you are screwed, man. You understand? The only person that really cares about a child in Africa is just the mother of that child. And if you're unfortunate to have a wrong mother, you're screwed. So to me, I just think we don't understand those things. Like the two, if you are in society, the two group of people you have to focus on: one, the children, and then the gifted people, the gifted adults, gifted people, and the children. Children in general, you just have to shape them because they're formative years. You are whatever, however you shape
Sorry,
them.
Mike Arrogediba has come back. If you want to add him,
Yeah, children, you have to give that basic shaping them to be just decent people of society. You have to invest in that, and then those that are just gifted, great adults and positive people, you have to also invest in those because those ones are the ones that should, that will run things right, that will do the right thing. And that's why America created a system where they do a background check, they study everybody. Once you're a bad person, start giving criminal record, they give record of everybody. So now when it's time to invest in you, they look at your record. Who are you? You understand? And then they see who you are, and then they put you, invest in you to become this person, to take over this place or to be in this place. That's just how society is advanced. Principles, you just have to understand these principles, these philosophies, and but where we are, that's why I always look at Nigeria. I'm like, why are we so disorganized? Like, do we really understand what it takes to build society? Is it just you just have civil service, you just have our system is just like, I'm like, what's going on? Are we even thinking this place? Do we really understand?
You just said it now. So we're not thinking. So that's it. So you yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
That's what I want to. I just want to say to Mike to always think it through. You have to actually think it deeply about what happened to people. Why are the leaders like that? Why are they not thinking? Why are they not looking forward into the future? How come? How were they raised? Because they were raised somewhere, right? So how were they raised? Where were the places they took them to? How did they get their values in life? So religion is still part of the problem. That's what I'm saying. So go ahead, allow
like you said, I think everybody agrees that creativity is an intentional thing. So you put the effort in place to make people creative, and we have ample of evidences around us, even back in Nigeria. Look at the little time that Awolowo introduced free education and the UPN government to up to the UPN government. See as things change in a certain part of the country. And now look at a particular place when some people used religion to tie their people back. You understand? So this thing is, at the end of the day, where we can have a larger impact, massive impact is from the top. Because it is now, I know that we can teach creativity from individual home or individual household. But then when you want to put your creativity in, you want to test your creativity, you want to realize value for your creativity, then you have something that will be stopping you somewhere. So, like I was saying the other time, the knowledge of AI we're talking today, it has existed before, but no capacity to expand on it. So if you are so creative back in Nigeria now, if there's nowhere to test your creativity, at least to energize it or to take the product of your creativity to the market, you are still going to be held back. That's why I'm saying a religion is not really the main problem. But if you invest so much in people, you can actually take people away from the religion fraudsters, and not those people that use religion to turn people's life to something else. So, to me, we still have to look at our system. Every time we are talking about it, I will still be going back to the government. We have to invest so much in our people, and I think the reward too like a reward too, apart from the reward coming from your own creativity, a reward to someone that will be creative and to find a way to discourage something that not bringing creativity. You understand, to us, that's something that is not promoting our value. If you log on to YouTube today, how are people making money? Opening their chest, showing their backside, be shaking, be doing some kind of a funny things. That's how people make this. Whereas the same YouTube can be used for something positive, right? But when you do that thing positive, what will be the reward to you? That is where our government needs to come in. And the reason I keep saying we need to restructure our country in a manner that we encourage creativity. So any day we get that thing right, we are okay. Like, I said that in here before that we Africa, for example, we are even the mercy of everybody, because we are the, I think, I could be wrong, I think we are the only continent that we don't have self-defense. If others now want to buy us today, now we have nothing to, we cannot even build our own weapon, we cannot even do anything, we have to depend on everybody. So if those people conspire against that, okay, we are not
Ola, do you think all the money they put it to subsidize, or they put that money into research and creativity investing? Do you think by now Nigeria, like those billions, they just say, okay, all the people that are very gifted, talented, from school, you can be telling now, everybody know that one brilliant boy and girl now from school, their brain is just, we all know them in every school you go, secondary school, primary school, all those people, you just take them from all the schools. Okay, you are just too brilliant, all of you, put them into one program and then invest money there. All they do all day, 24/7, is to think, research, dig. You invest in their brain, their talent. If that's what we are pumping huge portion of our budget into, which is what all these advanced countries do. It's not what they are doing is not rocket science. They just invest in their brilliant minds, and those people just come up with, innovation. And that's all it is. But what's stopping us from doing something that simple? I don't get it.
I agree with you.
There's nothing in our budget that's created for investment in research and creativity and all these things. Nothing.
I agree with you 100% with your perspective there. What I think is our problem is we are still suffering from this leadership crisis. Leadership crisis in the sense that look at many of those people that are representing us today. They are, even though, forget about whether they have PhD, some of them after a master's degree, but look at the value. They are like the lowest among us. Those people that are supposed to be there are not the one there. The lowest that attach values to, okay, I don't know whether it's right to mention the name like this now. When you have the like of Dino Menaye, for example, that okay, all it does is just do whatever money you see, you front your car, you do everything. Now, compared to a person like Microsoft now, that is not even in Nigeria, that is even investing more in Nigerians than those people that are supposed to be Nigerians. You understand? Those are the kind of, so that explains the mentality that we have. The mentality that we want to take a shy girl from the family at 9 years of age and take as wife. Those are the kind of mentality that is running. So every day you take all those people away from the seat of power, and you start replicating the like of Awolowo we used to have those days, the like of Adekunle Ajasin that will go into the government house, which is maybe 4 or 504 or whatever, that return there. So any day we start replacing those people with the brain like that, then we can move forward. So it's unfortunate. The people that are leading us today, they don't have the value. Most of them, they don't have the value.
You know, when I keep saying that Nigeria is just they get the leader that they deserve, or the way they think is what they will end up getting. The leadership will get, because if Nigerians are so brilliant, we know that we as the people, this is where we're trying to go. So let's pick this kind of people among us to lead us. But we don't, most of the people don't have that kind of mind. They haven't evolved to think to that on that level. So that's why maybe our democracy is growing, because it's a matter of time people realize that, come on, we are the ones voting people in power now. Why do we vote all these senators, all these guys that don't know, can't take you anywhere? Why are we voting a bunch of this kind of people, criminals and people that have nothing? So it's a matter of time before we know that the revolution we need is a revolution on the mind, not all these revolutions you're always talking about. Like, guy, you're wasting your time. If we burn down the place and kick all of them, or those people in that place, kick all of them out, and when it's time for election again, we have to do election, right? The people who vote the same kind of people back in. It may not be the same individual, it's the same people and people who vote back in. You understand what I'm saying? So
I
probably what we need to do is just educate the public on, listen, if you need a leader, you need someone that has that's like this, like this, like this, like this. And then when people realize, okay, and then maybe they will learn how to vote.
you see, Mike, because over time, at least I've been following politics for a very long time, and I can tell you that I've been so frustrated when it comes to Nigerian politics. And that's why you find me pitching my tent with people that, okay, let us restructure the country. My restructuring, I look at many factors when I talk of restructuring. Now, restructuring now is part of having like a private institution, like a university or educate, having an institution that provide private educational services. So it may take time for us to move, because if you allow government to control our university, to control our major infrastructure, human capital development infrastructure in Nigeria today, they may slow us down. Meanwhile, they are the one that's supposed to fast track everything. But like you allow private university now, like the Alfred Babalola University, Covenant University, and some private universities. If you see what those private universities are doing, man, you start wondering that, why don't we allow even all the institutions in Nigeria to be private and let them compete like what the institution will be doing? So we are going to get things like that, but in a small portion relative to the entire population. So maybe the development that is supposed to take us like 10 years, maybe it might take us 100 years, but we are going to get there if we can, because if we keep forcing all these people now, if we keep preaching to people now, people that are saying being power now, I tell you, a derica of rice or a small bag of rice will solve their problem into 2027. They will still repeat the same cycle. It's going to be still the same cycle. They will forget immediately when it comes to that time. So our only hope is to start finding a way to start taking small part of this thing away from the government. Oh, let us create institution. Let them run on their own. Okay, let us create electricity. Let us be running on their own. Just start taking all those little by little away from the central government and give to. Okay, see Dangote cement now. See Dangote refinery now. You would think that refinery was something that can never be achieved on earth or in heaven and on the earth, when government was the one running it. But see, when you allow the private people to do it, now they are even trying to frustrate, physically as we are seeing, they are even trying to frustrate Dangote. So that tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about what is happening within our leadership cycle. So where it's all about resources, but not how to transform resources, how to carry resources and lure them in the raw form, but not how to use it to say, okay, let us use it to transform and use to build for the future, to invest in our people for the future. So they are not doing that. That's where we have challenges now. So let's start taking all those things away from the government gradually and let the private people handle it. It's going to take time.
Are you guys okay with me putting in the background now?
Yeah, it's be like saying only me and you remain. No.
Okay, I'll put it in the background.